All good things. It's never good when something is called all good things. I think I have a fic named all good thing. Yeah, I do. I do. It's the big breakup fic. The word will already have reached Maelstrom Command. Protocol requires that a representative of our order inform the High Command of the mission success. The honor is rightfully yours, and once again I must commend you on a job well done. We shall speak again soon. So, yeah. I mentioned that after the Company of Heroes questline and after Titan, we return to the Waking Sands for an event there. Now, I might be wrong, because I haven't checked the quest order or the event order. It's possible I'm completely talking out of my ass, and there's not an event at the Waking Sands, but I think there is. And I like saying things, and then finding out if I'm right or not, so... Awful player! Awful player! Goddamn, Hyperion has the best names! Why am I playing on Lamia? It is good to see you, Private Lesporine. Word of your triumph reached me some while ago, but I'm pleased to have it personally confirmed. Firstly Freak, and now Titan. Truly, when I think of your achievements, I feel the loss of the Warriors of Light less keenly. There can be no greater compliment than that. You and your order are heroes. Suffice it to say, we are glad to have a scion in our ranks. I shall relay the details of your report to the Admiral forthwith. Please send my regards to the Science of the 7th Dawn. Until next time, Private. Cinder, this is Minfilia. Your Stola has informed me of your success. You have won a great victory for the people of Eorzea, one that shall not be forgotten. And what is more, both you and your Stola emerged from Ogomoro unscathed, while Tataru and the others seem less glad of that as they did Titan's fall. You can look forward to a hero's welcome. We'll be awaiting your return at the Waking Sands. There is much to discuss. Godspeed. At least she didn't literally say, pray return to the Waking Sands. This time. Like, I love that that's not a meme, but I mean it is. But like, that's actually the literal phrasing that's used multiple times in the game. Anyway, all good things return to the Waking Sands, is what it says here. I'm just reading names now. See if I'm finding any other good names. More like there's some good names here, but they're more like regular, non-funny names. This is the Karn one, right? Yeah, I'm just going to like quickly pick these up so we can unlock them. That's optional dungeons there. Return to Waking Sands. Oh no. Scary music. Search for survivors. As I said, things called all good things are never good. Or rather, they always mean something horrible. It's real. That's not real. That's the other one that was in the Alamigan Resistance. Real is the Company of Heroes prison. I turn off the HUD because it's easier to see. Just all the dead people. And that's a Garlean soldier. Even Orexia is dead. Oh wait, no. She's not. This one is glad. Walking one is safe.
We'll be awaiting your return at the Waking Sands. There is much to discuss. Godspeed. Thank heaven she is safe. Louisoire, do you see? Your light shines brightly in this one, and in time it will illuminate the realm once more. Oh!
Advance no further!
We have come for the one who slayed Ifrit and Titan. Bring her forth, and you may yet know mercy.
Confound it. Stay out of sight. I would leave a message with you. I surrender myself, on the condition you spare the innocents.
Conditions? There speaks the Supreme Sire. I'll grant you have courage, but you would be better served by armor.
Search all you will. The one you seek is not here.
So it would seem.
And yet you knew to look here. But how?
Hold that thought.
No!
Conditions of surrender. Denied.
Cease at once!
Have you not done enough?
Perhaps. Enough. We must away. Though we have not found our quarry, The High Priestess of the Scions should suffice for now. They say she also possesses the Echo. I cannot wait to hear her scream. I said enough! We leave. Bring the prisoners.
Walking one Minfilia, ask this one to... In case walking one return, this one was to say... At church in Eastern Thanalan, walking one must claim sanctuary. This one tried. Try to protect walking one Minfilia from Imperial ones. Forgive this one. Save. Martha. So yeah, all that somehow happened in between me being in a call with Minfilia and now. Pretty amazing. To be fair, I guess it makes more sense when you consider that taking the boat is not as fast as the teleportation. So, yeah, it could definitely happen during the boat travel I was on. Here I go walking the wrong way again. Well, that's an unfortunate name. I don't know if you can see it or not on the... because it's pretty small text. There's something troubling you, my child. You had a look of one who has endured great suffering. If there's anything I can do to help, anything at all, you need only ask. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. Curse my enemies, Father. Call down divine vengeance upon those who butchered my friends. We are a person who slays gods. I think we can deliver more better divine vengeance than a priest. The wild roses are dead. Father, I know not what to do. The wild roses. I see. You may speak freely here. That was the USB device getting unplugged. And replugged. The wild roses, I see. You may speak freely here. We are all friends of the Scions. How could this have happened? You're certain that Minfilia was among those taken by the Guardians? Let us pray no further harm comes to them. You may stay here for as long as you wish. It's the least I can do for a friend of Minfilia's. I have known her since she was but a child. I do recall the day, well do I recall the day of our first meeting. I swore then to do everything in my power to support her, and I will gladly offer the self-same service to her brother and sister scions. So please, no matter what you require, you need not hesitate to ask. Marquis, would you come here for a moment? Yes, father. If you require assistance, pray speak with Marquis. He is a trifle shy, but I assure you he means well. I shall explain. Marquis is a survivor of the Battle of Carthenau. Alas, his experiences took a terrible toll upon his mind. Had we not taken him into our care, he would surely have perished in the desert. Marquis, I want you to look after Cinder, do you understand? Yes, father. And now we're not high enough level. Why did you trade me? Yeah, level 35. Let's go unlock Havatali. Alright, right. That's true, I remember now. Hello, Lyda. I don't know how much you missed in your absence, so I don't know when you left. Chun-Li Unicorn. That's the name. Fuck. $30 minutes. Okay, well, the Scions have been attacked. And kidnapped. And killed. Many of them killed. Daddy Bloodlust. Alright, shall we do this? Yeah, when we returned from slaying Titan, the Gallians stormed the Waking Sands, kidnapped Nymphilia, Papalymo, Ida, Urianger, killed everyone else. Yerstola wasn't there, Thancred wasn't there. We weren't there, thankfully. Oh, I don't think Biggs and Wedge were there either. And now we're doing a side quest because I'm not high enough level to continue the main scenario. This is the first optional dungeon in the game. I'm taking the gas bomb here first because it can explode. We don't want it to explode, so it can be annoying. I actually like the non-battle music better in this dungeon. That is one thing that bugs me. A lot of dungeons have really good exploration music, and then the regular battle theme pops in and just isn't as interesting at all. We're being pretty lucky with bombs. None of them have tried to self-destruct yet. Yeah, I had my first anniversary in Story of Seasons today. Your wife literally wakes you up at 6 AM and is like, do you know what day it is? Which was funny because our anniversary is on the 2nd of winter in that game. And the 1st of winter is the mochi day. And if you do the mochi event, you get some mochi afterwards, and you literally hold the mochi over your head as you start the next day. Which causes a problem, because you're supposed to get a gift for the anniversary when that day starts. So, literally, my day starts, my wife wakes me up in the game, and it's like, Ritsu, do you remember what today is? And I pick from the list of options, it's our anniversary. She's like, it sure is. I'm so glad to have spent a full year with you. And I even got you a present. And then she just goes, could you put that thing down so I can give you your present? And the cutscene just stops and goes to gameplay, so you can pocket your item you're holding above your head. and then you can continue. But it's funny, right? Like, you get an option. You get the option of picking, it's our anniversary, it's your birthday, it's my birthday. And that's because on the birthdays, when you come back to the house after 6 p.m., your wife or your husband asks you again, like, oh, today's a special day, you know what day it is. And you have to pick the right day. But that's not how the anniversary works. The anniversary does it right at the start, so it's hard to, like, get those wrong. I have to assume the baby's birthday or the kid's birthday will also be an event, but the baby is still a baby in the game. I can't even give gifts to the baby yet. That's how small the baby is. So in my like daily events in the game, it says that I've talked to the baby. Or my daughter. It says that I've talked to my daughter. That's only because I've spoken to my wife carrying my daughter that day, which counts as talking to your daughter, which is good because that means that your daughter gets points for liking you. So that's good. But you can't give gifts to your daughter or your son until they're able to walk on their own. It's a great game. Like, I really recommend getting it. I'm getting the Steam version as soon as I can. Because then I can stream it as well, and it will be a really fun game to stream. Like, I want to do like relationship speedruns in that game. If that makes sense. Like, I want to play them and just like rush through the seasons and like give the right things to the right characters. And like get all their events as fast as possible and try to get to marriage and child as fast as possible. I have to assume that's like a common category for Harvest Moon and Story of Season speedruns. I've never watched one of them. It sounds really fun to me. And now that I'm more into the series than ever before, specifically because of the same-sex marriage stuff, I would love to just like try and do a speed run of like marrying the Harvest Goddess or something like that. And yes, you can marry the Harvest Goddess. I think she's actually the hardest to marry. Though I might be wrong, if possible Van is harder. So I think you can marry Van as well. It's like... Actually, no, Kappa is probably the hardest. There's like 4 secret wedding candidates in the game, I believe. In fact, there's the regular ones. There's 5 girls and 5 boys. And then there's the secret ones, which include the Harvest Goddess, the Kappa in the lake, Van, the pet seller, Huang, the special item seller, and these like have specific requirements outside of the standard relationship stuff you do with the regular relationship routes. You have to unlock the ability to even start flirting with them. It's cool. Also, I think if you marry the Harvest Goddess, that will be the only time where you actually ask your spouse. Or rather, that'll be the only time where your spouse is part of making the decision to adopt a kid. Since you adopt kids from the Harvest Goddess if you're in a same-sex marriage, but you do it without asking your spouse. This dungeon is pretty boring. which is why I haven't really commented on any part of it. But it's a good dungeon. It was a really good dungeon when the game came out because specifically for like helping you get XP if you were stuck on the lower 20s. But this specific boss though is so annoying. This is a drake. This is a drake, or well, it's a Guivra, but it's a drake, which is a wingless dragon. Which, for annoying reasons, will become invulnerable over and over again. And yeah, now it's happening. Now the water here is electrified, the boss is invincible, and we have to wait it out and kill these lightning sprites. And this happens 3 times, minimum, I believe. Because for whatever reason, the invulnerability doesn't start when the lightning thing starts. It starts at a specific percentage of health, so I'm pretty sure it has to happen 3 times. Twice? Really? Fair enough then. It's slightly better. Oh yeah, that makes sense actually. I was thinking like, but it's a third of the health, but yeah, obviously he dies after the last third, that makes perfect sense. So you actually don't have to head over here. That's completely optional. There's not really much reason to, because you don't even like need to unlock the map over there, I think. Yeah, you don't. So you can just go right in here. Newcomers tend to think this door is locked, but it's not. It's just closed. So you can just open it. It's needlessly confusing. I don't know why it's done like that. So, I want to say Tangata was in 1.0, and I might be wrong in saying that, but there was definitely a boss like Tangata in 1.0 that I keep mixing him up with if he wasn't Tangata. Yeah, this boss actually becomes invulnerable when it turns on fire, and you have to go destroy these fire sprites and Damascuses, otherwise, like, he will, like, shoot bigger flames. That reminds me, actually, the first boss in this dungeon was just a big fire sprite called Firemane. That sucks, and I will tell you why. Firemane is actually a summon. Actually, maybe it's not a summon, but no, I think it is a summon, actually. In Final Fantasy XII. It's also a big boss in Final Fantasy XII, which is literally a big burning horse. And it's a great fight. You fight them in the sewers early on in the game, and they just gave the name of it to a regular fire sprite, but slightly bigger. You could have fought a burning horse, but no. I do appreciate that that's a box that Tangata has the attack Scorched Earth though, because it reminds me of the Amiga game Scorched Earth, which I played when I was a kid. But I played it, actually no, Scorched Earth wasn't the Amiga version. Scorched Earth was like the Apple II version. And there was like a rip-off of Scorched Earth made for Amiga that I played, which I don't remember the name of. I didn't level. I thought they had added clear XP to these things, but I guess not. Oh, fuck. Georgina, Alana, I'll let you decide. Should we run Korn? Or should we run Guild Hests until I'm 35? Wait, do I not have Guild Hests? How do I not have Guild Hests? What the fuck? Don't you automatically unlock Guild Hests level 10 anymore? Okay, we'll do Karn then. And I agree, Karn is better. I just thought Guild Hests would be faster because clear XP, but apparently I don't even have Guild Hests, so the fuck is up with that? You have to unlock guild leaves first. What? Since when? Probably since always. I probably just don't remember, but what the actual fuck? That's annoying. What's this? Oh, Jandelane. We don't need Jandelane right now. I love Jandelane, but we don't need him. I don't know what that is. Did I not fucking attune to Aleport? That's twice I've forgotten to attune to Aleport. We literally had this song and dance yesterday. Wait, what the fuck? I don't have to go to... okay. I'm just going to quickly do this leave quest. You can join if you want to. Boo-boo-boo. I'll take that as not wanting to. Boom. I only have to kill it. Okay, cool. There. Done. That's much better than the older starting one, which is just a big fucking lawn escort mission. You have to beckon an NPC over and over. Yay, now I have guild tests. But okay, corn it was. I'm just gonna go run and attune to Aleport first. So apparently I forgot. Oh, this Fate is a good name. It's I just died in 6 arms tonight. Just died in your arms tonight. Must have been something you said. Should have walked away. Should have walked away. Because of like old habits and watching AMV Hell, whenever I see like a sad scene of someone dying in someone's arms, that music just starts playing in my head and I have to resist just bursting into song. I love this quest here. This is Scribbled. He has a quest where you adopt a kitten and a puppy. You get them as minions. Oh, you can't see Pharaoh Sirius from here. That's a bit of a shame. Like the actual quest isn't about adopting it, but it ends with you adopting a puppy and a kitten. Okay, let's do this. I say and realize that I'm not. I need to be level 35 to do Karn. Guild Hests it is! Fuck. You're okay with Guild Hests, right? I shouldn't take too long. Oh, do you not have them? I could just do some quests, I guess. You don't have them unlocked. Okay, I'll just jump in there. Hopefully it goes fast. I can do some quests while I wait and see if that helps. It's kind of low level quests though, so maybe I should do it somewhere else. Well, actually no, it's enough XP for what I'm doing. There's a few quests total, and there's some killing involved, and I only need 25,000 XP, so that's like just a couple of quests. You get like 2.5 to 3,000 per quest at this level, so should be fine. Yeah, going back to what I was saying before, like AMV Hell, if you don't know what that is, I'll explain it in a while, in a little bit, but AMV Hell has completely, like, permanently ruined certain kinds of scenes in anything now, because I just instantly relate them to AMV Hell. And if you don't know what AMV Hell is, it was a series of very, like, micro-length AMVs made as a joke, just cut together into one long thing. So it would just be like a short bit where, like, for example, you know, like a character was like spinning around in a funny way in an anime, and they said it to "You spin me right round," for example, for like 5 seconds, and then like they did like a TV change channel like bzz effect, and oh, those don't exist anymore, do they? Went to the next one, and these were oh shit. Like the first one of these was like 10 minutes long, and then the third and fourth one, which were the last ones of the original AMV Hell series, were like feature film length of just these short little joke videos, and they were the funniest thing you could ever see in 2006. Like, absolutely hilarious. And one of the things they did, and I believe AMV Hell 4, was they had a scene from some anime where a character is dying in someone else's arms, and it just goes, "I just died in your arms tonight," and that was about it. And then they cut to the next one. So like they had like a scene from like what's that one called? Is it it's the one that I want to say Kodomo no Omocha, but I'm also worried that's the pedophile anime, because it has a very similar name. But it's the one that's not a pedophile anime, it's a kids anime. So it's meant to be like, yeah, because Kodomo no Omocha means like child's toy, so that should be the right one. And like there's just a dude with sunglasses, and that was set to sunglasses at night, for example. And after MV Hell 4, the original people who made it like stopped making them. And then like they came back with new versions. There was AMV Hell 5, and there's been a ton of like inspired versions since then. I like it. It's funny. Like I find that hilarious. It was basically a form of YouTube poop, except it wasn't on YouTube. It was, you downloaded well, I guess they are on YouTube now, but these were actually like you had to download them like through torrents, because they were feature film and full of copyrighted music, you know? God, they were funny though. Like, not all of them were funny, some of them were just like not good, but like on the whole, fucking fantastic stuff. And so much effort went into them. Like, you gotta love the effort if nothing else. Now we have a kitten, yay! We need 16,000 more XP. AMV Hell 4 especially, the final one, as it was meant to be. I think it was called like the last one or something like that, or the last AMV Hell. It was 90 fucking minutes of just like micro-size AMV jokes. God damn, I would rewatch it just over and over. I could like, there was at one point I was able to like fully recite all of those little micro AMVs in order, start to finish, from both AMV Hell 3 and AMV Hell 4. There were always some that was like recurring gags too, where like someone had thought of a gag, which was the same gag someone else has thought of. It kind of happened with something like recently popular, like when that song Halo was really popular. that ended up being connected to both the Halo anime and to like anime involving angels like Dokuro-chan. MVO 4 also has 3 variants of the Dear Sister meme. We didn't call them memes back then, but I guess that's what it is now. And if you don't remember the Dear Sister meme, there was this really melodramatic drama series called The OC. And there was this infamous episode called Dear Sister, in which a character writes a letter to his sister, and after finishing the letter, one of his friends comes in and shoots him dead. And when he's shot and falls to his death, Imogen Heap's hide-and-seek plays. And it just goes, what you said, ooh, that you only meant well, as he died. And it was so overly melodramatic and hilarious that this led to I want to say SNL, it might not have been, but I think it was SNL making a parody of this where like a bunch of people died in order. And following that, it just kept going and everyone was making parodies of people dying. And like at 3 points in AMVL 4, they have like a death scene from an anime set to that music, and it's like fucking hilarious. The best part though is that the third one is not actually an anime death scene. It is Spike from Cowboy Bebop going bang at the screen, and then they cut to live action of the person editing the AMV dying to the music. And it's just beautiful. Oh, I love that kind of humor. Just absurd, silly internet jokes that don't like make fun. Like they don't punch down. They aren't trying to be crude. They aren't like trying to be like offensive. They're just being nonsensical, referential, or silly. That is my favorite type of like online humor. YouTube Poops had so much of that. YouTube Poops also had a whole lot of terrible things. There's lots of racist things, among other things. But when YouTube Poop was at its best, it was just glorious nonsense that I just adored. This must be enough, right? Nope. 10,000 more. What I love about that OC episode, Dear Sister, was that I had a friend who loved that show as it aired. Like, watched every episode. And I'd never seen a single episode of it. And the night that episode, Dear Sister, aired, was the only time that I saw it. And it was not like planned. I was at my friend's house and he was like, I want to watch the OC now, is that okay? And I was like, yeah, sure, I'll watch it with you. And it was that fucking episode. And I'm so glad I got to watch it, like, unspoiled on it, so to say, and then discover all the parody stuff made in its name afterwards. Just great stuff. What were they called again? YouTube Poops? Can't find the enemy I have to kill from my hunting log, because that would give me stuff. The Rotano Buccaneer. They're supposed to be here in quarters though, but I'm not seeing any human enemies. The anime shows AMV Hell? Both AMV Hell 3 and AMV Hell 4 also had like really elaborately made ending sequences where they like did like actual like really high effort cut together AMVs for a full-length song to set to the credits there. For AMVL3 it was a Country Road remix, and for AMVL4 it was Welcome to the Black Parade, and it's just like the Welcome to the Black Parade one is just fucking fantastic. I mean, so is the Country Roads one, but like it's just so good. The creativity on display just to make like a few laughs with just out of some like random nonsense like that. I deeply respect all the people involved in that. I can remember at the time when AMVL4 came out and I heard it was the last one, I was really sad because I would have loved to be part of an AMVL. And there were revivals. I never ended up submitting anything for them. Like there was an AMVL5 and it was okay. I feel like at that point it was like a year or two later they came back and did an AMVL5. But at that point it sort of had this thing where like, you know how fast internet humor moves? Like something that was funny 2 years ago, it's still funny in retrospect, but trying to emulate it isn't funny anymore. And that's kind of how I felt about AMVL5 at the time. Like, it was, you know, well made, the same way that AMVL3 and 4 were made. But, I don't know, like, it didn't make me laugh the way that those two did, even though it was effectively the exact same thing. And I still found the originals funny. But I do feel like that's very much emblematic of internet humor, because it has to move that fast, because, you know, it's a global network of people constantly trying to think of a new funny thing to make others laugh. It's going to always just change. But it's not even just repetition, it's just like the mood of what is funny changes over time. And you can reset your mind to the time when something was funny if it's something that was made at the time. But when it's made after that, it's much harder to do so. I think this is why a lot of people realize now, for example, that Destroy All Humans is a game they don't find particularly funny. Despite having thought it was very funny back in 2005. Because, like, yeah, you found that funny in 2005, but that was 2005. It was a completely different, time, you know? So I'm just trying to adjust my, thing. So when it's centered properly, I think that's centered. Okay, we can continue the story now. Yay! It's also one of the reasons why comedy that's derived ironically, or rather comedy that wasn't intentional, can rarely be followed up on. It's not just because when you try to make comedy intentionally out of something that was comedy unintentionally, you end up making it in a different way. But it's also part of the fun was the discovery that something that wasn't meant to be funny was funny. So like, when Birdemic came out as a serious movie, it was funny to people. But when Birdemic 2 comes out, and it's, you know, it's basically the same thing, it's not really funny because now it's trying to be that thing. And the funny thing was that it was trying to be serious. This is actually a problem I have with Shenmue 3. You might know that Shenmue 1 and 2 are my favorite games of all time. Or I tend to say that at least. My opinions of what my favorite games are changes back and forth. But Shenmue has been the ones I tend to name as my favorite games of all time. And Shenmue 1 and Shenmue 2 has really, really poorly localized dialogue, stilted acting, and awkward silences in between all the voice lines as they're being loaded. That was acceptable in 2000, 1999 when the game came out actually, and it was funny because of the unintentional comedy from those awkward things. In Shenmue 3 they do those things again, now intentionally, and not because that was the state of localization and voice acting in 1999. And I hate it. I hate it. It makes me feel like they're not taking the game seriously. At all. Like, they're catering more to the idea that Shenmue is a joke than a serious thing. And I hate it. And yeah, it's one of the reasons I haven't played through Shenmue 3 yet. I have the game. I have it installed. But like, whenever I see them talking, I'm just like, I hate it. I wanted to see Shenmue 1 and 2's potential fulfilled with modern standards. Not a modern game emulating the silly things of the previous game. It's not funny now. It's just sad. I did get my Shenmue 3 box. It's somewhere here. I have like a bunch of games and DVDs stacked on top of each other right now because I had to find a thing to show a friend the other day. See, these are PS4 games, so it's not here. That's Shenmue 2. There it is. Yeah, so the Shenmue 3 PC edition, which was delayed because of Epic Game Store exclusivity. I have it now. It took months, but it's out. This is the slipcase. It's an okay enough slipcase, I guess. And then there's the super ugly standard box art behind it. Doesn't really show well in the webcam. But terrible box art, and I don't know why, because the original games had beautiful box art, so I'm not sure if, like, I don't know why they didn't try to go mimic the style of the original games there, where it actually would have mattered. But yeah, I backed that game. The biggest pledge I have given any crowdfunding project went to Shenmue 3, because Shenmue 1 and 2 are my favorite games of all time, and I was so excited. Waited 5 years, or 4.5 years, and really? Really? That's what I paid for. At least my name is in the credit. But yeah, like, but that's what I mean though, like, if you try to, like, emulate a joke outside of the conditions or era of why it was funny and when it was funny, it's not gonna be funny. Because we've moved on. Oh really? That's cool. I mean, I don't hate the game. Like, at some point I will probably make a video about it and talk about it and my feelings on it in general. But specifically, like, the dialogue is my big issue with the game. Because if they had taken the dialogue seriously and not, like, tried to emulate the funny, bad localization, my biggest issue with the game so far would have been solved. Here's another thing. The slipcase is too big for the the case, because for some reason they put the PC version in a Blu-ray case, and Blu-ray cases are not as thick as PS4 cases. They're slightly thinner. And this is made for the PS4, because they use the same ones for both. So it's just like, just passes right through, like that. Really good job. Paid extra for that. Thank you, Deep Silver. And Cock Media. Fucking Cock Media. Yeah, one day I'll make a video on this thing, or a stream on this thing, or something just to talk about in detail, but the dialogue is really what pisses me off more than anything else. I don't mind the graphics like some have complained about, and I don't mind the gameplay itself, at least not as far as I've played. But yeah. It's funny because replaying Shenmue 1 HD, I was like surprised by how like genuinely good I felt it was still, despite having aged, 2 decades. And then Shenmue 3 comes out and it's like, oh well, this somehow hasn't aged well even though it just now released. I'm getting off topic, but or not off topic. I'm getting sidetracked from the game. But yeah, that's how I felt about AMVL 5. Except AMVL 5, was supposed to be funny like the original ones. It wasn't like an ironic thing. It's just that the time for that humor had we've moved on from it, so we couldn't be nostalgic for it and still find it funny. Now maybe that will come around at some point. Maybe the style of AMV Hell or YouTube poops and such will come back. I don't know. Maybe. But at least that's how I felt when I watched AMV Hell 5 when that was new, which I don't even remember when it came out. Like, it might have been 2009, 2010, like, I don't know. All I know is that right now I want to rewatch AMV Hell 4. Banana Pancakes. God damn, we have some good names on this server. I have seen Super Eyepatch Wolf's review pop up in my recommendations, but I don't know who that is, so I haven't watched them. Excuse me, Cinder, do you have a moment? It concerns the broken horologe which was found in the pocket of a man brought here for burial. There's something familiar about it, but I just cannot say what. Perhaps if I tinker with the device, it will come to me. However, I lack the proper tools to do so. I would ask that you journey to Uldheim instead and obtain a bull-point chisel and a pair of needle-nosed pincers. If you're willing to do so, please note that, as they are uncommon tools, you may need to visit the Goldsmith's Guild and browse markets in order to find them. I used my luck. I scavenged her oven thinking I could use it to make myself hot meals, but it looks to be in a bad way. Lots of dent, a few holes even. Hey, you're pretty well traveled, ain't ya? Ever seen one of these before, so better yet know how to fix it? No? Blah. Well, I don't know who you ought to ask. Mind showing this oven to Marquis for me? He repaired a clockwork toy I found once, maybe he can do something with it. Is there something I can do for you? This is an alchemist alembic. You say the boy wishes use for cooking? It's possibly possible, or if I make some modifications, but I would need a bronze ornamental hammer to do so. Can you bring me one, Cinder? You only go so far to Camp Drybone to find a merchant who sells tools. I already was given this by Alana in the game. It's strange. Oh shit, I skipped the line. I can convert the alembic into a makeshift oven, but only once they have brought me the hammer. Thank you, Cinder. It shan't take more than a day, I believe. It's strange. I know I must have learned these skills long ago, but I haven't the foggiest when and where that was. I sure wonder where it could have been. If only... Oh my god, that's an ugly fucking armor. But it's better armor than what I have, so... But if only there was a recurring character in the Final Fantasy series who is specifically famous for being a really good person when it comes to tinkering with things. I am not sure what I'm doing on the map. Yeah, if you want to see something really fucking depressing, I think the video of me being exciting about being like super excited about Shenmue 3 and Final Fantasy VII Remake being announced on the same day at the PS3 press conference in 2015. I think those videos are on this channel, this YouTube channel, and I mean I love Final Fantasy VII Remake, so that turned out great. But Shenmue 3, yeah. Look, it's the best name in the game. It's meme desu. Oh, it's character. A ballpoint chisel? My weapon have a surplus of that particular tool. By all means, take one if you so desire. Another request, if you don't mind me saying. It has a very limited number of applications. Why do you have a surplus of it if you barely can use it for anything? What's the next one? Okay. Welcome, welcome! What might be a discerning? Oh well, did you say needle-nose princess? Must be a skilled craftsman indeed. Please, take this pair as a gift. By the by, you have representation here in exchange? If not, I would be most interested in discussing a partnership. What's this? Oh fuck, Cutters Cry! That's another side quest dungeon. That's another 1.0 dungeon. Can't do that until 38 though. Synth Goat. Oh god, that's better. I've never misread it. Synth Goat has always like just read fine to me, but Synth Goat is a great name. Have you brought the tools I requested? Something occurs to me. Please wait here for a moment. It was for naught. Though I repaired the device easily, the sensation that stirs within me remains a mystery. But how did I do it? These hands, my hands, they've moved with a mind of their own, deftly manipulating the clockwork mechanisms. There was no doubt or uncertainty. I knew exactly what to do, as though I had performed the same motions countless times before. Pardon me, Cinder. This was a mistake. Please give the horologe to Sister Lund. The man who once owned it is currently in her care, and I think it's best that it be returned to him. The identity of this mysterious Marquis would be much, much, much more mysterious if he didn't wear a pair of goggles on his head. Spoiler, there's a recurring character in the Final Fantasy series who always wears goggles, and is a tinkerer, a mechanic. Good evening to you, madame. Have you come to pay your respect to this man? Never before have I seen such a queer device. You say that it measures the passing of time? Mayhap they are more common than Garlemald. I am given to understand that its cities are filled with all manner of amazing technologies. Marquis said that it belonged to the deceased. Oh dear. You don't suppose that the owner might have been a Garlean spy? It may behoove us to notify the authorities in Camp Drybone. But, mayhaps more importantly, how did Marquis manage to repair this device? I knew he had a talent for the trades, but this goes far beyond mending fences and thatching roofs. Oh, we get to talk with Ilcum. Or Ilcum. Excuse me, Cinder, you don't know me, but I've observed you assisting the priests with their work. I too would like to offer what succor I might. Since tending the lich shard, this heat can quickly sap one's energy. Perhaps a restorative drink made to combat fatigue would be ideal. Of course, Aqua del Sol. That would surely do the trick. To make it, I will need a freshly cut brassodel soul. I have not the skills at arms to slay a wild sabotentidel soul, but you do, so... You don't only go as far as the spring east of Camp Drybone. The beasts are often sighted in that vicinity. If you brought me one of their arms, I can make enough aquadel soul for everyone. When two different scenario writers have decided to reference Costa del Sol from Final Fantasy 7, and one just adds it as a location where a big part of the main story takes place in, and another one just adds it as enemy names and a drink name. I mean, why not? Yeah, I forgot to check the new... okay. Oh, this lake. I've spent a lot of time in this lake searching for things and oiling up old men. Well, middle-aged men. The Hildebrand questline. It's a really good questline when it's not being transphobic, but mostly a really good questline. Have you considered my request, Cinder? I never imagined you would return so quickly. Thank you so much. It's an incredibly simple beverage to prepare if you wait for one moment. There. Did you serve a sample of... Wait, don't drink it! I mean, I was hoping you might give the first glass to Marquis on my behalf. Of course, I intend to provide enough for a glass eventually, just as Marquis is so... Surely you notice what a handsome man he is. I mean, it's not for me to say. I wouldn't call Marquis, as he goes by, handsome, but fair enough. Oh, Cinder, what is it? For me? Thank you. Was perhaps the girl who... No, it couldn't have been her. I appreciate Ilkun's kind gender... I appreciate I appreciate Ilkun's kind gesture, but Father Iliad isn't far greater need of his use. His work places great strain on his body and soul, yet he continues to neglect himself. It's enough for everyone! Stop fucking pushing it around! I recognize you now, Cinder. Allow me to express my deepest condolences for those who lost their lives in the attack. I apologize if discussing this upsets you, but you should know that the bodies of your comrades are presently being removed from the Waking Sands and prepared for transport here. If you wish to leave this work to others, I understand. However, taking part might help you find closure. And most importantly, it might end up taking up time. So yeah, since we're no longer gaining levels quickly, we will probably not get to Stone Vigil today. Which is a shame. I genuinely didn't think that you got stuck anymore in REBORN with XP. I was pretty sure you just got enough from playing it these days. But I guess not. Huh? You don't look like one of them stretch fellas. Until turn you away, no sir. As you can see, we got a pile of unidentified bodies over yonder. No one's come to claim them, so after the let should they go. But thankfully you didn't have to go inside to see the carnage for yourself. It was stuff of nightmares, I tell you. Goddamn Imperials. I don't know what quarrel they have with these folks, I'm sure as hell don't want to know. Sooner we put this behind us, the better. Say, I see you around before. You just have one of the faces? Never mind. On the road, there's a carriage come to hold the bodies of Richard up by Eastgate. There's only 8 left to load up, but seeing as I'm exhausted from carrying all the others, I have in mind to leave the remainder to you. Won't put to cover your nose while you work, some of these folks are starting to turn. Yay! Carrying bodies. What happened to the big fella? Ah, forget it. Just bring the next batch and toss him in the back. This is a complaint if you're rough. Well, ain't you a strong one? 4 in one trip. Reckon there's no need for me to lend you a hand with the rest then. Yeah, how the fuck did we carry 4 corpses at once? Did we just stack them? Come on, let's finish before I die of old age. Should be all of them. Thanks for the help. I reckon it won't take too long to deliver all the corpses to Richard. Even so, you might have to hurry back and tell them that our work here is done. Where's Curtis Cry again? Could just go in and unlock that while I'm here. Yeah, let's do that. Curtis Cry is one of the 1.0 dungeons that actually kind of kept most of its concept from 1.0 for the REBORN version. Like, it's all the same bosses, the same final boss. Although they're sort of rearranged, but like, still, it's the same bosses. And for the most part, it's the same, like, reason you're there too. The main difference was that in 1.0 it was a what did they call those dungeons? Well, it allowed more players in. And 1.0 had this chest system where defeating bosses earned you certain chests, and clearing within a certain time earned you a chest, and there were optional bosses and optional paths, and you had to do everything within a certain time limit, and then all those chests appear at the end. These days, that's not how it works at all. You can actually see remnants of that, because sometimes the boss clear chest appears off-center in dungeons that are based on 1.0 dungeons, and that's because it's the 5th chest, and there were supposed to be 4 more chests before it. As you decided to heed my advice, I pray that, in doing so, you found some small measure of peace. The first carriage from Lesbiandrea arrived not too long ago. We'd begun preparing your comrades for burial. I had a hand in the initial rites, and I would like you to know that before many, death came quickly. Rest assured that we will treat them with the utmost respect and do everything we can to shepherd them to Thal's realm. And now we lose our beautiful look for this nonsense. God, this is unsightly. There is one thing I regret to inform you. Though we wish to inter your comrades on church ground, the number of fallen sirens far exceed our estimates. After discussing the matter with Father Illid, we have concluded that we have no choice to bury the dead in the same plots as those who perished in the calamity. Please forgive us, we do not wish to dishonor the memory of the fallen, but as caretakers of the liturgy, these are the realities that we must face. Cinder, what befell your order was an unforgivable crime. If you would have these villains brought to justice, consider making a pilgrimage to the Mark of the Warden. Though I do not follow the teachings of the Azema, it is said to offer praise before her mark is to invoke her divine judgment. Regardless of your faith, mayhap it will be worth the effort. Yeah, this armor is really bad. Even if I apply the glamour plate, that just means that I lose my feet again and I have to walk around barefoot. Which is annoying, for other reasons. Sir, you're in my hunting log, that means you have to die. You have to die. But not this one, so it's probably just my Maelstrom hunting log. I'm going to temporarily take off my headphones. It's because my ears are not liking them right now, and it gets really warm. And sweaty ears are not fun. The only reason I wear them in the first place is because I don't want there to be like an echo of sound from both my speakers and from the actual capture. As you kneel before the mark of the Warden in a moment of quiet solitude, you breathe deep of the dry desert air. The roar of the rushing waters is punctuated by the faint chirping of Valkin and the shrill cries of a hawk. The gods, however, remain silent. So these stones, with the symbol on them for one of the gods. By the way, then you can see the beautiful crystals here. There are 12 of those stones all over the world. Look how gorgeous this is. You can walk on these. But it's high-level territory, like a level 48 territory, I believe. Just absolutely gorgeous. I fucking love this. Anyway, so yeah, there's 12 of those stones for the 12, the gods in Eosian belief. And those stones were in 1.0 as well. And there was the final quest of 1.0 in the main story scenario. Was called Living on a Prayer. And it involved you going around to each of them, offering up prayers to the 12. To prepare for the Battle of Hartana. You actually can take that pilgrimage in REBORN. But only if you get married. The quest for getting married involves taking that same pilgrimage again. I think it's even called Living on a Prayer, or like it's referencing that name or in some way when you do that quest. You go visit all the 12 locations and pray at the marks of the 12. And yeah, it's a Bon Jovi reference. Oh, even back in 1.0, Michael Koji Fox was doing what he does best. Well, he shouldn't get all the credit. There's other localizers on the game as well, of course. But he is the localization lead. I think he was... Well, yeah, he definitely was at the time as well, because I was doing Yoshida's run of the game. You have honored the dead with your pilgrimage, Cinder. Even if Azema did not hear your prayers, I believe to provide a comfort to your fallen brethren. Remember that although the body is but a vessel that must one day be surrendered to the life stream, our souls shall endure, and the righteous shall find solace in Thal's realm. Although we can perform rites for most of the Scions, there is one whom we cannot accept. We would like you to return this one to her people, the sylphs of Little Solace. It is only proper that she be given to the care of her friends and family, so that they may mourn her in accordance with sylph traditions. Do a player search for the first name Scratchy. Okay. So it's gonna be balls. Scratchy Bumbleflat? Company A-Team? I wonder if that's a reference to A-Team, the TV series and movie, or A-Team, the company behind the Revue Starlight mobile game. Oh, my last Eat the Right ticket. Whoa, we're halfway there. Oh, living on a prayer. Take my hand and we'll make it, I swear. Oh, oh, living on a prayer. Listened to a lot of Bon Jovi growing up. This one is surprised to see walking one a little solace. How can these ones assist walking one? No, Norexia? But this one does not understand. Comaxio, this one has heard much wailing. This one would know what has caused such distress. Terrible news, Elder One! Awful news! Walking One has returned to Little Solace, but why? These ones have not requested further aid. Norexia? How did this happen? Explain. Oh right, no, I gave a different voice for Frixio because he's the elder. Norexia, how did this happen? Explain everything to this one at once. So not only Norexia, but many of Walking One's friends were lost as well. Norexia! Norexia went to Fanalan at the behest of this one. Walking One was with Norexia at the end. Tell this one that Norexia was brave. Tell this one that Norexia did not suffer. This one is glad to hear Walking One's words. Thank you for bringing Norexia home, Walking One. These ones also wish to thank Praying Ones. Tell Praying Ones these ones will remember this kindness. This one demands vengeance! Imperial Ones must pay! Imperial Ones must suffer! When the time comes for Walking Ones to face Imperial Ones, do not forget these ones. These ones would not have Norexia's death be for naught. These ones will fight! Oh, we have to pay to teleport now. No! I just realized one of the reasons I feel like the Chocobo takes up too much of the screen is because I'm used to smaller Chocobos. Because I play as a Viera now, who somehow fit her ears into this. Maybe they're like in here. God, this is such an ugly fucking armor. We thank you for your services to the church and to the sylphs. You may be pleased to know that in your absence we interred the remaining scions in the lichard. Perhaps you will still wish to do more for your friends. If so, I will remind you that you have already done so much on their behalf. Please take a rest and set aside your burdens for now, Cinder. Yeah, it's the worst, isn't it? And I can't even get rid of it, because glamour plates can only be applied in cities. I'm not imagining it. Cinder, I know I'm being watched. No, not the girl. I know about her. This is different, sinister. It is as if I am under observation. The feeling comes and goes, but I felt it when I last went to that side. Yes, I know I felt it. Will you look outside for me, please? It will only take a moment. I'm not sure how he would expect us to know if someone's looking for him by going outside and looking. Oh shit, I forget, the only way to jump over this is to jump off that gravestone. Otherwise you don't get high enough to jump over the fence. It's an Imperial Frumentarius. We really go out of their way to have complicated Roman names for their titles. Oh wow, I'm off. Thankfully, I think the cats are asleep, so Because Levy, our younger cat, she completely loses her mind whenever she sees a moth. You were attacked, weren't you? Are you unharmed? Thank the gods. I knew it. He was watching me. But why was he watching me? What did he want with me? Did he, perhaps, know something of my past? If only I could have asked him. I need to think. Please allow me a moment alone. Wait. Father Iliad must hear of this. Will you tell him for me? It's important. I think others may come for me again. He's standing here! Heavens forfend that such a thing should happen on holy ground. Do you have any idea who this man was? Do you notice anything distinctive about his garb or possessions? This is Garlean steel, which means the man who was watching Marquis was... I like that I didn't tell them that there was an Imperial, I thought. I just waited until I could show the sword. Make haste to Camp Dragon at once. We must summon the Immortal Flames before more Imperials come. Oh, hell yeah.
I fondly hoped that I might be the first to speak with you. Would that I had been so fortunate. At ease, adventurer. I come not on behalf of the Empire. On the contrary, I mean to revive the scions of the Seventh Dawn. And to that end, I have come in search of a legend. The greatest engineer of our time, Master Cid Garland. I have come for you.
I fear you are mistaken, child. He is but a poor soul who bore witness to the horrors at Carteneau. I beg of you, leave us in peace.
Wait, Hear me, Cid. Eorzea needs you.
Cid, was it? Here. These belong to you. I thought you bore the mark of greatness. It seems that I was right. Our time together was all too brief, but it felt as though my son had returned to me. You have brought joy to an old man's life. But it is time for you to help those who truly need you.
Who are you? Alphino Leveilleur, at your service. As a scion of the Seventh Dawn, I stand against our primal and imperial foes, as my grandfather once did. 'Tis no secret what befell our order at the Waking Sands. Word has already spread across Eorzea. The repercussions are far greater than you realize. In the wake of the calamity, the three city-states focused their efforts solely on reconstruction, leaving the scions to combat the primal threat unaided. And lo, we are all but destroyed. Yet even as the nations mourn our demise and abandon what little hope they have left, we cannot forsake our duty, now least of all. The Ixal have summoned Garuda once more, and she torments the people of Kurthus as we speak. Her appetite for destruction far exceeds that of other primals. Worse, in her present incarnation, our Baldessian colleagues believe she surpasses both Ifrit and Titan in strength. Yet, therein lies an opportunity. Were we somehow to defeat Garuda, it would serve as a warning to the other beast tribes that even their mightiest gods can be felled. If we are to face our foe, we must first circumvent the tempest that shields her sanctuary. And for that, we need an airship. Your airship, Cid.
I have an airship?
Yes, Cid, you do. Your very own airship. It was last seen in the skies over Gridania, not long before the calamity. So let us begin our search there.
An airship? My airship? Oh, wait.
Come, let us put an end to the primals. Together, we will show the world that the Scions are still a force to be reckoned with.
They need my airship. They need me.
Okay, so this is what Cid looked like in 1.0 as well, minus the beard. So if they had just allowed him to dress in his own clothes and like asked the Scions, do you know this person? They would have told them 5 years ago, yeah, that's Cid. He's our friend. But yeah. Cid, the recurring engineer of the Final Fantasy series, always wears goggles. Where the hell's the next main story? What? Where the fuck is the quest? This isn't supposed to happen. Right? Make for Gridania, where the Enterprise was last seen. What, is the next quest in Gridania? Why would they design it like that? I don't remember them doing that. Very odd. There's no main quest here either. At least I can switch out clothes. What? Alana! Help me out here. Where's the next quest? What the fuck? It's not here. Are you serious? Is that actually how they did it? It didn't even show up when I talked to the priest. Like, I checked my recommendations and there was no... yeah. That is ridiculous. That is terrible design. Well then, I guess we're doing Karn. If you're up for it. Because now I'm high enough level for that. Oh no, this is the one with the fucking puzzle. Oh, I never remember the solution for the puzzle. I'm going to look it up on my phone. Fireball left, strawberry right. Okay. Oh, you know it? Okay. That's good. I can never remember. What the fuck? Oh shit. I don't have Defiance on. For some reason. When did I lose Defiance? You don't pick up anything here, do you? No. just supposed to see the hints for later. Did that fucker just do final sting on me? Asshole! This boss throws Doom, which is the instant spell. No, not instant. It's a death spell. It's a cooldown, then you die. And the only way to get rid of it is to, in this boss, is to run onto one of the platforms while they're glowing. There are some bosses where you can actually like use Esuna, the Conjurer skill, to get rid of Doom, but it's pretty rare. You can't dodge Doom either. You have to get it and then get rid of it. Yeah, so now we get Doom. There it is. We have 12 seconds to find a plate to stand on. There we go. Otherwise, dead. I do? I think I did. Yeah, so these Temple Bees have a an attack called Final Sting, which is an instant death attack. But it also kills itself. You can learn that attack as Blue Mage. And yes, you still die. You also learn Self-Destruct. Yes, you do die. Blue Mage is fun. Useless, but fun. Oh wait, alright, you have to kill them on the... Ah, that's my bad. That's me forgetting how it works. Ah, bad. I shouldn't be tanking. Come here. These heads have to die on the plates, otherwise they will just come back. There we go. Really not much to say about this dungeon. It's okay. Has skeletons in it. It's always nice. The main annoyance with this one is, as I mentioned, there's a puzzle at the end. And you have to do the puzzle right. You only have one try if you want to get the full map, because that's the only way to open up a secret chamber. Although if you get it wrong, you do get to fight more enemies, so that can be beneficial as well, I guess. Yay! So this boss is a little annoying. You basically have to attack the soul stone in the boss, and then when that explodes you can do more damage to the main body, and then it regenerates, and etc, and it's repeat until, well, it's dead. Yay! Oh, it actually went pretty well. But sometimes I actually, like sometimes you actually have to take an additional like face on that. I'm glad we didn't have to. What the fuck? All right. Is it judgment time? Almost. One chamber before that. So the first puzzle is easy. There are 4 locked chambers and you have to put the right stone on the right thing. You can actually just look above the door to see the symbol. So that one isn't too hard to get right as long as you're observant enough to actually like explore the environment, survey the environment. Oh, what? I'm getting really tired of these fuckers not aggroing on me, even though I do attacks on them and do, you know, enmity-specific attacks. Yeah, Eugene is just like rushing through these now. If you look like, but this is one with the broken symbol. The other ones have symbols you can read, or not. Oh no, it's these that have symbols. So there's a gem there, for example, and it says for the gem of whatever. And then there's like still have different names. But the second puzzle, the Scales of Judgment, they don't have that easy way of just noticing by looking in the environment. I'm genuinely not sure if you can, like, discern the answer from the original scale at the start. I have to assume you can, but I've never been able to, which is why I can never remember the actual, like, order, because, well, I always just leave it to someone else who knows it. Yeah, like if we go here, this stone pedestal has grapes on it, so it's the fruit of knowledge. It's easy enough. What the fuck? Did we somehow miss the thing? There we go. I'm not gonna get the greasy half apron. That should be enough to have all of them aggro on me. Come on. Regina, you are a healer! But yeah, there, Regina put the grapes on the right and the flame on the left, and that allows us to go in here. And I believe now we're going to fight a model from Final Fantasy XII. Yep, we are. That's the Final Fantasy XII 3D model. Yeah, now it's a DPS's job to handle the heads. Otherwise, I will just pull the boss onto them, and that's not good. So hopefully they can handle that. And those laser things there. Again, DPS responsibility. I forget if it's this boss fight or if it's the hard version boss fight. They lock you into little like rooms with those. Oh yeah, it is this boss fight, because this is when they do that. If you stand in that area when a thing happens, you will you can't leave until you kill the thing. Oh, look at all that blue. Beautiful. Pink's beautiful too. Dungeon Siege 1. Oh, I remember Dungeon Siege 1. That game was okay. Dungeon Siege 2 was okay as well, then Dungeon Siege 3 was just terrible. Terrible! Square Enix game too. First two weren't. I think they got the IP when they bought Eidos or something. I don't remember the first two being Eidos. Man, it's nothing fun for me except for a pair of pants, which weren't even actually for me, but fair enough. That went okay. I mean, I fucked up some in the beginning, but it went okay. And now I can continue the story. Alana, what level is Stone Vigil? What a curious twist of fate that Master Sid Garland would at last be found within our church. It defies imagination. Wait, so you knew who Master Sid Garland was and you still didn't recognize him? Beg your pardon, Cinder. You wish to find his airship, yes. I know not how much truth there is to it, but there is a tale known as the final flight of the Enterprise, which grew popular in the wake of the calamity, much like the Great Gubu Wall of Ulda. Oh god, I'm gonna talk about that after this. It states that the Enterprise flew northwest from Gridania towards Curtis. If true, the airship would have passed through the North Shroud, likely over Fall God Float, the closest settlement to Curtis. Mayhap the Serpent Station there have records of the event that transpired that day. I had hoped you might rest from your journey for a time, but I see that the world still has need of you and the Scions. Pray look after yourself and Sid, Cinder. Alright, fucking the Great Gubu Wall of Ulda was an actual thing. Like a player-made thing. In the final days of Final Fantasy XIV 1.0, the developers had Dalamud falling, the Battle of Curtis coming, and so to really get the whole end of days thing across, they started spawning high-level mobs all over the world, including in cities. So players, high-level players, took to defending the cities, and they also took their Gubu mounts and formed a wall around Ulda to protect the city from monsters. This happened on like every server. It instantly became a thing that you did during that part of the game. And that's what they just referenced right there. Players forming a wall of Gubus around Ulda. Is there aught I can assist you with, miss? The Enterprise? You speak of Master Garland's ship, yes? Aye. Needn't refer to records. I know that the airship was sighted overhead 5 years ago, clearly bound for Curtis. What became of it after that, I cannot say. If you wish to know more, pray speak with Waterfalls at Florence's Spire. He was on duty that day and saw it with his own eyes. I'm unsure whether this will be accomplished, though. Even should you look at the ship, will you not need a man of Master Garland's caliber to fly it? I hear tell that the machinery is fiendishly complex. But oh, Stone Vigil is 41 or 42? Holy shit! How much padding is there between this and that? Because there's no other duties. Like, there's no, like, trial or anything before that, right? And surely there's not... Oh, is the... No, the Zamal Darkhold is later. That's 40... something as well, but it's later, and that's definitely optional. Damn! Yeah, Kudda's Cry, I unlocked that one earlier, but like, that's also a side quest. I don't know, it feels like... That's a lot without, like, an actual main scenario duty. Need one more balloon. Oh, shroud hairs are also here. I need a better axe. My axe is several levels low, but I haven't gotten one. Oh, because I haven't played my 35 job quest, that's why. Yeah, it's easier to keep track of like where the dungeons and such are these days, because when it's only 10 levels of story, they put them in the same places. So you have the story dungeons at well, you have dungeons every uneven level, and of course the last level, and that's it. Like that's how they've done it. And Heaven's Sword is the only one that has an optional dungeon at 51 instead of a mandatory one, which I think was a mistake, to be honest, even if the dungeon itself isn't very fun. That's Steel Vigil, I believe. You come in search of Waterfart, and well met, you have found them. Indeed, I have served the way for many years since before the great snows came to Curtis. What exactly was this about? The final flight of the Enterprise. I do indeed remember that day. It was on the eve of the Battle of Cotonou, nigh on 5 years ago. I had a spire alone that night, while the bulk of our forces marched to meet the enemy in the field. Then, all of a sudden, the most fantastic airship I've ever seen splits the sky overhead. Could watch in shock as it disappeared over the mountains to the northwest. If the Enterprise wasn't destroyed during the calamity, I'd wager it's still somewhere in Curtis. The astrologers at the observatorium may have records which could help, but to obtain them you would need to deal with the Ishgardians to control the region. Wouldn't expect much though. The high houses have long been concerned with their own affairs above else. While Dalamud descended, they took shelter behind their gates, and even now they have little regard for the plight of other nations. Nevertheless, they might deign to assist you should you prove yourself useful, considering providing your services to the soldiers who guard the observatorium, though they may refuse you at first. I've little doubt they will accept aid freely offered. Let's go to Curtis! So Curtis is interesting. In 1.0, Curtis was in the game. Layout was similar to current one, but smaller. And it was like Gridania, Lenosha. Wow, took 3 attempts. It was green and prosperous and full of grass and, well, this is it now. Snow everywhere, permanent winter. That's Ishgard and Curtis now. Even the Gubus have snow instead of moss on them, somehow. Not sure how that works, but yeah. Welcome to Curtis. It's a shame we went to when it was dark. It's really pretty when it's daytime. But yeah, Bahamut's Gigaflare like fucked up the ether so much in the land around Curtis that it's just permanent winter now. The magic in the world makes it permanent winter. Excuse me, can you repeat that? Wish off your services to House Durandare? And what, pray tell, do you wish to receive in exchange? Absurd! As if we would permit an outsider to peruse the records of the observatorium. Don't mistake our courtesy for friendliness. The Holy See of Ishgard may allow foreigners to travel freely within these lands, or you don't intend to offer succor to strangers. Hello and have mercy, are you still here? You may take shelter within our walls if you insist, but do not distract me while I am on duty. We're stretched thin as it is. And where in the hell's that knight I sent out on patrol? He should have returned ages ago. Perhaps I have use for you after all. If you still wish to aid us, search the wilds to the west for my missing man. You will know him by his uniform, that of House Durandare, as is mine. There is one quest somewhere around here where you learn how to throw a snowball. And you can use that throw a snowball thing whenever you're standing in snow, any part of the game. Funnily enough, I think it also works on some non-snow substances if you stand in them. Much like how splashing water, the splash emote that you could get one of the years at the summer festival, also works in Aurum Vale's very much not water liquids. This is Curtis, part of Ishgard, which is endlessly at war with dragons. And that's what Heavensport is all about. Well, mostly what Heavensport is about. If it wasn't for you, miss, I reckon it would have finished me off. Despicable dragon-loving bastards! Tweet! Death was a mercy they didn't deserve. I pray the rumors were mistaken, but this confirms to us. I must immediately inform my superiors that the heretics are operating within this region. Fare thee well, friend. The heretics, as they will surely explain once I get back, are the people who align with the dragons. And, shall we say, consort with dragons on every level. I must say, I didn't actually expect you to find my knight, much less rescue him. I say I may have been premature in my judgment, miss. We are proud people, but old tradition. That does not mean we are without humility. I shall instruct the astrologians to entertain your request. However, understand that it's ultimately their decision whether or not you may peruse their records. Proceed to the observatorium and introduce yourselves to Edmel. I thought for a second that this character was T-posing. I must have seen it wrong. Oh yeah, that's what he was doing. I just thought it was a T-pose, but it's just, well, I mean, I guess it is a T-pose, but not in the actual video game sense. Or 3D model sense. Ah, the lady come in search of the airship. This is highly unorthodox. Whatever could Sir Ludovald be thinking? It is true that we maintain meticulous records which stretch back generations, however, because this information is used to chart Ravanian activity, access is strictly controlled. One can never be too careful with heretics and their sympathizers lurking about. If you persist with your inquiries, pray seek an audience with Chief Historian Forlamort up above. Will do. Yay! Running upstairs! No, absolutely not. Have you any inkling what it is you ask? Where are records to fall into the wrong hand that could change the course of a war which has raged for generations? I speak not of some mere spat between southern nations. Ours is a holy crusade, and we are arbiters of Halonis' will. I will not put our great nation at risk, certainly not to help a foreigner locate the missing airship of all things. Pardon the intrusion, Folmar, but I wish to speak with you regarding the recent... Oh, I did not realize you had a guest. Inquisitor Gulaim, Your honor us with your presence, sir. This lady was just leaving. Ah, you must be the one who rescued House Durandare's knight from those heretics. Doubtless they feel indebted to you. I am told you seek an airship last seen in Curtis 5 years ago, yes? You come to us at an inconvenient time, I fear. Much has changed in the intervening years, and little for the better. While I wish you the best of luck in your search, I would strongly advise caution. The snows come quickly in Curtis. One moment you feel as though you have a firm grasp of your surroundings, safe and secure in your knowledge, and the next you may find yourself in a wholly unfamiliar situation, blind to the dangers by the blizzards. It would be wise for you to focus on a single landmark whilst traveling. Do not give in to your temptation and deviate from your course. I was not aware you aided her House Durandare in that fashion. Thank you, madame. Nevertheless, my decision stands. I cannot give you what you seek. You there, madame. I could not help but overhear your conversation with the chief astrologer. There may be a way I can assist you, but I require that you perform me a favor in exchange. An associate of mine has yet to return from his expedition to the cliffs east of the observatorium. He was adamant that he could conduct his observation alone, despite the presence of XIV in the vicinity. If you would seek out this astrologer and confirm that he is well, it would be a great comfort to me. Alright, and so we jump down! And yeah, running upstairs is like 30% of Curtis. That's definitely true. What a relief to see someone other than goddamn Birdman. I thought I could finish my work while the XO were away, but they returned far quicker than I anticipated. It was all I could do to hide and hope they might leave again before I froze to... But who are you? You're not one of our knights. I'm Helen of House Durandare. Cannot be seen in the company of an unbeliever. Good day, madame. He says, and walk against the laws of physics. Walked up a wall. Why not? Who am I to judge how people walk? Yeah, I realize they want you to do side quests as you're playing the story to like level up and such. But I really hope that when they shorten REBORN now, they also make it so that the quests give more XP, because I mean, I like a lot of the side quests, but most people just want to get through a REBORN as fast as possible. Many people even like encourage skipping it, which I think you shouldn't. I think it's a good story overall. But many people like genuinely encourage buying the Tales of Adventure skip for like twice the price of, well, no, way more than the price of the base game. And I just don't think that's a good idea, but I think they should definitely let you get enough XP to continue without having to do side quests. The arrogant fool returned not long before you arrived, muttering about the disgrace of having rescued by an unbeliever. It wasn't right for underestimating the dangers some knights face every day. How to eat look the airship. It may surprise you that by saving him, you've already aided your own cause. House Dare is quick to regard outsiders with suspicion, as it is their duty to sound the alarm at the first sight of Dravanian aggression. Yet you have already aided them twice, for which they are honor-bound to repay you. Even so, they will not grant you access to Observatorium's records, that is just as well. For there are other ways you might locate your missing airship. What I propose is that you petition Lord Portalaine for an official introduction to the other high houses. The word of House Dare carries tremendous weight in Ishgard. Should the captain consent, you would have little trouble obtaining information from the other high houses. And so we, once again, jump down. Ah, we landed on a lamp. It happens. I'm not allowed to turn the camera. You caused quite a stir in your short time here. First you say 2 heretics, 7 knights, and now I hear you rescued a man of our house. I imagine you must desire something for your troubles. Introduction to the other high houses. I can't deny that you've given us no cost to this rescue. But you have performed 2 acts. You would have me endorse you to 3 high houses. So I'm fearing that you will aid us one final time, wouldn't you agree? It's a good thing everyone has like perfectly fitting tasks to give adventurers at any point they come asking. Otherwise things will get very, very awkward. No, I understand you were eager to find your missing airship. Were it not, for this task should take a woman of your skills but a moment to complete. Not long ago, a porter bound for Skyfire locks were ambushed on the road due west of here. Though he escaped with his life, he would very much like his wares as well. On the off chance any portion of your shipment remains, I would have you travel to the scene of the robbery and bring back what you find. Lest you intend to perform only a cursory search, bear in mind that recovering the stolen merchandise will endear you to House Heavenheart, further improve your chances if they indulge your request for aid. Miss Chicken Nuggets. Not Mac Chicken Nuggets, Miss Chicken Nuggets. That's a good name as well. Oh, now I want chicken nuggets. I have chicken nuggets. I can make chicken nuggets. I'm gonna make chicken nuggets after this stream. Fuck sleeping. Nuggies. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten today. Yes, I know I keep saying that on streams. Yesterday I did eat before stream. But I just don't make food. Like, I never remember to make food unless, like, Clara is home. Because then she's gonna want to eat food as well, so might as well make food. But when I just have to make food for myself, it seems like an inconvenience, so I just forget about it instead. Always been like that. Like, I would make food when, like, if my family asked me to, for like, my brothers and my mother. No problem. We'll do it without any questions asked. I like making food. Cooking is fun, but when I moved out, was on my own. No, I didn't make food. I would go days without eating, and I still do, because I just don't feel like I should make food. I forget about it, or I just don't. I feel like it's a waste of time, because it's only for me anyway, so, you know, might as well save whatever I have for when I'm making for more people. And then I just forget about it. Like, I tend to, like, go hungry, forget about it, then like a day later I get hungry again. But yesterday I did eat. I had a really big meal and it was really good. Yeah, I don't know. It's just the way I am, I suppose. Has a good tidings to share, or better yet, stolen merchandise to show. Wait, stolen merchandise? Wasn't it like... Well, okay, I guess it was. Gods bless you, friend! It's all here at last! Oh, but wait, that chest over there looks like it might have been pillaged. bloody hell, that's the personal property of Lord Francel, too. You certain? Clear intent was me to open it, but the lock appears to have held. Nevertheless, if you wish to verify the contents against shipping manifest, be my guest. Fury, take me, a draconian rosary, in the possession of Lord Francel. Yet, perhaps this is not so difficult to fathom. House Helenart is whispered to be infected with heretics. Thanks for bringing this matter to my attention, miss. I shall inform the Inquisitors immediately. Under the circumstances, I must strongly advise you associating with House Helenart. Your other introductions will need to be postponed as well. It is the duty of every Guardian to root out and destroy heretics. All else must wait until this matter is resolved. Come closer, lass, and listen well. This is for your ears only. Lord Francel is no heretic. He is a goodly, righteous man, wholly dedicated to the cause. I know this because I served House Helenard for years prior to the calamity. You must go to Skyfire Locks and warn him of the coming storm. The Inquisitors are ruthless and will spare him no mercy. Speak to him of an Edelweiss, and he will know you for a friend. Now go. We definitely just trust this without question. Seems like I would at least level from doing these quests, so that's good. It should hopefully not put me in any in another wall. For now, at least. Yes? You look as though you have something to say, do you? Is that an Edelweiss in your pocket, or are you happy to meet me? Fucking Michael Koji Fox. Sorry, I spaced out. I see, Sir Carlot has not forgotten my mother's favorite flower. What pity it has not been seen in Kato since the calamity. You may speak freely here, friend. That's absurd. I would sooner die than to become a thrall of the dragons. Alas, I must live what I say at this point. Although the draconian rosary was not found in my possession, it will still be considered by many to be proof of my heresy. I must do my utmost to prove my innocence to the Inquisitors. For if they harbor even the slightest doubt, it's only add weight to the incessant accusations our houses suffer late. It's as though the gods themselves are plotting our fall. You risk much by coming here. It is only proper that I recompense you for this deed. Tell me what you desire, and I shall do my best to provide. A missing airship? I see. It may require prolonged effort to locate the quarry. I shall direct to one in better position to assist you. Lord Hoshifant of House Forton commands the garrison at Camp Dragonhead. Present to him this letter of introduction, and he will surely be receptive to your needs. Here we go! So, last night we talked about LGBT characters in Final Fantasy XIV, and I talked about how there's a character, Lord Hoshifant Greystone, who is intimately interested in you in a sexual and romantic way, especially in the Japanese version, but still in the English version, just a bit toned down. We're about to talk to him. Now, as I mentioned yesterday, when they first localized his dialogue and stuff in 2.0, they thought he would just be a minor character that wouldn't, matter much. So they basically rewrote his dialogue to just give direct basic information and not have him be all flirtatious and camp as he was in the Japanese version. So That's unfortunate, but there he is. Probably like the fan favorite of the characters, at least prior to Shadowbringers, is this man, Lord Haurchefant. And again, I have an official pin with him carrying hot cocoa. Ah, the unmistakable swagger of a well-traveled adventurer. If you have come to pay your respect, be at ease, friend. I am not one to stand on formality. Truth be told, I would gladly welcome many and more brave souls like yourself. But enough chatter. Pray tell me why you have come. If there's any justice in this world, these charges will receive no serious consideration. It's beyond inconceivable. Ah yes, the letter made mention of a pressing matter for which it required assistance. What might that be? So this enterprise you speak of was last seen above Curtis before the calamity 5 years ago. I fear it may prove difficult to find any eyewitnesses to these events, for while Ishka did participate in the Battle of Cottonau, we were embroiled in our own eternal conflicts at the time. Nevertheless, I will make inquiries on your behalf and share with you my findings in the future. In the meantime, please enjoy the hospitality of Camp Dragonhead. I will see that you are afforded every courtesy as a guest of House Forton. It may take some time before I receive any information regarding your missing airship. While you wait, mayhap you might indulge me in a small favor. It is obvious to me that you know much more about the ways of wars. Much and more about the ways of war. I ask that you share that knowledge with our knights, so that they might better be prepared when the next Ravanian horde strikes. One of my veteran knights is presently conducting a training session just beyond the western gate. Please seek him out and introduce yourself. He will explain how you can help. Yeah, so when he was like, oh, I welcome brave souls here. In the Japanese version, he was even more like, you seem like a, you know, feisty warrior or something like that. Like, I don't know exactly what he says. There's videos on YouTube that go over the differences in his dialogue. But he's great. Like, Haurchefant is fantastic. No one dislikes Haurchefant. Everyone loves Haurchefant. Well, I guess homophobes probably don't like Haurchefant, but they don't count. A fine morrow to you, miss. Lord Haurchefant tells me you possess a great deal of experience. Certainly more than the green boys I mean to test today. If you will allow, I would like to even the odds by setting all three against you. No objections. Yes? And let us begin. Knights to arms! They're technically a higher level than me. This is odd. This is clearly a level 37 quest. I'm level 36, but it allows me to complete it? It shouldn't. But it's green. That's odd. I observed everything from the western wall. Splendid performance, Cinder. I guarantee you there was a subarashi in there in Japanese, because that's what he loves to say. Mayhap you have discerned this during your short time here, but House Forton regard outsiders differently than the other high houses. We have no objections to employing adventurers and sellswords, for example, whereas others have, for all intents and purposes, forbidden the practice. You do so at their peril. To disregard a man's talent solely because of the circumstance of his birth is short-sighted and foolish. Can you see why people love this man? You know, after watching... after watching you spar with our knights, I am reminded that you are a woman of action. Doubtless you would rather take a more active role in my inquiries, yes? Let's discuss how you can do just that. So I mentioned this yesterday. I talked about how there's a line Haurchefant says where he legitimately invites you to his bedchamber, or he suggests that he wants to take you to his bedchamber, is the more accurate statement. I don't think that's it. I'm pretty sure it's much later, and it's not in the English version. But that's a legit thing that he says at one point. And he doesn't say it in like a like dominant way either. It's the opposite. He's like, "Oh God, you're strong and powerful, and I want to have you in my bedchambers." Basically, he's great. I just love him. He's amazing. As you have doubtless realized by now, the high houses of Ishgard, House Forton included, are either unable or unwilling to offer you formal assistance in your search. However, that does not mean there are not influential individuals within each house who are sympathetic to your cause. Lady Nin of mine own house, Forton's, who resides here in Camp Dragonhead, rather enjoys the company of travelers. There's also a Kravelin of House Helenaret, who can be found at Skyfire Locks. Though any information you provide from the scribe may prove difficult to pass. Have you spoken with the chief astrologers of House Durandare yet? Really? Perhaps he will be more accommodating once I inform him that you are a friend of House Forton. Do not concern yourself with House Amal. I shall contact them myself, seek the counsel of the three I mentioned, and return to me when finished. Oh, cool! We have a BDSM harness now. What did I say about him? Oh yeah, this reminds me actually. I believe. Let me verify this. Yeah, Clara likes Haurchefant because she can stand on this desk when taking quests. She's a Lalafell, she's very short. But she gets really annoyed when she's in the Waking Sands, and she's not allowed to stand on the desk in front of Minfilia. Why, hello, good madame. What's that? An airship, you say? I hate to disappoint you, but I know nothing more to seek. Likely no one of House Forton does, for if they did, I would definitely know as well. The topic on everyone's lips these days is what will become of Lord Francel. Some say the allegations are long overdue, given how many members of House Helenaut have been found guilty of heresy in recent days. Hello, and you give me strength. There must be some way to... Oh, who are you? A friend of Lord Harshafon. I want to help you, I truly do, but these accusations of heresy have thrown House Helen out into chaos. Right now, we must focus on combating these charges and preserving our reputation. I like how Harshfon was like, don't even bother with House Zamal. And he's completely right. House Zamal are assholes. I don't think we will interact with them until Heavensward, though. If I remember correctly. Yeah, I am pretty convinced that the reason Harshafont is so quick to help us is not just because he's kind. I mean, he is very, very kind. But I'm also pretty much certain that it's because we walked in there and his first thought was, oh, she's hot. Or he's hot if you're playing a male character. Which most people who ship themselves with Harshafont play a male character. I gather you've been busy since we last spoke, but Harshafon's missive was positively glowing. If you think this, his endorsement has caused me to disregard Ishgardian policies, then you are sorely mistaken. We are at war, madame, and the enemy grows bolder by the day. Why in the short time since Inquisitor Guillaume Renicatus, countless heretics have been discovered, even amongst the elite of Ishgardian society. If Lord Harshafon wishes to waste his days chasing after a long-lost airship, then that is his choice, but if he expects others to share in his folly, he is truly blind to the present state of affairs. I mean, I know that they're stuck up and annoying, and that's the point. But they do realize Garuda is their issue as well. Is the Ixal's primal. The Ixal arguably do more bad shit here than in fucking the Shroud. If we don't get this airship, we literally cannot fight Gridania. Garuda. That was the error that Ida made in a cutscene yesterday. They haven't said why we need the airship yet, because Alfino likes to keep things to himself. But we'll get to that. Another funny thing about the Katas is that we've been talking with these astrologers who look at the stars and survey things and predict things and etc. etc. Astrology is also a healer class, or a healer job. They're two different things. The problem is that they translated these characters as astrologers, and then 2 years later they added a job called astrologian, and they already had the word used in English. So they had to add like an extra bit of lore in the English version. There's basically two schools of astrologianism, whatever they call it, that do not interact with each other. And keep this in mind. Christopher Michael Koji Fox, is Michael Christopher Koji Fox, maybe. I forget which order his names are in. He is part of the Japanese team. He is the lore responsible person. So it's not that the English team didn't get the information until it was too late. No, he was there, making these details as they went. And this still happened. By your countenance, I take it you did not learn anything of use. Nor did I fear. See if the Hollow Curtis is consumed by this talk of heretics in high houses. Going to hold my sources in Ishgard provide more pertinent information. No! Level 38! Fuck! And we only have to start at level 37. And Curtis Cry is 38. God damn it! Yeah, that's probably our best bet, isn't it? Provided we get like a decent dungeon, it should work out fine. Do I need to repair anything? No. Please, please, be a decent dungeon. Not Totorak. Not Totorak. Not Totorak. Tamtara. Passable. It's not gonna get us that much XP from the enemies, but clearing it should give us a pretty decent amount of XP from doing leveling roulette. Hopefully enough to level up. Put on my circlet and rings and things. What do you mean? I think I already have all my level up stuff. Yeah, I don't have any level up items apart from the earring. I have a helmet, technically. But I think it's in my armoire. This is kind of annoyingly... It's kind of annoying that I have to do this to level up, but, you know, that's the game. It's better I do it on stream than off stream, because this actually gives me an incentive to do it. I will take all the enemies because, you know, additional XP. Even if it's very little XP. No, the cats are waking up. What time is it? 5 AM. Okay. This might be a little much, but we'll see what happens. trying to think right now, like, how much of the game is left. Because after tonight, let's see, there's Saturday night and Sunday night that I can play on. But I can't play on Monday night because the game will be down at that point. So I have 2 more streams I can do. That's going to be tricky. Don't know if I have enough time to actually finish REBORN before that. So I do some leveling off stream, so at least get rid of the leveling requirements. Maybe. If I like start skipping through some of the filler quests, maybe. Then again, then I might as well just play the cut down version. Let's see, how much is left main story wise after this? It's Stone Vigil, Garuda, Cape West Wind, some solo duties here and there, of course. And there's Castrum, Praetorium. Yeah, it's not impossible, but I don't know. Like, I guess the one good thing is that between like level 46 and 49 or something, there's no quests. So as long as I have the leveling done there, I will just jump up instantly. That was a really bad design choice, by the way, to not have any quests there. But that's what they decided on. I'm a little sad because I definitely will not have time to play the patches. That would require me to basically stream non-stop from now until patch day. Alright, we're waiting for the new player. The cats are waking up. But I do imagine that the patch quests are the ones that will have the least amount of changes done to them. Apart from Arem Awoken, which is likely going to be very different because it's bad. It's bad. It's almost the worst patch in the game. The only patch I dislike more is 4.3. What's 4.2? No, it was 4.3. Oh shit, fully resisted stun, I forgot about that. And that's Gavin's done. And we leveled! Yay! Wonderful. I had another personal request to make of you. It concerns Lord Francel, of whom much has been whispered in recent days. I received a report that he and 3 knights were seen heading north towards the Steel Vigil. The outpost was long ago run by the Divine Horde, so I am not certain what he intends to do to accomplish with such a small force. Whatever his motives, I fear for his safety. Pray journey to the Steel Vigil and see if Lord Francel's party requires assistance. Wait. The Steel Vigil is here? I thought that was in the other Curtis area. Oh, the Steel Vigil is the ruins. Then what's the Stone Vigil, Steel Vigil? Snow Vigil? No. What's the vigil in Heavensward? No! Oh, god damn it, I just fell down a hole. Full of void scent. That's embarrassing. What actually annoys me is that this entire heretic subplot that goes on in this Curtis thing, it's not really followed up on in Heavensward. Like, in Heavensward, you deal a lot with heretics and stuff like that, of course, but this specific thing is like kind of just not important in the grand scheme of things, which is odd. You'd think that they would like build off of this more, but no, this kind of gets resolved during this subplot, which is why there's a lot of quests back and forth before we get to actually make progress. Where's Lord Francel? There. Who goes there? Cinder. No, stay back. The fiend is still here. Huh? Oh, it's an Avis. Not sure what, like, officially signifies an Avis, to be honest. I'm skipping that because I was about to be attacked. I'll read it out now. Confound it all! How are we to redeem House Herat if we can't even slay a single Avis? We fortunately came along when you did, miss. House Helena will remember your kindness. Cast those fiends! It's as though they knew we were coming. I heard the beast cries over yonder. The Lord Francel is safe? Bless you, miss. Bless you. It was a foolish thing to do, I know, but I hope we might demonstrate our devotion by slaying a number of the Scalekin. Moreover, it was House Helenart that yielded steel vigil to the Horde many years ago. One must consider a defeat here heralded the slow decline of our house's once great name. We have been brought even lower with these despicable accusations of heresy, and despite my best efforts, I do not to improve the situation. The day of my trial approaches. Soon I must accept the judgment of the Inquisitors, whatever it may be. But even should my protestations fall on deaf ears, I will proclaim my innocence to my dying breath. That no one suspects, you know, any kind of foul play, that when one specific person started like overseeing things, suddenly a bunch of the high houses started having heretics in them apparently, out of nowhere. Is really as a testament to how Ishgard operates on absolute terrible standards. Where's it, Livy? Oh. Did the arch wake up? What did you find at the Steel Vigil? Ah, I see. A reckless plan. But at least it did not cost him and his knights their lives. I have news for you as well. A witness to the final flight of the Enterprise has been found. Alas, there is a complication. It has become common knowledge that you paid a visit to Lord Francel at Skyfire Locks not long ago. Upon learning of this, the witness became understandably reticent to make your acquaintance, for fear of being seen in the company of a woman who might later be declared a heretic. And not unreasonable fear, given the zeal with which Inquisitor Guillaume has conducted his investigations. In any case, if we wish to obtain his testimony, we must first clear Lord Francel's name, and by association, yours. As I see it, the key to proving Lord Francel's innocence is discrediting the evidence against him. I speak of the draconian rosary found in the chest you yourself recovered. If you would, please tell me the incident in question. So it was found in a locked chest labeled as the property of Lord Francel. If the rosary was not his, then someone else with access must have planted it. Here's what you must do. Return to Scarfire Locks and speak with Rickman. He works closer with the porters, the very good Secros Curtis, so he may have some inkling of who could be responsible. It's so obvious that it's the Inspector's fault, especially considering the Inspector, like, basically threatened us the moment we came here, like, oh yeah, you look for your airship, but do not meddle with other businesses. I mean, he didn't say that, he was like, oh, it's easy to get lost in the snow and Curtis, so pick one waypoint and stick with it so you do not get lost. But, you know... it's not subtle, is what I'm saying. Someone tampering with shipments? You strike me down if all them rosaries found in people's possession were planted. You know, don't give me that look, lass. I'm House Hellenate man through and through. This heresy nonsense is bad for me and my family too. I ain't saying the porters were bringing the shipments did it, though. I know most of them would work the trade routes, and I've never caused to question their faith. But if it wasn't them neither, then I guess it's a good sign. After all, most every shipment is thoroughly inspected before it... could be the fellow who responsible for the inspections? Ishgardian Knights and Inquisitors, a lot of them, as if they'd ever turn their cloaks. Reckon that means the porters are your most likely suspects. Hate to think it, but maybe you should question them. There's a crew coming to Camp Dragonhead from Whitebrim Front this eve. You might consider having a word with them. Liquor shrimp. Okay, that's also a thing. Lemon tree. Beg your pardon, you suspect the reporters have been planting draconian rosaries in House Helena's shipments? What nerve? If you truly believe such nonsense, such a process and see what you find. You find a draconian rosary hidden inside the parcel. You find a draconian rosary hidden inside the parcel. Are we finished? If so, I would appreciate an apology. But that's impossible! Once the night Whitebrim Front concluded her inspection, I loaded the parcels into the wagon myself. And if I had been the culprit, I would never have allowed you to search my shipments. Say what you will to Lord Archifonds, I will not be held accountable for this. Did something happen outside? I thought I heard shouting. But more importantly, what did Rickerman have to say? More draconian rosaries, in every single parcel bound for Skyfire locks. Beggars belief. Even the Inquisitors must acknowledge this is no more than a crass attempt to sully House Helena's reputation. Whoever is responsible has overplayed his hand. And praise Helena that he did. Lord Francel's trial is upon us, and we must act now if we are to clear his name. From the very first I knew that it could not be that so many members of House Helena were heretics. At last we can give the lie to these poisonous allegations. And put an end to this travesty. I will need to prepare a formal statement regarding these developments for the Holy See. In the meantime, I'll have you bear my words to Inquisitor Bridgie. Tell her that House for Tom's demands that Lord Francel's trial be postponed until a full investigation has been conducted. God, I need a haircut. Fucking lockdown. Getting in the way of me getting a haircut. God, that makes me sound like those complaining Beatrix Lyra, that's a good name. What is it, my child? The harsh fun we have the Inquisitors do what? That's not possible. Inquisitor Guillaume presides over Lord Francel's trial at Witch Drop even as we speak. Fear not, if Lord Francel is indeed innocent, he shall walk in Helona's halls with the fallen heroes of Ishgard. Just like the classic witch trials. Oh well, if she's innocent, she'll get into heaven. And her family's name will be cleared. So it's okay. They've taken Lord Francel to Witch Drop? This is madness. The Inquisitor does not have sufficient grounds to get into the manner of that trial. I will not stand idly by and allow an innocent man to die, Cinder. I will dispatch you and one of my knights to Witch Drop to forestall the proceedings until such time as I am able to join you and petition Inquisitor Guillaume in person. I will endeavor not to keep you waiting too long. Do whatever you must to keep Lord Francel alive. And now it's my turn for a solo duty. God damn it. This is the way out, yeah. Well, it's a way out. Hail, Cinder. As you can see, Lord Francel yet lives. We must try to reason with the Inquisitor, but if his guard judges us as a threat, we must also be prepared to defend ourselves. Let's go! Joaquin Solomon Francel de Hadenat is accused of heresy against the Holy See of Ishgard. Is there aught you wish to say in your defense? Hear me, brothers, these charges are false. The men and women of my line have opposed the Dravanians, and I am no different. Since the very birth of our nation, we have gladly shed blood in service to the Holy See, condemning you will strike a blow for the enemies of Ishgard. It is for her only to judge if you speak the truth. Prove your innocence in the eyes of gods and men, leap from the cliff, and entrust your fate to the Fury. The righteous shall take their place in Halona's hall, while the wicked shall reveal their draken forms and be put to the sword. In the name of House Photons, I beseech you, stay your hand! Inquisitor, we come on behalf of Lord Haurchefant. My lord has uncovered evidence which suggests that the charges against Lord Francel are without merit. We humbly request that these proceedings be suspended until such time as a full re-examination of the facts has been conducted. Lord Haurchefant has allowed his personal relationship with the accused to cloud his judgment. That he should harbour private doubts I might have allowed, but that he would dare interfere in legal proceedings sanctioned by the Holy See, I cannot. To defy the will of an Inquisitor is to commit heresy, a crime for which there is but one punishment. We must hold them until Lord Haurchefant arrives, Cinder, and remember, no harm can come to the Inquisitor. Here's Haurchefant of the Silver Fuller! In the name of House Photons, I demand you lay down your arms! By this deed you do disgrace your line, Lord Haurchefant. Ishgardian scum, today shall answer for your sins! You say Ishgardian scum? Oh, yeah, they summoned a wyvern. A wyvern? But there were no reports of Dravanian activity. We will call upon your allies to save you. At last your treachery is laid bare! Remain strong. This will not be forgotten. And he dropped a Draconian Rosary. Draconian. No, I keep saying Draconian, as if I don't know the actual word. Huh? What do you say now? Huh? 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 It is not our intention to defy the will of the Archbishop, but this trial, like many others I fear, has been orchestrated by enemies of House Hellenart. They have used you and your fellow to sow discord, Inquisitor, set brother against brother, that we may tear ourselves apart. The fevered imaginings of a desperate man. What proof have you of this? By the fury, a Draconian Rosary, then the knight who refused to yield. It was he who summoned the Wyvern. A heretic in the ranks of the Temple Knights. This has grave implications. Your claims would appear to have merit, Lord Harshaphon. I shall withdraw my charges against Lord Francel, pending further investigation. I trust you not lost sight of that which brought you to Curta, Cinder. Pray locate your errant airship and use it. Lord Harshaphon, I have not the words to express my gratitude, but why would you risk your reputation to save mine? Because I know you, boy. You're too loyal to betray Ishgard and too devout to question your sentence. Had we been any slower, you'd have jumped off your own free will. I would have done whatever it took to redeem House Hellenart. Praise alone it did not come to that, but it profits us little to dwell on what might have been. Let us quit this place, Cinder. Pray visit me at Camp Dragonhead once you have recuperated. You look well, Cinder. May I say, what a pleasure it was to fight alongside such a fearless and skillful warrior. Were it not for you, Lord Francel would surely have died defending the honor of his house, and might well have perished at the hands of a heretic and his women. House Fortemps and House Hellenart shall never forget your service. Now, let's return to the matter of your missing enterprise. The man with knowledge of the enterprise awaits you outside. I pray this information proves useful to you. I'm stuck in a chair! There. How quickly the Commoner's opinion has changed. They say Lord Francel is innocent now. Just a few days prior, minutes, actually. Anyway, you were inquiring as to the whereabouts of an airship last seen in Curta several days before the calamity, yes? But it so happens that I was monitoring the night sky at the observatorium during that period. I recall that a small vessel came from the direction of Gridania and landed somewhere in the far northwest. Relying on my memory alone, I can't say no more than that. However, were you to bring me the astroscope log from the evening in question, I could calculate a more accurate location. The log I require is volume 6 of the 1572 readings. It should be stored with the other past logs on the uppermost floor of the observatorium, just below the astroscope. I believe it will be a large red leather-bound tome, though you ought to confirm the date and volume if you are at all unsure. I hate these crocodiles, by the way, because their mouths open. Like the mouths don't open like this, like a regular crocodile. No, they split into 3, and it's terrifying. They have like a little face inside. I forget if those are new or if they're from 11, actually. So many monsters are from 11. Oh, we didn't actually have to, like, memorize which one and pick out of a list. I thought we had to, actually. What are you whining about now, cat? It's not breakfast time yet. Not even near. Meow. Meow. Okay. 2 gonna play now? Yeah, do that. I could teleport, but it's not that far. Did you perchance find the correct log? The 6th volume from 1572? Then I would understand if you failed. The other catalogs were often careless when returning old volumes to the shelf. My word, you actually found it! This musty old smell brings back such fond memories. Ah, here we are. If you permit me a moment to make some calculations. It is as I feared. The ship landed near the stone vigil, of all places, which means that the garrison almost certainly seized the vessel and brought it within their walls. If so, you will need an army of knights to have any hope of securing it. The Lord Hoshfront is, from all indications, quite fond of you, so mayhaps he can lend you a few? In any case, I, for my part, I should pray for your success, friend. Oh, so you have at last located the Enterprise. I believe congratulations are in order. The Stone Vigil? Perhaps I spoke too soon. The outpost has been held by the dragons for years, and all access is restricted by decree of House Durandare. I will write a letter to Lord Drillamont, the White-Brim Front, and request that he grant you permission to enter. That said, I fear my influence alone will not suffice. Suggest you request Lord Francel do the same. Now that your business in Cantor has concluded, I suspect we may not meet again for some time. I wish you well in your journey, Cinder. May Helona guide you. It's not gonna be that far, Argivant. Like, 2.4 is not that far. Actually, do you meet Hoshfront 2.3? It might be 2.3, actually. Definitely 2.4 though, I know that for a fact, but yeah. Actually, I'm pretty sure we will meet again before leaving Curtis. But we'll see. There was a dead person here, and I was going to like. I don't have a Phoenix down on me anyway, but like. He just disappeared. Phoenix Downs are strange in this game because there are Phoenix Downs. You can only carry one on you at any given time. You can only use it outside of combat, which means it's never useful. Well, it can be useful in the Eureka instances. That's about it. Wonderful to see you again, Cinder. Is there anything I can do to repay you? Name it. So the airship you see is likely inside the Stone Vigil. It shames me to say that it too was once an outpost held by House Heavenart. In the chaos that followed Calamity, the Divine Horde caught us unawares. The fiends have held the outpost ever since. As we lack the strength of arms to retake the Stone Vigil, House Durandare instead has been charged with the duty. Given that, I doubt my words will carry much weight with Lord Drillamon. Nevertheless, I will write you a letter. Before you depart, I word a caution. The cravens who attempt to destroy House Heavenart have yet to be unmasked. If their plans have foiled, they doubtless will harbor a great hatred towards us, and towards you now as well. Yes, turns out it was the Stone Vigil and not the Steel Vigil. I keep mixing them up. Then I guess the Heavensward one must be Dusk Vigil. It's Dusk Vigil. For some reason I thought it was another word, an S. That was why I said Snow Vigil earlier, but like that didn't seem right. It's Dusk Vigil in Heavensward. Alright, and then there's Dawn Vigil, but that was only in 1.0. Actually, maybe the ruins are left in the current version. But, yeah. In 1.0, you could visit all 4 vigils, but they were, or at least 3 of them, but they all were like just small little buildings, like identical tiny buildings. So somehow they became massive castles after the Calamity, but before they were taken over by dragons. You know, within those 5 years that passed there, and the dragons have held it for many years. So, yeah, it's one of those, like, kind of plot holes that we just don't talk about, because it's not like anyone can play 1.0 officially anyway and go check what they looked like. What the fuck? I just got a pop-up about updating game capture. And then when I said yes, updated, it like just gave me an error message. Good job. You just saw an audience with Lord Drillamon, do you? Huh, I just saw a night in a warm bed with my wife, but wishing would make it so. What do we have here? That isn't Lord Haurchefant and Francel, is it? Likely. Oh, you're serious? What to do? No! Fuck you! Fuck you! We're already done leveling. I mean, technically we could do Cutter's Cry, but maybe we should just call it a night. Let's see, how much is left of the game? After Garuda, we need to rescue our friends from the Imperials. I believe after that you start setting up the final part of the game. There's a big gap where there aren't any quests, so that's okay as long as I'm leveled. And I can level some in between streams, probably. So I really want to finish this before patch night, is the thing, but I only have 2 more nights I can stream. Can I do that? Hello everyone! Welcome back. I'm in the middle of doing what I was supposed to be doing before I started the stream, because I am not very good at managing my time. So, Last night when we played, and we didn't get as far as we wanted, I said I was going to spend some time between streams tomorrow or today to level up, so we wouldn't have to deal with leveling. In order to make sure that we're able to get to the end of Reborn before patch day. Well, that was the plan. But then I changed my plan. So basically what happened was I was going to get up like in the afternoon after, you know, sleeping and doing some other stuff and play for a couple of hours, you know, just doing like dungeons and things over and over, just to get all that stuff out of the way. Then Clara, who as I mentioned hasn't been home for a while, got in touch with me and was like, hey, do you want to come with me to a board game meetup we're having today? And I was like, well, shouldn't head out, but there's not going to be many people there, and I do kind of miss being outside of the house. So I decided to go there. And as a result, well, I wasn't back home here until a couple of hours ago, like 2 hours ago. So I haven't leveled. I'm doing it right now. What I have done, at least, is I have done my job quest for level 35. So that's good. Hello, Anna. And now I'm just trying to like rush through the hunting log, because I've kind of been ignoring that one, which is part of why I haven't leveled up that well. It's not great XP, but it's, you know, it's decent enough. I'm also running guild tests here on the side. I was doing a few, well, I did one before I started the stream, but it takes so long to get into that I'm not sure I'll do anymore. I mean, the problem is that no one really does guild tests anymore, which is a shame. They're pretty fun, but yeah, no, they're not mandatory for anything. Like, I don't think they don't unlock anything except more guild tests. So like, no one bothers with them. It might actually have been smarter to do some leaves to get some XP, but I don't know. Yards on Scavenger, are those really over here? Because now we're leaving the footfalls. Now we're getting into Cape Westwind. Actually, maybe this area still counts as footfalls. Yeah, they do. Here they are. So what we're going to do today is first we're going to run Cutter's Cry, which is the level 38 dungeon, and that's going to get us at least to level 39, maybe even partway to level 40. And the goal there is to get to 41, which I believe we said was Stone Vigil. And after Stone Vigil, there's Garuda. And after Garuda, if I recall correctly, is some solo duty adventuring stuff. Yeah, guild has to take forever, because like I said, no one plays them. God, none of these are in the same spot. It's really annoying. Upper Paths in South Shroud. Camp Tranquil or Silent Dark. Yeah, Quarry Mill is closer. I really wish the hunting log was like retroactively updating, because like a lot of the things I have to kill I've already killed, just not when I was on that page on the hunting log. But yeah. But I haven't touched the hunting log since, well, REBORN. The new jobs don't even get hunting logs, and like they never updated them ever. So I guess I shouldn't be surprised if they haven't done like quality of life upgrades to it. What was I looking for here? The Larsener? Not Lancer? Okay, Larsener. Let's read in the upper path though. Wouldn't all be in Silent Arbor? That's another thing. Like the hunting log locations are often not that accurate because I don't know if like the locations they were like when they were placed, if they were like initially placed slightly different and they just never updated the location. But a lot of them are said to be in one place and then they are actually in a different area. But here's the Larsener at least, so this one is actually accurate. How can I only get that one? Actually, I these probably won't aggro because I'm too high level. I'm going to quit this Guildhest queue because it's not going anywhere. How many do I have to kill? 4? There's only 1 here. Are there more camps like that? I'm not sure where they would be if so. Because why would you just place out 1 enemy if you're supposed to kill 4 of them? That seems really odd. Clearly they're not over here, so... There. Maybe we should just do Cutter's Cry. Maybe we should just do Cutter's Cry. So we can continue. So Cutter's Cry, as I mentioned, is a 1.0 dungeon initially. It was a, what was it called? Open dungeon? I think this was an open dungeon. Actually, maybe it wasn't. But regardless, it's a 1.0 dungeon initially. I think this is the one that's the least changed out of the 1.0 dungeons, although it's still very different. You basically just fight a bunch of ants, and finally you also fight the Manticore. And that was also the case in 1.0. The main difference being that I believe 2 of the bosses from 1.0 have been merged into 1 boss instead, and there's a new boss in between the first boss and the third boss that's just completely new and not based on 1.0. So as I mentioned yesterday, a lot of the 1.0 dungeons were made where you had like multiple paths you could take, and you could only take down like you couldn't like take down every boss. You were supposed to take down like a boss out of these bosses and stuff like that, and there were various goals to fulfill, and it was very much open-ended and tried to be like non-linear and stuff, which, you know, is commendable, but it ultimately didn't work for an MMO. we'll see some of that as we'll sort of see the shadow of that still be left in this one. So we travel through quicksand, which, you know, it's always a safe way to go about traveling. And most of the dungeons just like this, so you just go from like gauntlet to gauntlet. It's not really like traversing a dungeon in the traditional sense. It's like almost more like a tournament. There are some more dungeon-like areas towards the end, and those are, from what I recall, original to the new version of the dungeon. They're not based on the original dungeon. For the most part, you just like shift through the sand, and you end up in a new area with a bunch of enemies to take out. And the idea is again that like the ants have built these tunnels. We're going through like a massive ant nest essentially, and I'm lucky that my fear of insects isn't triggered by this game. The very, very, very distant third-person perspective you can have helps, because this dungeon would absolutely break me otherwise. Like all these ant eggs alone would make me feel queasy in a lot of games. Both the fact that they're like unrealistically huge ants and the fact that they have like a fantasy flavor to them, and again, the camera being pretty distant helps a lot. Same thing goes when we were fighting the dire mites 2 days ago? No, the Bane mice. There were Bane mice. Then. There we go. Oh yeah, I got a new skill as warrior. I got Inner Beast, which is really nice. It uses my beast gauge, so now it finally has a purpose. But I am somewhat lucky that like a lot of games do not trigger my phobias that way, because there are a lot of games I wouldn't be able to play if they did, and I mean there are a lot of games I'm not able to play because of that. Okay, so I think it's this boss. So this is the Myrmidon Princess, and this was a boss in 1.0, if I recall correctly, but it was one of the optional bosses. And there was also like the Myrmidon Prince or like some other title. And I believe that one is summoned partway through this fight. So let's see if I'm right. It's been forever since I played this dungeon because like it's one of those dungeons you don't play unless you have to because it's kind of slow and annoying. Yeah, okay, Myrmidon Marshal, that's it. These were two different bosses in 1.0, and you had to pick which one you wanted to fight. And the reason this dungeon is so slow is because you have to kill all the enemies for more enemies to appear. You can't just like kite them to the end of the dungeon. It's just like a big gone through. Is that better than the helmet I have? No, not really. I'm gonna pass on it. Down to the quicksand we go. I have the window open because like it's like brutally hot today, like even more so than it has been across summer lately. Hopefully people won't be walking around outside too much. That's been the main reason why I haven't had it open before, is because like people are outside talking. I mean, we're on the second floor, but that doesn't matter. Like, you can hear them anyway. People are loud. And I guess it's because we live in like a student. Oh wait, a different meaning in English than in Swedish. We live in a like university dorm. No, we don't. It's a proper apartment, but it's meant for university students, and as a result, most people around here are university students. I just realized if you just say student, it sounds even younger, but it's because in Swedish, student is basically only used for post high school, and I forgot about that for a moment. Might have been a bit much, we'll see. Oh, I'm dead! Yeah, maybe I pulled a bit much there, but it happens. God, Warrior really doesn't do a lot of damage anymore. They used to nearly like have actual DPS damage output, which was, I mean, bad. It wasn't supposed to be like that, but it was still a thing. Oh god, that sand shell is somehow after them. Go, we got all of them in there. Hello, Lida. Might as well take them all out. We need the XP. These are actually good XP after all. Healer? Okay then. What happened to Georgina? Did they disconnect or something? Because they're not respawning either. There they are. Oh shit, we missed a bunch of enemies this way. I'm just gonna pretend we didn't and go the other way. So I guess we'll just shift through the quicksand into the next arena since the DPSs are already there. God, it's so warm. Yeah, so this giant tunnel worm was not in the 1.0 version of the bosses. Is that my first cup of tea today? God, I think it is. Ah, shit. Forgot about that attack. Gladiator's arm. I mean, there is a better version of my harness, so if I get that would be nice. I rolled a 10. Yeah, that's not happening. I believe this area is entirely new, or at least retextured. Probably still based on old level geometry to a degree. eat the damn omelette. There. Well, don't need those. God, the dungeon loot has really been fucking me over this entire stream series. All right. It's the Manticore. See, blue out, purple in, if I recall correctly. Yeah, that is what they're saying as well. Blue, out. Purple, in. Shit. Yeah, good. So basically, blue with frost attack freezes you if you're nearby. Violet is lightning attack and it strikes at a distance. So you have to know where to stand. Blue, out. Alright. Oh, okay. Apparently there's a fate going on here. Well, I'm not here for the fate, I'm just here to... Oh great! My mob has become a fate mob. Are you fucking kidding me? Well, they better spawn them quickly now then, if you're having a fate for them. They're not. That's amazing. This hunting log mark is just terribly designed. So I could at least sort of forgive if that was why there was only one at a time. Because like you could trigger a fate where they will spawn endlessly, no doubt. But no, even the fate versions just don't seem to respawn. Like, are they somewhere else? Well, there's one, but not the kind that I need. There's one, also not the kind that I need. This is ridiculous. There's gotta be somewhere else. This can't be the only one. It's like, that's just ridiculous. Like, let's do a quick look around the upper paths here. There's gotta be another one. There's no way that it can be that bad, right? It really is that bad, isn't it? They put a hunting log to kill 4 out of an enemy that only spawns 1 at a time and has a long respawn timer. That is absolutely amazing. How the hell did that get past any kind of, like, approval and not get changed in 7 years? That is remarkable in a way, but not in a good way. Yeah, here's a camp, it's quick turns, so it's not the ones we're looking for. Yeah, wow. That's actually it. Well then, let's not waste any more time with this then, because that's not worth it. Back to Curtis! God, it's warm. Ugh, I'm not used to the heat. I'm Scandinavian. And I'm also a vampire, that doesn't help either. Where's the next quest? Alright, it's fucking all the way over into the west part of the map. I forgot about that. Could it be nice and put the level wall at the Aetheryte at least? I'll be honest, like seeing the snowy landscape when I'm like melting from the heat just feels so wrong. And that is why I have a spray bottle with water. Oh, because at least that makes it slightly more manageable. Wait, what? Why is it still red? Oh no, that's a different quest. That's a different quest. Never mind. I was scared there for a second. So the thing is, there really should be 3 Cuts and 3 Aetherites and Cuts. I agree. Anyway, so the thing is, you are basically guaranteed 1 level up per dungeon in REBORN, at least if you have food. And you know the Aetherite earring, and that's good. That's good. That means that it's somewhat manageable. If Stone Vigil is level 41, then we just need to get to level 41 to do that. So it's at least 1 leveling roulette. But we'll see. We'll see how much these quests do us as well. That's actually a really nice thing about Shadowbringers. All the side quests level alongside you, which makes things much better when it comes to like leveling in between main scenario stuff. Oh god, I need to remind myself of all the various bad voices I have for these characters. I'm going to turn off one of these lamps, even though I'll get bad lighting for it. It's going to at least make it slightly less warm. Okay. Your timing could not have been worse, traveler. Lord Drillamont's attentions are focused solely on the Stone Vigil at the present. In any case, it's not my responsibility to escort visitors. Take your letters and show them to Sir Alboy. Yes, Sir Alboy can surely accommodate you. Seek her in the storeroom on the opposite side of the yard. Yeah, see, the problem with my setup where I have my computer is that the light comes from there above my head, so like it completely doesn't. Oh my god, please tell me they're just walking by so I don't have to close the window and make it even warmer. Okay. Lesbiandrea bade you speak with me, did he? I don't know why he presumed I would be in a better position to help, but I assure you that he is mistaken. Lord Drillamon hasn't the time to spend speaking with low-ranking knights such as I. However, he always has a moment to spare for head surgeon Astridon. Why don't visit the infirmary upstairs and show your letters to him? I think it's Astridian, actually. I read that wrong the first time. Alright, there's a different entrance, I believe. Yeah. Are you here to visit the patient, madame? What's this? Letters of introduction from House Fortons and Helena. With documents to these, you needn't seek an escort. Pray proceed to the barracks and speak with Sir Gurdino. He should know Lord Drillamon's current whereabouts. God, I hate how it's just running back and forth with no actual like development happening in between. Just characters saying, talk to this person instead. No, talk to this person instead. Talk to this person instead. Talk to this person instead. What reason have you for barging into? Oh, I see. You're in luck. Lodrillamon's just up these stairs. Let us know, though, I wouldn't expect much. House Durandare as a whole does not hold adventurers in high regard. You had best set your intentions quickly and succinctly. Show proper respect and it shall return in kind. I really feel like we haven't mentioned Garuda once, even though it's a primal Ishgard also has to deal with. And that seems like the most obvious thing to like start with. But I don't know, I mean, I guess I'm not an expert in whatever you would call these things. I just realized something that might actually help with the like as I was talking, I just had like a idea. I don't know if there's... It might not be doable. Hold on. Come on. Oh God. And then... Is there a way to... No, there isn't. Okay, what if I just do that? No, that doesn't help at all with the lighting. Oh well, it was worth a try. I tried changing like the theme on OBS and such to light theme and to see if like I would give enough light this way, but no, it just made it look more awkward actually, so back we go. Sir Gudino permitted your passage. Very well, speak. Yeah, we should have mentioned Garuda. Like we need this airship to fight Garuda so she doesn't come to you next. You wish to brave a ruined outpost filled with scalekin to secure an airship that may or may not be there. You're the avatar of the Fury herself. We are the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, Lord Drillamon. You know our name and you know our deeds. We come to Curtis to slay Garuda, Lady of the Vortex. To that end, we seek the Enterprise, the airship of Master Sid Nangarland, who stands before you now. Master Garland, you're alive? But that's impossible. Indeed it is. Indeed it is, my lord. Do not be deceived by their honeyed words. These foreigners are not to be trusted. At this critical moment in Ishgardian history, as House Durandare marshals his forces to retake the Stone Vigil, who should appear in Whitebrim front but these mysterious strangers? Sid Garland, missing and presumed dead since before the calamity, and two Scions of the Seventh Dawn, a defunct band of misfits recently exterminated by the Empire. The lesser houses may have been duped by these grandiose lies, but I should hope that House Durandare would have greater sense. I don't know why these three seek the Stone Vigil, but I know we cannot permit them to pass. Thank you for your counsel, Inquisitor. For a moment I nearly believed this mum's farce. You three will not enter the outpost until we have reclaimed it, until you declare your true intentions as well. It could be moons before House Durandare purges the dragons from the Stone Vigil. We cannot afford to wait that long. Sid, Cinder, you must do whatever it takes to earn Lord Drillamon's trust. Understood? Come now, you didn't think it would be that easy to earn Lord Drillamon's trust, did you? Even if you are who you claim to be, it would be reckless for him to believe your story without question. At the very least, you ought to show your support for House Durandare by calling feral crocs in our stead. Oh my god. A simple gesture like that would probably earn you the respect of Sir Clotharion, and he's always struggling to find men to attend to the task. Why not give it a try? Like it's... Oh, it's you! Beg your pardon, miss, but I've heard whispers that you wish to prove yourself trustworthy to Lord Drillamon. Perhaps we could be of service to one another. I am a humble herald of House Helenart, you see, and I was to deliver a most important missive to Whitebrim Front. I was travelling along the road when a fearsome flurry of snow began to fall. As the curtains of white descended around me, a sudden gust of wind from the sea of clouds tore the parchment from my hand. I fell from my knees and groped blindly, hoping to recover it, but to no avail. It could not have been blown far from the road, but the wilds are treacherous and filled with terrors. I had no choice but to seek shelter here, and so I must ask you to recover the missive and deliver it to Lord Drillamont in my stead. You the last responsible with that commotion upstairs? Hey, word travels fast in Whitebrim Front. Again, you still wish to change Lord Drillamont's mind. If there's one thing I've learned about the man in my time here, it's that he listens to and respects the opinions of those under his command. We know with the barracks, and he's sure to take notice. How you ask? That's easy. Serve the poor souls decent fare for a change. The last few supply shipments contain no meat whatsoever, and the knights are rightfully beginning to complain. I'm thinking we could prepare on steaks using mud puppy tail meat. It wouldn't be quality meat, it's true, but it'd be a damn sight better than nothing. If you have a mind to lend a hand, why not await the lurking mud puppy in Denifin Pass, and take this butter and vinegar. Locals say it weakens mud puppies by clogging their mucous glands, drying their skin. Okay, let's see. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, just do them in order. It's easiest. You know, it's kind of... you know, you could argue that it makes sense for the inspector to question us, even if it wasn't obviously evil. Because, you know, it is kind of too perfect for us to just show up here and do these things. But I would argue what makes it more suspicious is us just doing random tasks to, like, befriend each house. But somehow that's what works. That's the part that's, like, proving our innocence somehow. I should have taken my Chocobo. I don't know why I forgot about that. No, come on. I'm going to get rid of my name. As in, I'm going to get rid of my name above my head because it's annoying me. Oh hey, look, the cat found a bug to chase. There we go. That's a fucking spider. Okay, I'm sorry about that. And I'm also sorry that the OBS scene changed and just showed the game where I was doing nothing for a while. Yeah. You just can't catch a break with this little project, huh? Well, if you didn't know it, now you do. I have a I have a great fear of spiders, and a spider was literally like lowering itself from the ceiling, and well, it lives in the vacuum cleaner now. It was either. I hope it's the other one. It's the only one. I'm just glad I was. I can handle. I'm afraid of bugs in general. Always have been. But I can generally handle most insects. But not spiders. Doesn't matter if they're tiny or big. I just can't. Like in this case, thankfully, I was able to be at a distance, use a vacuum cleaner, and it was sitting still. And as a result, I took care of it myself. That's like the only way I can take care of a spider. If I'm at the big enough distance that I can run away if it starts moving, and yeah, otherwise I have to like actually ask for help to deal with them. Well, that's it anyway. Here, to get back to the game, the crocodiles in Final Fantasy XIV are terrifying for other reasons. Look at that. Their head splits up into 3 parts and they have a face beneath it. Absolute nightmare creatures. Even though that's the only spider I've seen in a long time in here, I now can't help but like paranoid and just like check every corner of everything around me. So that's fun. I actually remember, this is a Final Fantasy XIV related arachnophobia story. The night before, let's sneeze was my cat, by the way. The night before Phase 4 beta of A Realm Reborn started, that was the beta that was like continuing into the final release of the game. I spent an entire day just watching every single cutscene for every single quest of, or at least most of the major quests of the original Final Fantasy XIV. And I really mean it took like a whole day. Like I think I started 24 hours before the service would go up for A Realm Reborn, and I was done like with 4 hours to spare or something like that. But I watched all of those. But no, it must have been a few more hours to spare because I was going to take a nap in between watching them and the servers going up. And as I'm done, as I've watched all of these cutscenes, and I'm about to go have my nap and then prepare myself for like essentially the launch of Final Fantasy XIV, I see a spider, a pretty big one, beneath the windowsill. That's what it's called, right? By my bed, and I like panic, and I rush off to get a vacuum cleaner to deal with it, and it's like 5 in the morning or something, 6 in the morning, and I get back and it's gone. I can't see it anywhere on the windowsill, and the only thing I can think of is that, oh, it's in my bed, because that's the only place it could have gone from the windowsill in that short amount of time. After that encounter, I couldn't sleep in my bed for 2 weeks. I slept on the couch instead. It's very possible it like never went into that bed. I was too scared to check, and just the idea of it being there was too much for me to even like consider. Like obviously it would stay there longer than, like, even if it was there, it would like leave shortly afterwards. But like that didn't matter. Like no, I just couldn't handle it, and yeah. And this was in 2013, so I was well an adult at that point. So that was how I started the launch of Final Fantasy XIV. It was quite something. Okay. A little bird tells me you slew some crocs in an effort to curry my favor. I'm afraid you've been had, miss. A young fellow merely sought to shirk his duties. Still, your heart was in the right place, and it cannot be denied that the people of Curtis are better off without those beasts. Very well. I will see that Lord Drillmont has made aware of your deeds. Do try to understand my lord's position, though. It is his responsibility to ensure the White Rim Front is prepared for every eventuality, be it an endless blizzard or a Dravanian assault. He will not put our efforts to retake the Stone Vigil at risk without good cause, which you have yet to give. I don't understand, like, What is legitimately the worst thing that can happen by letting us into Stone Vigil? Us dying, I guess? But on the assumption that we are, like, somehow lying? What would we do? If we were, like, heretics and could transform into dragon forms, wouldn't we just fly in there by ourselves? If we just go in there ourselves to kill dragons and look for an airship, at the very least, it might help clearing out dragons from the Stone Vigil. So yeah, I find it very confusing. It didn't work, did it? Nah, I thought it was an idiotic idea. That was the mud puppy thing. Oh dear, remember to never wander near a mud puppy spawning grounds without a bottle of vinegar. Any road, this should only take a moment. I just need to do this, and voila! Never seen a man cook steaks this fast, have you? Take these 3 and distribute them to the hungry knights here and them up above. You there, lass. Don't think I didn't see you and the cook conspiring together. Let me make myself perfectly clear. If you wish to buy my trust with a steak, it will be my pleasure to oblige you. Yes, I feel invigorated, refreshed, as if I have the strength of 10 men and their wits besides. I shall have no trouble concocting a new reason to refrain from sentry duty. We ought at least receive a hearty meal before we march off to die in this god's-forsaken waste. Is that fresh cooked steak? Heaven's blessing be upon you, my friend. Mud puppy meat or no, it's the most delicious food I've had in a fortnight. Ever must we train to maintain our skilled arms, yet never are we to receive proper sustenance. You are a godsend, my friend. Too few appreciate that House Durandare must do more than its fair share for the sake of Ishgard. Do not make myself clear. Begone from my sight, foreigner, or I shall have you removed. A missive? Give me that. House for Toms and Helenard hereby formally advise that all restrictions on employing foreign sellswords be... These are not more than the ill-conceived notions of a hopeless, romantic, and naive lordling. House Durandare would not even be in this position had House Helenard failed to hold the Stone Vigil. It would have to pit one horde against another. It would have us pit one horde against another. Nay, I say, we need only Ishgardian steel to cleanse the realm of these godless heathens. Feels wonderful to see everyone in such high spirits. Amazing what good food can do for morale, eh? Ah, but I've forgotten about the hard-working chirurgeons at the infirmary. So rarely do they take their meals here in the hall. Am I taking this steak to Sonata? She's doubtless so preoccupied with the health of her patients that she's neglected to attend to her own. Lord Riddermont rejected our proposal, didn't he? I could hear him shouting even from here. Alas, he's not the only one to heap disdain upon House Helenard. Ever since we lost the steel and stone vigils, have we been at the mercy of the other high houses. We should be the ones fighting to reclaim the lost outpost, yet it is House Durandare that must pay the price for our failure. But how can I bear Lord Riddermont's harsh words back to Lord Francel? Ah, mayhap I should remain here for the nonce. I took out an ice cream because I was like, something cold, that'll be nice, and it will help me take my mind off of what just happened there, like 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago. And like, I took it out just before I sat down to continue streaming. And it was like, basically completely melted and not even cold by the time I started eating it. That's how warm it is. Ice cream doesn't work in this heat. That's how warm it is. Beg your pardon, madame, but I'm busy attending to this man. I'll be with you in a moment. Is that? Come to think of it, it has been quite a while since I last ate. I suppose I wouldn't have to have a nibble. Oh my, this is fantastic. Thank you so much. I'll eat the rest right away. Yeah, sure. Oh, Sid. Might I have a word with you, Cinder? It concerns the Chirurgeons. After speaking with them earlier, I learned that they lack sufficient alembics for their needs, you see. So I used some of the broken equipment to craft a more advanced alembic. Both as a gesture of goodwill and as a means to help me recover my memories, since working with my hands kindles familiar feelings. All I require to complete the device are the cores of 6 ice sprites, though commonly used to reduce the temperatures of alchemical mixtures. There is a way to alter their properties so they draw the cold within rather than radiate it without. It must sound ridiculous to you, impossible even, yet somehow I know it will work. Oh yeah, so I played, I mentioned that I was at a board game night. My girlfriend's a big board gamer. What, I guess board gamer would be it. And she also has a lot of friends who are big board gamers. And card gamers. She's also a card gamer. So every so often I will just join her for board game nights and stuff like that. We actually played a new game. Well, played more than one new game today, but we played a game based on, of all things, the ASDF movies. Like, you know how we talked about AMV Hell yesterday? And like old internet popular videos and such? Well, ASDF movie was also one of those, of course. And apparently there's now a card game based on it. It's called Muffin Time, of course. And it was odd. Like, they basically just put a bunch of like references to the ASDF movies as names of cards that had nothing relating to the name or the stuff it was about. So basically the game is that you're trying to gather 10 cards on your hand, and then you say it's muffin time, and if you still have 10 cards in your hand when it becomes your turn again, you win. Fair enough. Simple enough. And then, you know, like in, say, Flux or Unstable Unicorns or games like that, you can, like, play things that change the rules. You can, like, do actions against other players, and you can, like, lay traps and counter cards and these things. And it's a fine enough game, I suppose, but it just, like, it was so strange because most of the game was too random to function as a game. Like, you couldn't strategize because, like, the random factor of, like, what would happen each round was so high that it was essentially just a toss of the dice of who would end up winning in the end. But also, like, it was strange seeing like an online shitpost, essentially, having become, you know, the kind of referential branding that you would see in, like, Simpson Monopoly, you know? How it's just like, yeah, this isn't actually a game making the use of the brand, we just slap the brand on a thing. And seeing that with, like, the fucking ASDF movie was just bizarre. And it was clearly like a very professionally made game. I'm assuming it had like a Kickstarter and stuff like that. But like, it was very well made. It had a gorgeous box that it came in. So like, it was clear effort and like resources put into this. And then like, the actual like use of the brand was basically, you play a card and the card is called I'm gonna do a book, and it says that on the top, and it has the little character from the movie looking at, like, poking at a book, and then there's no flavor text additionally to this. It just says like, draw 2 cards, and it's like, it's that kind of like bland action stuff. Just like, pick a player that must discard 2 cards. Pick a player and switch hands and stuff like that. There was no flavor text to these interactions, except for the trap cards. And I don't know why they didn't build the entire game around the trap cards, because those are brilliant. The trap cards are essentially, you know how in Yu-Gi-Oh, when you activate a trap card, it's because of a gameplay element? Like, you have a card you can activate when, like, the opponent uses a spell card, or targets a monster on your side of the field, or, like, discards their hand, stuff like that. That's not how it works here. Instead, it's like, if you manage to scare another player, play this trap card, that player must now discard 3 cards. Hide something from a player. If they ask where it is, without like having seen you hiding it, you can play this trap card, and they have to like discard a couple of cards. If you catch someone singing, if you catch someone complaining, checking the rulebook, like stuff like that. And that was hilarious. That was so much fun. But the rest of the game was just super bland and strange, because it's the ASDF movie. How is that used as like just some slap-on brand like that? Maybe also overall it was okay, I guess. Have you obtained the course? If so, please show them to me. I guess it's not the only one like that, though. I'll finish my thought before I continue the cutscene. Because I mean, you also have like Cyanide and Happiness has a card game now, and like the Unstable Unicorn series is technically just based on T-Turtle t-shirts. So I guess just like making games out of like internet culture, whatever you want to call it, is just a thing now, I guess. I don't know. It's interesting, if nothing else. What an amazing device! But is it truly an alembic, sir? I've never seen its like before. I too am unsure what to make of this machine, but certainly impressive. I have no idea how to make use of it. Nevertheless, if it's as effective as he claims, it will be a great boon to the infirmary. Think of the medicines we could create, the lives we could save. Even so, I wonder. Where... oh god. Where thee, the kindly stranger, bearer of gifts wondrous and strange, for his generosity comes at a cost. Their earnest efforts are but a means to an as yet unknown end. Moreover, you should be wary of associating with individuals who interfere with the questioning of a suspected heretic, who we proved innocent, remember? They did what? Bless you, Inquisitor, for coming along when you did. We almost succumbed to temptation proffered by these unbelievers. He is the most obvious villain ever. What is that man that tests us so? It's probably because we interrupted Lord Francel's trial? Whatever his reasons, it clearly means to oppose us at every turn. Gee, I sure wonder, and I also wonder how come that a bunch of draconian artifacts keep showing up at every high house he hangs around with. Seriously? Ugh. Okay, Georgina, we're doing another dungeon. Let me see if you are ready. Oh, I should equip the ring. There we go. This is good that, like, I play tank and Alana play healer, so we have basically instant Qs. Oh. Well, that sucks. Well, at least it's not total wreck. Do we have the full map here? Yeah, we do. Yay! Going to move the grapes I'm eating here. Yes, I'm eating grapes. Oh! Healthy snack. I'm also eating chocolate. Unhealthy snack. But you know. That should be good enough. the good thing about getting dungeons as easy as this is that I can just like completely just like play relaxed and not even try, and still not like incite problems. This might be the most non-boss fight in all of Final Fantasy XIV's boss fights. It's just like mobs that die in 3 hits that pop down between like 1 and 3 at a time. And that's fine when there's one enemy that takes a few more hits. This is also the most annoying boss fight probably when you play as a black mage, because like your spells have casting times, so you can't get any hits in. 'Cause by the time you have cast your spell, the enemy is already dead. That's how fast they die. It's really frustrating. I will say though, the Screaming Dark is a really good name for a boss arena. Oh yeah, Arcanist is also terrible. They also have casting times. I mean, if back in was it Heavenswood when they gave archers casting time? I think it was. That pissed people off. Both Machinist and Archer had casting times back then. They don't anymore. I mean, there's like some specific attacks that do, but like as a standard thing, they don't. That was a terrible idea of them. It's funny though, the only reason they put in casting time was because otherwise mages got too overpowered. Back in 1.0, spells did not have casting time. They had cooldown times, of course, like everything else. But they were instantly cast. No, wait, no, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. No, that's not how. No, they did have cast times, but you could cast while walking. That was it. Yeah, that was the difference. That was the difference. So, like, essentially, you could just, like, as a black mage, you could just walk away from an enemy while throwing spells stronger than any other DPS. Well, there weren't DPS classes back then, but any other class's attack. So, like, that was one of the earliest changes made to the combat in 1.x. I think it was like in 1. I don't remember, it was like 1.11 or something like that. They got rid of that. So you had to stand still to cast spells. Every expansion, I jokingly say that they should bring back moving and casting at the same time. Like, they obviously can't, because, like, can you imagine black mages if they could just walk as they throw their spells? Like, it wouldn't work, because everyone would play, every DPS would play black mage. But it would be hilarious. That's one of those things that, like, not even most players who played 1.0 will remember unless they, like, were early adopters or looked into it afterwards, because that's how quickly they got rid of that. And most players, you know, flocked to the game when the game was improving. Which is also why there's a lot of people who are like, oh, I like 1.0 better. What they actually mean is they like 1.23b better. But you kind of can't have 1.23b because it wasn't self-sustaining. Like, yeah, it was very, very improved, and I understand why some people prefers that style of game. But it was either shut down the game or rework it into something with more mass appeal. And I think they made the right choice. Especially considering it wasn't just the gameplay and stuff like that was the problem. Like, everything, like, the game couldn't run as intended on most computers. Like, even 2 years later, it was just... I mean, the fucking graphics engine was not made for open world games, just for starters. Like, the game can't handle, like, distant rendering LOD stuff. Like, if you know 3D games tend to have, like, different level of details to load in as you know, you get closer to something in a game. That way it doesn't take too much power to render stuff at a distance, because it's not rendered at full detail. Well, because the Crystal Tools engine was made for Final Fantasy 13, a game with primarily, like, smaller areas and less, you know, wide space and background details to render and stuff like that. It just did not have a competent way of handling that kind of LOD. Which just led to, like, the options being, okay, well, either things are loaded or they're not loaded. Which, it was not good. It meant, like, there were countless performance issues, and, like, the graphics were awkward because things wasn't loading in a, you know, nice fashion. And that's just some of the problems. Like, it also couldn't handle lighting the way you would want it, because of course all the lighting, apart from, like, standard drop shadows and stuff like that, well, it's not called drop shadows, but, like, dynamic shadows, stuff like that, if Final Fantasy 15 was baked in lighting, because it wasn't supposed to, you know, go through various shifts in lighting as you played. you had, like, there was no real-time day and night cycle. There weren't, like, anything like that. So, like, all the shadows, all the light effects were baked into the environment. That's how a lot of games are made. But when you have, like, a game with, you know, a game in the style of Final Fantasy 14, you don't want that. Because the result is basically that the game just looks, well, wrong. When suddenly the baked-in shadows don't match, you know, where the character shadows are and such, those kind of things. So it was kind of a mess, and like, they definitely had to switch it out, otherwise it would never had worked. I forget why I started talking about. Oh yeah, casting times. That was why. I talked about casting times on the first boss, and I ended up on a rant that took the rest of the dungeon. Fucking hell. Before we can persuade Lord Drillman to help us, it seems we must convince Inquisitor Gwylane that we are not his enemy. Just how might we go about doing that? We know little and less about the good Inquisitor, despite him being such a prominent figure in Curtis. Perhaps we should learn more by speaking with the people of White Brim Front. Share your findings with Alfinar in the square. I'm sure he can formulate a strategy from there. He is so obviously evil! Like, okay, you know, fine, Sid. I can give you, I can forgive that you don't pick up on it, because you're dealing with, like, all your memories coming back and stuff like that. Like, look, fair enough. I'll give you a pass, but Alfinar, come on. Under Inquisitor Gwylane's watchful gaze, unprecedented numbers of heretics have been unmasked and brought to justice. They say he goes days without sleep, so great is his devotion. Blessed are we to have such a goodly righteous man to protect us. Inquisitor Gwylane, I haven't the foggiest of whom you speak, unbeliever. Aye, we heard of your deeds at Witch Drop. I will not be party to whatever dastardly schemes you've hashed against the Inquisitor. Away with you. Inquisitor Gwylane? Yes, of course I know him. Alas, I have not seen him since the day he came to White Brim Front several months ago. My memory is somewhat muddled, but I recall that a blizzard nearly buried us in snow that day, and I had ill fortune of being assigned to the Night's Watch. While the stronghold slept, we walked the walls and patrolled the exterior in the darkness black as pitch. My route took me outside the eastern gate at one point, where I caught sight of a silhouette illuminated by the light of the city. Thinking it was a wayward traveler, I cried out and gave chase, but slipped and took a terrible fall. When I woke, it was several days later, and in this very bed, where I've lain recuperating from my injuries ever since. I had tried to rescue him, but in the end, Inquisitor Gwylane rescued me, carrying my unconscious body to the gates. I owe him my life, madame, and I hope to one day repay his kindness. The Holy See has decreed that the Inquisitors are the arbiters of Halloran's will. They are to be afforded every courtesy and the utmost respect. Someone's doing donuts. In case you have yet to notice, my attire is ill-suited to this climate. Then why didn't you bring a coat? You had other clothes when you traveled with me at the start, remember? I realized it soon after arrival, but paid it no mind as I had hoped we might find the Enterprise far faster. Instead we wasted far too much time meddling in local affairs. Never mind. Our journey is almost at an end. All that remains is to deal with the irksome Inquisitor. This tells me you have been busy making inquiries, yes? Should come as no surprise that he is held in high regard. Even so, I begin to suspect that he has other reasons for hindering us now. Let us more closely review the testimonials you obtained, Cinder. Mayhap they will provide insight into Inquisitor Gwlaim's motivation. Oh yeah, sure. Something troubles me about that wounded knight's account. He claims he fell chasing a figure in the darkness that he saw outside the eastern gate, yes? But the main road leads to the southwestern gate. Since we arrived at the Viper in front, I've seen no travelers arrive at the eastern gate. Moreover, he said he glimpsed a silhouette illuminated by the light of the city, which would imply that the Inquisitor came from north of the eastern gate, not south. But it cannot be so. That way lies naught but a deep chasm. Assuming Sir Gillett is not misremembering, the Inquisitor's behavior that night makes absolutely no sense, at least to me. Mayhaps retracing his steps will shed light on this mystery. God, how do you get out of here? Oh my god, what's the cat doing now? Livy? What are you doing? Can I jump down here? I mean, it doesn't seem like it, but I'm not seeing anything, so I'll try. I most certainly can. Okay, oh no. That's not good. There we go. That will have to do. Oh, I'm super dead. I didn't think I would land in the purple enemy spawn point thing. And now I have to walk all the way from Camp Dragonhead. I'm sure there is. I mean, I was supposed to take the eastern gate, but maps. Oh yeah, speaking of board game and card games with like branding, one like brand tie-in game I really want to get is the Japanese only One Night Werewolf Eurocamp edition. which is a real thing that exists, and for some reason uses pixel art for all its characters, even though Eurocamp is, you know, not something you would relate to pixel art, but, you know, fair enough. Because I love One-Eyed Werewolf. Like, I love games that involve, like, bluffing and acting, because that's fun. Like, I love Werewolf, I love Mafia, I love, what the fuck, this isn't big dead dragon here. Was this one here last time as well? I just didn't see it. So I was too busy, like, running for my life. But yeah, it's here for real, because I can stand on it. Ow. So a fun little fact about Final Fantasy XIV, which you may or may not know. If something in the environment, not counting NPCs, but like a thing in the environment, is meant to only be there for a specific quest or an event. Yes, Kev? You'll have to wait. Sorry. It does not have any collision. You can pass right through it. So, like, if this dragon was meant to only be here because of the snow mound and then be gone, we would not be able to walk on it. And that's how I knew that it was there when I died as well. I just didn't see it. Dun dun dun! The Inquisitor's corpse! Yeah, that's a fun thing when like during certain events or quests when they're like it will be like crates or other things that like the character is like handling. You can just walk through those crates or like sit down invisibly inside the crate and things like that. It's always fun. I said it doesn't count for NPCs because all NPCs and players are passed through. And mobs as well, you can always pass through an enemy. It's actually why when tanking, you just run right through something and then just turn around most of the time, rather than run around it. You found something, didn't you? Well, don't keep me waiting in suspense, let's see it. Given the contents of this encyclical, I believe you have just made the acquaintance of the real Inquisitor Guillaume. Newly come to Curtis and murdered on the day of his arrival. Yes. Would have been a simple thing to assume his identity, for even if he were to behave oddly, who would dare to question the wisdom of a papal appointment? Still, well, this is incontrovertibly proof of that the Inquisitor is an impostor, we have yet to discern his true identity, or why his desire to oppose us. We must proceed quickly, Cinder, before he learns that his deception has been discovered. Wouldn't, like... Well, oh, I guess not. I was going to say, wouldn't, like, the best way to do it just, like, fucking come in here with his body and be like, well then, why are there two Inquisitors? But we don't know where he is, so if he just saw us with a dead body, he would just leave, and we would be, you know, like charged with murdering, well, the word of God. So I guess that wouldn't work. Since Lord Drillamon has already turned against us, I fear that this encyclical alone will not serve to convince him of our claims. But what might persuade a man so quick to disregard the endorsement of two high houses? The cook did say that the Lord listens to and respects the opinions of his knights. If a certain knight were to provide testimony that supports our claim, yes, happily it's the only way left to us. Confront Sir Gillot with the evidence you discovered, and see if it helps him recall the truth of that night. As a man of faith, he might find it difficult to cope with such a horrifying revelation. Nevertheless, we must do everything within our power to secure the Enterprise. Oh, you returned. Is there something else you wanted to ask? The Inquisitor is an imposter? Don't be preposterous, that could not possibly be true. He's a paragon of virtue, a dedicated servant of the Fury. You would have him believe that this is all a lie? If you're so certain that your lyrical story is true, then go and speak with Sir Prunilla. She was at the Eastern Gate that night, and she helped the Inquisitor carry me here. But I will never speak against the man who saved my life. God, fucking ish guardians. Yeah, that's like a sentiment everyone has in this Play Fighter 14, just fucking ish guardians. You! I do not believe I know you, madame. Pray move along and trouble me no more. Are you in the habit of handling bloody documents to strangers? Handing bloody documents to strangers? Why would you show me such a dreadful thing? I know not of it. Not at all. I doubt you. You know, don't you? Fury take me, I prayed this day would come. When Sir Gelot gave chase, I followed close behind. He didn't fall. One of those Dravanian abominations lashed out at him, nearly killed him right then and there. I drew my sword and rushed to his side, straining to see the enemy. What came from a dark void was not a beast, but a voice. He knew things about me, about my family, secrets I had never told another. He said if I kept his confidence, Sir Gelot and I would be spared. But if I defied him, everyone I loved would suffer unimaginable horrors before they died. When at last I agreed to his terms, the man came forward. His robes marked him as an Inquisitor, but I knew him to be false. Together we carried Sir Gelot to the infirmary, and on his first night in Wypern Front, Inquisitor de Guillet was heralded as a hero. Soon after came the accusations. Countless men and women of good moral standing seized whilst in possession of draconian rosaries. As I feared, he was condemning the innocent to death. I wanted to confess to Lord Drillamont, wanted to put an end to the madness, but then I would remember the Inquisitor's threats, and so I did nothing, until Lord Francel was accused. Some time ago I followed the Inquisitor and found that he kept draconian rosaries in a chest hidden southeast of Wypern Front, so I took several from the chest and planted them in shipments bound for Skyfire Locks. As I hoped, they were discovered and considered evidence of a conspiracy against House Halenart, thus exonerating Lord Francel and casting doubt on the other recent trials. And that is the entire truth, I swear. Helena, forgive me for not acting sooner. No music? Game? There we go. Oh, okay, I guess that works too. Yes, just hide your, just hide the evidence of your crime in a fucking pile of snow. Why not? Why you persist in this folly? I will not grant you 3 access to the Stone Vigil. Do not make me repeat myself. There better be a very good explanation for why you were carrying these rosaries. Where did you find this papal encyclical? If you would take me, the Inquisitor is a heretic? Never before I heard such an unbelievable tale. But this evidence in your testimony can have no other explanation. I have misjudged you and your friends, Cinder. For that I deeply apologize. I will permit you to enter the outpost, but first I must needs beg your assistance. Help me and my knights bring this infernal impostor to justice. That thrice-damned heretic has murdered countless innocents and made a mockery of our laws. Hells take him and his Dravanian allies. I'm told he makes for Snowcloak even now, intending to pass judgment upon yet another poor soul who he has branded heretic. If we hurry, there may still be time to prevent further tragedy. Lend me your strength, Cinder. Together, let us put an end to this impostor's heresy once and for all. So we were lucky enough to get 2 levels in the last dungeon we did. That's the beauty of a leveling roulette. So hopefully we won't hit another wall before it's done video. Oh, this is the wrong way. I hate white bread. Oh, this is where the Behemoth quest takes place. The first of the many special, like, gathering fates. Not gathering, but like, where like just tons of players join in to fight one single thing. King Behemoth spawns well, over here, and then walks up to that plateau, and you fight him there. And yeah, it's pretty great. It's a pretty cool one. The bigger one in the REBORN was Odin, which has even more conditions to like trigger. Like it has to be a certain weather. It has to be like it appears in random locations. It only appears like once every 3 days and stuff like that. The cool thing about Odin, though, is that, you know, Odin, Final Fantasy is like this black knight on a horse, and the person who gets the last hit on Odin, that person's character model details are used for the knight the next time he spawns, or she spawns, which I think is really cool. Obviously, like, Odin is dressed in an all black armor, so you can't see, like, hair and stuff like that, but, like, proportions is based on whoever defeated with the last blow in the previous Odin fight, and that includes, like, race, height, bust, I suppose, is another part, and I think that's really cool. You needn't tremble so, my child. The righteous shall enjoy everlasting peace in Hallownest halls. Only the wicked... But why? Why must I die? By all this holy spirit, I have never questioned the teachings of Hallowne. Inquisitor, release the maid and come with us. My lord Drillerman, what is the meaning of this interruption? You are aware that I'm present conducting an interrogation, are you not? Silence, villain! I name thee heretic, murderer of Inquisitor Guillaume and countless innocents. You are a traitor to Ishgard, to your own kith and kin. Your sins are beyond measure, beyond redemption. Shrug! Ah, grave allegations indeed. We will find your logic is flawed. How can I betray that to which I owe no allegiance? Now, Drillman, my conscience is quite clear, I assure you. I wonder, can you say the same? You, whose hands are black with the blood of those whose only sin was to question your nation's crazed crusade. You speak to me of Ishgardian innocence? Ha! All are complicit in these crimes, for all lived their lives by the Archbishop's lies. But I know you will not hear me, deafened by dogma as you are. If you desire retribution, Lord Rilliman, then come. Let us see how Ishgardian steel fares against Ravanian fang and claw. A little bit of taste of Heaven's Word here. Show the heretic no mercy. He must pay for the innocent blood he spilled. Ignorant swine. Soon you will know the futility of your faith. Do you see, heretic? You and your allies are no match for the might of Ishgard. How wrong you are, Ishgardian. I've been blessed with power far beyond your ken. Come, my brothers, grab me the strength to smite our enemies. Oh, he transformed into an Avis. Stand your ground, it's but an illusion. A dragon stand before you, yet still you do not flee. Oh, there's a wyvern as well. It's probably like... Okay. Your magic has no power over me, heretic. No, no, it cannot be! Not by a goddamn heretic. I hope it was fine that the random knight died, because I don't know how I could have saved him. Because I've like aggroed everything. I know, like I can only like use my stun on so many enemies since like it has a cooldown. Yeah, seems fine. Duty complete. Thank you very much. My glamours dispelled. Your plans lie in ruin, heretic. Choose your words wisely, for they will be your last. You may not recall the many Ishgardians I have sentenced. But the families of the dead will never forget. Blood has been repaid with blood, and for that I am content. My only regret is that you yet live. But your end is nigh, foreigner. The dragons within Stone Vigil will rend you asunder. When you're dead, wiper in front shall fall. Defiant to the last. Leave the body for the crows. His ilk deserves naught better. Cinder, I must apologize for involving you in this sort of business. You should never have been asked to intervene in Ishgardian affairs of state. Rest assured, I've not forgotten the matter which first brought you into our midst. It is past time that you were reunited with your airship. This is not the place to discuss such matters. Pray visit me at Wiper in Front, and bring your associates. Will the Ishgardians learn of this, and maybe not be so blindly trusting of anyone who claims to be, you know, of the Archbishop's recommendation or on the Archbishop's mission? Of course not. Where have you been, Cinder? The false inquisitor has been slain, has he? Yes, well, it was a tale always like to end in bloodshed. Though you have overcome the latest of a long line of unfortunate impediments, I would ask you not to revel in your victory just yet. We can celebrate once we have secured the Enterprise. As I'm sure you will agree, it is past time we enter the Stone Vigil. Payload Drummond is to remind him of his obligation to us. Sid and I will follow on. All the way up the stairs. We owe you a great depth of gratitude. Helping for you, the heretic masquerading as Inquisitor Gwylame would still be among us, free to prey upon the innocent. I see now that I was a fool to dismiss your claims out of hand. You must understand, it seemed too much to hope that the signs of the Seventh Dawn still lived, to say nothing of Master Garland. Never have I been happier to be proven wrong. Well, it is gratifying to know that someone has derived a measure of enjoyment from your error. Now, if you have no further objections, we would appreciate it if you would permit us to enter the Stone Vigil and retrieve our airship. Yes, of course. It's the very least I can do, given all that you have done for us. But entering the outpost is the least of your concerns, I fear. You speak of the Dravanians that now hold the ruin. In part, yes. I should explain. Shortly after you first arrived, I had my men scour all records. They confirm that an abandoned airship had been seized by the soldiers garrisoned at Stone Vigil in the days following the calamity. As far as we've been able to ascertain, it was still in the custody when the outpost was overrun by the Dragons. Whether it was damaged or destroyed during the battle, I cannot say, nor can I give you any assurances that it has not been removed in the intervening years. For far too long, the ruin has served as a Dravanian foothold in Curtis, from which they have struck out at us with depressing regularity. Though we have pushed them back behind the walls, we have as yet been able to drive them out, and I cannot say when the situation will change. Or how it will change. Forgive me, Lord Drummond, but there is no guarantee that you will prevail. In any event, we have not the time to wait. We will secure our property without British Guardian aid. I see. Well, that might be for the best. I will inform Sir Nathalane of your impending visit. May Holy guide you, Scions. So, Alphinaud is kind of an asshole. And there's a point to that. There's good reason why he is. But I think it's kind of funny because he's also, you know, a kid. Well, a teenager. But now I can't help but to liken him to number 5 from the Umbrella Academy, because I've been watching the Umbrella Academy, and you've seen this like kid speak to adults with like just that wonderfully like snide tone and obvious stance of "I know better than you" is hilarious. Hail, Cinder! Lord Grillemont has apprised me of the situation. You may enter the Stone Vigil whensoever you will. The Stone Vigil, now accessible. Yay! Some of the gear I have is actually a bit outdated. I'm going to rush back and get some better gear before I queue us up. 40, 40, 32, 35, 35, 40. Okay. You don't sell any right side items here, unfortunately. I'm gonna have to dye these because they look hideous. Question if I should. Yeah, I should probably switch those out because they're in their 20s, and that's definitely not good. Level 40 rings. Where can I buy that? Huh. Is there maybe a Camp Dragonhead merchant that has that? I don't see any merchants on the map, so probably not. Maybe you can't buy that, actually. Might be something you have to get as drops. Level 40 accessories, Final Fantasy 14. Because the starting, the starting cities only get you up to 30 on the right side. Yeah, quests, market board, goldsmiths. Because higher than that, you only get to when you can access Ishgard, the Holy See, I believe. Well then. I think I only really need to get a better ring and a better bracelet. The other ones will be fine. I'm going to do a quick just little look at some of the quests here, if any of them might give me... Oh wait, weapon. Shit, I forgot about the weapon. That might be worth getting as well. This gives me a better axe. Let's just start this one up. Hello? Already have those gauntlets, but thank you. I bought them. I could have just gotten them from the quest for free, I guess, but well, for a task. What about you? Earrings I actually have no use for because I have my aetheryte earrings. Stairs, 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 stairs. Ishgard is nothing but stairs. More weapons. Whee! Well, I wouldn't imagine they'll leave meat. No, exactly. No. Someone here must give me accessories. No. 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 There is a risk that they put the accessory quests in the follow-up to that earring quest. But if that's the case, then fuck it. I'm not even gonna bother. So let's just do this quick Dragoon quest, and this is the wrong way again. So I can get a better axe for free instead of buying one. I will never be able to navigate Whitebrim. Oh, I just remember that there's an entire Maggie storyline before the end as well. Which, while cute, really didn't have to be part of the main story. But, you know. That's a REBORN in a nutshell, isn't it? So let's see, it's Stone Vigil, and then we have to like figure out a way to actually get the Enterprise through to Garuda's lair, which is a bunch of quests about like improving the Enterprise, where they're building a thing for the Enterprise. And then I want to say that the next part is about... Is that when you get Maggie? Or is that when you try to go rescue the Scions? It's one of the two. I forget in what order they come. I feel like Maggie should be after, but I might be wrong there. There we go. Give me that new axe. Nice, nice, nice. Alright, let's do this. Let's see if you're ready. But yeah, after Maggie, it's... Is that when the final, like, actual final stuff happens? The trial in 2 dungeons? Maybe it is. I don't feel like there's anything missing in between there. Like, if there is, I can't imagine what it would be. But it's gotta be something. So I'm trying to figure out like how far I might get tonight, since tomorrow is the last day we have, or last night we have, to do a REBORN original version. I mean, it would be nice if we could get to Gridania. Garuda. Why do I keep making that mistake? Garuda tonight. So we could just do the whole Imperial stuff tomorrow. We'll see. We will see. So Stonebridge is a pretty fun dungeon, I think. It has some annoyances to it, like the ice sprites I don't like. You'll see those later. Because they just kind of just pop in out of nowhere. There's also that one dragon that sweeps down and burns you when you walk across certain areas. And will do it on repeated pass-throughs. So if you walk back and forth, you'll just get hit over and over. And that's not that fun. But overall, I like it. I really like the final boss, actually. The final boss of this dungeon is really cool. I think it's maybe my favorite dungeon boss in REBORN. I know some people hate it, and it can be a pain if things don't go well, for sure. But I like it because it has a lot of elements to it, and it's a legitimately kind of challenging boss without being like unfair, and just has a lot of elements that like requires you to think on your feet. Like, there's a lot of dodging involved, of course, but I like dodging. That was my bad. I completely forgot about popping my cooldowns there. I should have done that. Sorry, I was too busy thinking about the final boss fight and how much I like it. Oops. Let's wait for PokeKid, I guess. Okay, good. There's PokeKid. Oh, I forgot food again. How do I keep doing that? That's not something I tend to forget when playing this game and leveling. I've been leveling a lot too in like the past 2 years. Like, I used to not really level side jobs much. Then I started playing with Clara, and she really likes leveling like side stuff. So I just started doing it as well to be able to play together, and yeah, it's fun. It's amazing how much like something that you feel you don't have the time or energy for, you just suddenly can, and someone is like, well, I feel like doing it, then we could do it together, you know? Even if the thing you're doing is not technically together most of the time, because I mean, yeah, you do dungeons together when you level, of course, but the rest of the questing is, well, unless you're doing the same job, it's completely different. But it just works, you know? It just becomes fun. It doesn't even have to be like in my case where like it's me and my girlfriend, but like one of the reasons I go back into this game, because I initially fell off this game in like the first couple of months, because I didn't really have anyone to play with. I finished the story with like my one friend who played it, and then we sort of grew apart, and I just stopped playing. Then another friend, Kalira, was like, hey, I started playing Final Fantasy XIV. It's pretty good. And I was like, oh, you want someone to play with? And they were like, oh yeah, sure. I don't currently have anyone else I've been playing with. And well, I've been playing ever since. And I was still within the game's first year, but yeah, I stuck with Kalira and our group of friends and players ever since. I don't think I would have even touched the game again if it hadn't been for that. Like, I don't think I would have, like... Because even if, like, I heard, like, oh, the expansion pack is really good, I would have just been like, well, I don't want to, like, gamble on the expansion pack being good and buying that for a bunch of money, and then, like, having to play through all the patch story content and level, and then maybe not like it. But, no, I ended up just coming back and being in love with the game, and even during its downs, Stormblood, I have had a great time as a result. I realize that probably sounds like a bit obvious, like yeah, friends, relationships, those do make you're able to do more things if you have those. That makes perfect sense. Everyone knows that, Andrea. But like, you have to understand, at least from my perspective, I've never had a lot of friends, or even like just a normal small group of friends as a regular thing. I have very little social experience outside of fairly recent online groups. So like I haven't had that until recently. I'm just not a very social person. I've always been an introvert when it comes to a lot of things. I'm an extrovert about my own stuff, if that makes sense. The moment I have to involve others, I just recluse back into my shell. You can also see is if you ever hang out with me at a convention, I will be super outgoing and super active and talky, and I will constantly bring stuff up, and I will just be the most over social person you have ever met. If you speak to me on the last day of the convention or a day after the convention, it's like I've never spoken to a person. I've become so discharged socially that I can't interact with people for a good while, and I don't know. I guess that comes from the same thing where I just don't know how to balance social interaction because I've never had much of a social life up until very recently. And part of it is just other struggles too, like neurodivergency, and of course being a queer millennial, that whole thing didn't exactly help me have a social life as a kid. But yeah, Final Fantasy 14 has been a huge reason why I'm able to do things, because it's sort of been the game in which I feel here are the ice sprites fucking spawn out of nowhere. I hate them. But it's been the game that in a way taught me what it feels like to be part of a social group. And I've played other online games, but I've never felt part of groups, if that makes sense, until this game. I've had individual friends, of course. I've had individual relationships, yes. But I was never part of a bigger thing. I was never part of a friend group. At best, I hung out with another person's friends through them. That was it. But this fucking game somehow just allows me to have a social life to some degree. It has allowed me to have a social life, I should say. It certainly has been... It's been on a bit of a downslope, in part because we're in between expansions and patches and stuff like that. And it always goes a bit up and down, of course. Everything does. But yeah. But this boss is fun. You have to... as you're fighting this boss, another dragon will come down and and try to attack you with ice attacks. And you have to fire these cannons at it, depending on where it is. I believe it's normally the healer's job. The healer or the ranged DPS, so I tend to be the one to do it, but not now. There, Iskabin. She descends down and you have to use one of the 3 Berthas to shoot the Iskabin down in the sky. Iskabin is also the final boss that I like so much. Oh wow, okay, so this time I'm actually getting pretty lucky with drops, it seems. But I can't need on this for some reason. I can need on that, but not this one. Even though that was like tank gear, I just could maybe it was just physical gear and I just read it wrong. Yeah, I'm finally getting some lucky drops in dungeons. That's nice. And here are some more ice sprites. Yay! No. So, Levy, the younger cat, is curled up and is now sleeping on top of Clara's laptop. That's adorable. Alright, time to kill Iskabin. Look, it's the Enterprise. Yes, just behind that enormous sleeping dragon. The dragon is not a concern. We have come for the airship and only the airship. Sid, you and I will sneak aboard the Enterprise and prepare for launch. Cinder, you stay here and keep an eye on the beast. If he wakes, we may need to provide distraction till we are ready to depart. You can manage that, can't you? That settles it. Shall we, Sid? As you command. Big sleeping dragon. I like the Iskabin. He got shot at by cannons and then went to bed. Oh no! It's Lesbiandrea. So you mean to slay Garuda next? Interesting. Most interesting. And you are aware that her strength greatly exceeds that of your previous primal conquests, a testament to the fanatical devotion of her followers. The Exal are nothing if not zealous. In spite of your past achievements, I labor to believe that you will best this foe. Yet only a fool would underestimate the great bringer of light, slayer Ifrit, bane of Titan. If any mortal is capable of defeating the Lady of the Vortex, it is you. Win or lose, a battle should at least make for an entertaining spectacle, assuming, of course, you live that long. Oh no! He turned her purple! Alphenor, the dragon! Confound it all! Let us see how well your blasphemous gift serves us this time, Crystal Bearer. Very long cutscene for something that's in the middle of a multiplayer dungeon, but that's how I'm reborn for you. Okay, let's go. Wait. Oh wait, so there we go. So yeah, Iskabin will take to the skies. And then like shoot down ice. You have to be like able to quickly move out of the way. And preferably not have her land on top of you, as I just did, but you know, can go worse. I fucking love the dragon in this game. Their designs are often based on the Final Fantasy IV sprites used for dragons, and they're actually really good. Level up! Oh, one of the players we played with had a cat problem as well. I know the pain, friend. I'm always annoyed by this cutscene because I love the final shot of your character in this cutscene whenever it happens, but they make the screen so bright right as you open your eyes, so you never get a good shot of yourself opening your eyes, only with your eyes closed. Cinder! Cinder, are you alright? Speak to me! Hi, child. 12 be praised. I fear the beast had injured you. I see now why the others rated you so highly. When you were caught in the midst of the etheric bubble with the dragon, I was almost certain my next mission would be to find a new champion. Thank the gods for sparing me that inconvenience. I have quite enough to do already. Which reminds me, Sid is working on the Enterprise as we speak. Let us go and see what he has to say. What say you, Sid? Will she fly? Yes, though it will not be a pleasant ride. Well, I dare say it will be no more unpleasant than staying here. It's a pity the Enterprise is not in a better state, but if she will allow us to quit this place, I shall not complain. If all are in agreement, let us return to Gridania. Though I would like nothing more than to set course for the Howling Eye, it is plain the Enterprise is in no condition to weather the storm. She must needs be repaired if we are to proceed with our mission. This is all so familiar. I know this ship. If I could just... it's no use. Let's go. Yay! We're in the airship landing. Ah, how I longed for the more agreeable climate of the Twelveswood. Yet I will not deny the whole sea had its charms. Endless details aside, our guardian John proved quite an adventure. Alas, our work is far from done. We still have an airship to repair and a primal to slay. No rest for the heroic, eh? calms me to look at her. It is as though I have been reunited with a part of me I never knew was missing. Hardly surprising, you did design and build her. I bear good news. The Siege Seers have granted our request to house the Enterprise. We may take as long as we require to repair her. Of course, it would be rank folly to take one moment more than we require. Garuda, lest we forget, grows stronger by the hour. If we are to have any hope of wresting this benighted realm from her talons, it must needs be soon. Though I am no expert on the workings of airships, it would seem plain to me that the Enterprise suffered much from her time in the wilderness. Am I not correct, Sid? You are, frankly. It's a miracle she carried us this far. As you know, the howling ice encircled by a raging tempest, apt to turn proud trees to matchwood. Our battle will end before it begins if the Enterprise cannot weather the storm. Given time, I believe I can fully repair her. But if this tempest is as fearsome as you say, even that may not be enough. Confound it, there must be a way to brave the fury of the elements. The elements? But of course, that's it. We work upon the element itself. Using the power of a corrupted crystal, we could clear a path through the storm and spare the Enterprise a battering. I see. You propose to utilize the properties of a crystal to alter the elemental aspect of the barrier. It seems so childishly simple in retrospect. Though mayhap not to you, Cinder, we speak of manifestations of over-aspected ether that can be found throughout the Eorzea. Since the calamity disrupted the land's etheric currents, such crystals have become comparatively commonplace, which has been a cause of great woe, as they are known to warp etheric energies, including those of living organisms. The point is, we could theoretically use a corrupted crystal to convert the wind-aspected ether comprising Garuda's barrier into ether of another aspect, one she cannot control. With certain modifications, the Enterprise should be able to deliver us to the Howling Eye in comfort, however hard Garuda blows. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. All of this... I fucking hate when people send you free company invites without asking. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. All of this rests upon our ability to procure a crystal with the necessary properties. Have you any idea where we might acquire one? No, but I know a man who might. A scholar by the name of Lambertaint, who resides in Camp Drybone. Strange as it may sound, I met him during my time at church. Well, Marquis met him, I suppose. Whether out of pity, or for want of a more willing listener, he would talk to me for hours at a time about his etheric studies. Corrupted crystals being his pet subject, it was as a result of these conversations that poor Marquis was observed to possess an uncommon knack for theoretical science. Cinder, I need you to return to Samaran and seek out this scholar. Sid and I will set about repairing the Enterprise in your absence. Yeah, not even a DM, just like instantly like invited me. Don't do that. Where are you even? They're not even like standing nearby. Are we going to Camp Tranquil? We're going to Camp Drybone, aren't we? I feel like Garuda is level 43, right? Am I wrong about that? Job quest. Oh, that makes sense. Oh wait, I don't need that. Why yes, I am Professor Lambertaint. Beg pardon, you wish to hear about my research on corrupted crystals? Truly? Well, nothing would give me greater pleasure than to discuss my work with a fellow woman of science. So rare is it to find fellow intellectuals in this region. It's even rarer to find one capable of comprehending the nature of corrupted crystals. Come to think of it, there was another, a hermit to whom the church had given sanctuary. Curious fellow, unsociable, rather daft at first impression, yet possessed an amazing affinity towards the scientific pursuits. But to the matter at hand, you say you wish to conduct field observation. You say you wish not to conduct field observation, but to harvest a corrupted crystal. Gods, woman! At least take the necessary precautions so that you do not suffer from exposure to its harmful energies. Begin to wonder if you have sufficient qualifications to handle such hazardous materials. Still, your ignorance is somehow endearing. If you will bring me a suitable vessel, say a common clay pot, I shall coat it with the alchemical sealant of my own design. Simply store the crystal you seek within this pot to protect yourself from its deleterious effects. Where might you find the clay pot? Well, I'm hardly a merchant, but surely some felt Golden Bazaar has some for sale. Where's the Golden Bazaar? Alright, up there, yeah. If Garuda is 43, which I do seem to recall her being. It's possible she's 44, but that seems like a stretch. But if she's 43, it should be no problem getting to her this stream. Like we might have to do another dungeon run, but that about it, really. And maybe not even that, depending on how much XP we get from the quest, because we're currently on a level 41 quest, and I'm level 42, so we'll be getting some experience still. So what I tried doing there when I was jumping was I tried to land on a gravestone to launch myself over the fence, but I kept missing. So I just ran around instead. I was going to say, it would be so much easier when you can fly next week. Then I realized you can't fly until level 50 anyway, so... Not really. You have to finish a REBORN to be allowed to fly in a REBORN area, so it won't actually help you at all when it comes to playing it the first time. But I guess leveling new classes will help that pretty, like a lot. You get a pot, and you get a pot. Everyone gets a pot. Sorry, I got a bit carried away when disposing of old merchandise. Eniro, take my pot, please. And now we're getting back with our pot from the pot dealer. First samples free. Oh yeah, I mentioned that like I like having like fun names for like these streams when I archive them. So I try to come up with like a pun or like something referring to what we were talking about or something like that. I was so like lost for anything good last night. Cause I was like, we didn't fucking do anything but like fight some dragons and did some dungeons. So I ended up naming it Dungeons and Dragons. Like, worst name I have ever given like one of these streams. Fascinating. Even accounted for the unusually strong ethereal currents in this region. The crystalline formations are... Oh, you've returned. Any luck finding a pot like I suggested? Handing over the pot now. Well, this is indeed an unremarkable piece of rubbish. For our purposes, it shall suffice. With a liberal application of my alchemic sealant, the sorry excuse for earthenware will be reborn as corrupted crystal containment device. Now observe as this scholar skillfully, almost dropped that, skillfully coats the interior of this pot just so. There, it's finished. You no longer need to fear the crystal transformative energies. Though I suppose you will be bombarded with its energies until you place it within the vessel. Well, perhaps it shall motivate you to work quickly. In any case, I would now have you take the water pot to Hahasako, a student of mine monitoring the flow of ether at High Bridge. Explain to him your quest and he shall instruct you in the finer points of crystal harvesting. See, this would be the fastest way, right? God, navigating my way out of Camp Drybone is always so tricky because there are 3 different exits and all of them are spiraling around. So it's never just, oh, go out the eastern entrance exit to get to the eastern part of Drybone. Like, no, you have to figure out like where they actually exit out after you start leaving. Hate it. Oh wait, are we going to... Oh, no we're not. Actually, maybe we are. Oh, I think we are. I think we're going to the crystals, these crystals. The crystallization. I think that's where we will be harvesting. That'd be cool. How many times must I be made to explain myself? I am not contemplating suicide, you imbecile! I have chosen this precise position to perform scientific measurements. What have we here? A containment vessel? Why, this is the handiwork of Professor Lambertaint. You thieving knave, I shall call for the... Oh, made especially for you by the man himself. Then you must have sought me out per his instruction, which means he believed me experienced enough to expound upon his explanations. At last, the recognition I so rightfully deserve. Oh, Frabius day. Frabius? Frabius. That's a word. Kalu Calais! That I should be chosen to guide this woman. Yes, I, Hahasako, greatest of Professor Lambertaint's pupils, shall see that you successfully quarry your quarry. Your timing is impeccable, in fact, for I was just prepared to procure corrupted crystals from the burning wall for my personal research. There, devastating destruction caused by the calamity is blessed with a bounty of sublime specimens. But something tells me that not a perfect peace will satisfy your high standards, in which case you must needs descend to the deepest depths amidst the flowing waters and the murderous Mirrorites, like the most fantastic formations I have found so far. Take this highly advanced researcher's tool and use it to separate a small fragment from the large cluster, place it within the water pot, and bear it back to me for inspection. The path which leads from Burgundy Falls to the base of the burning wall is treacherous and terrifying, but advance with appropriate caution, and you shall surely survive. That is probably like my most overused Lalafell voice, and I don't care, because it's the best Lalafell voice for the male Lalafell. It is actually... Oh! Hunting log. It is actually based on the voice of one of the Lalafells in the patch storylines. Specifically, Teleji Adeleji. He sounds like that, and it's great. There's also Lord Lolorito, but he sounds more like are you mad? You can't do that! Something like that, and but like a little deeper perhaps. But Teleji is just like, yes, of course. It's just a glorious squeaky voice. I love it. Sadly, a voice only heard in 2.x, so we don't know what he would sound like if like casted in the more current Final Fantasy XIV style of voices. And here we are, the burning wall. I'm going to like just get rid of the UI for a little bit. Because, like, just look at this. It is so pretty. I love this. So yeah, this big, like, high-tech thing you see here in the middle, it's going to first person. That was one of the things sitting inside Dalamud, the moon. And when that's shot down, as Bahamut released from the moon, it crystallized everything going up into the air. So it caught the very stone and dirt and trees that flew out of the ground from its impact with the crystal. It's so cool. As I mentioned, if you're here at night, it actually glows in the dark as well. Just beautiful, all around beautiful. How far do we need to go? The quest marker is there, but I don't see anything. Oh, it might be right beneath us. That might be why. I'm avoiding the Mirror Knights because they're a little annoying. I want to say they're Final Fantasy XII enemies, but I might be wrong there. I might be mixing them up with something else. Still not seeing a quest marker, but it's supposed to be this way. Yeah, it's most likely right beneath us now. What if I can drop down, or if I will end up in the middle of a fight and die? There's also a notorious monster fate right there. So should probably not drop down. I have to find the other way down. This seems like a fairly safe drop. I'm not allowed to drop down here, of course. Maybe I can drop down here? No. Because I have to find the actual walkway down. Where would that be? It came from that way. I don't see any. Huh. Okay. Maybe we'll get to see this place at night anyway, because I'm gotta find a way down. I wonder if we're supposed to come from the south instead of the north. That might be it. Wait, what happens if I go up that way? That's where I came from the first time, so maybe we should try to go this way. Oh yeah, this should lead us to the right place. Well, the problem with this place is the invisible walls. Like, the place itself is not that complex, it's just that the game has decided you're only allowed to get to lower levels by finding, like, one specific spot. That the map is not clear about where it is. What I dislike more is the fact, well, this fate is in the middle of where I have to be. Gonna help this person with it. Yeah, I want to say these enemies are from Final Fantasy XII originally. I might be wrong about that, but I do seem to recall that. I can't remember from where though. Like where in 12. The big Bagoli theory. Where's the corrupted cluster? There. Okay. Let's hope we don't anger them. Ah, we did it. Oh. Wait, what? Use the maul to fracture the... Oh, it's not in range now, huh? There. Target is not in line of sight. There. I knew it! I fucking knew it! At least this kind conjurer will help me. I think they're a conjurer. Let me get a better look at the staff. Yeah, they're a conjurer. There we go. Now I gotta go back. The other person was decided to teleport to Drybone, which is not a bad idea, but I think now that I know the way there, it will be fast to just run on Chocobo. Since I have to get to High Bridge, not Drybone. Oh wow, that Mirror Knight somehow didn't aggro me, I just ran right through it. Where am I? Okay, yeah, this is the right way. Good. Come on, I love these golden fleas too, because it's just the regular like enemies I fought earlier outside here for my hunting log, but turned golden from the corrupted ether. It's these. It's Furbles. Yeah, there's a golden one actually, golden one that escaped from. Oh shit, challenge logs. How do you unlock the challenge log? That's a good way to get experience points. I just realized that now, because I was like, wait, how come I don't get any bonuses for all the dungeons and stuff we've done? I see you come galumphing back. Have you the crystal then? What a prodigiously large and lovely crystal. Professor Lambertaint will doubtlessly chortle with joy when you present it to him in person. Oh, and upon your return, do remember to recount how I helped you with your harvesting. Yeah, I love that the special tool... Oh, why did I say no to the dry bone thing? I had to go back now, I didn't think of that. I figured I was like, oh, I'll just go back to Sid after that, I guess. But like, no, of course not. In Limsa, huh? I just assumed you started with the challenge log for some reason. And I should have known you don't. It was patched in later, and that means they definitely put a quest to unlock it. That's how they do with it. That's what they do with everything. Hell, even the sightseeing log, if you want to like continue sightseeing in every expansion, you have to do a new quest to unlock the sightseeing log. They really love their unlocking quests. I mean, I like them too, so it's like, it's fine. Maybe I'll take a trip around Limsa on the way back then. My keen scholar sense tells me you obtained a cryptic crystal. Am I right? If you would grant me a moment to examine the crystal. Ah, it is as you desired. A corrupted crystal overflowing with wind-aspected ether. For what purpose did you intend to use the crystal again? What? To breach a barrier comprised of wind-aspected ether? Oh dear. Well, that may prove problematic, as this crystal would only serve to strengthen the barrier. Suppose I am at fault for inquiring into your objective from the start. I know your intent, I would never send you to Hasako. But what is science if not trial and error, and can you truly say that this has failure taught you nothing? Think, woman, you now understand the methods necessary to safely connect across the corrupted crystal. You will doubtless have no difficulty doing so once more. What's more, the crystal you collected can serve as an invaluable resource for the ethereal studies conducted by the students of Baldesian. You've heard of them? Well, I don't mean to boast, but I have a professional relationship with the organization. Not as equals, of course, I would never be so bold to claim that level of expertise. Are you alright? Your eyes seem to have glazed over for a moment. Anyway, I shan't keep you from your task. You still a corrupted crystal to find. Yeah, of course this thing we did was for nothing. Corrupted crystal of sufficient size and strength are not all that common. I fear. Fortunately, one of my other students, Siana, claims to have discovered another promising site in Eastern Lenosha. Wait, that's not correct. Eastern Lenosha was where she was nearly killed when wandering too close to an Imperial castrum. Oh, that made for an amusing anecdote. It was Western Lenosha. Pharaoh Sir... How did I forget? How the fuck did I forget? How the hell did I forget Pharaoh Sirius? The Siren plotline. I talked about those things during this stream series. I was looking at Pharaoh Sirius yesterday, talking about how, oh, you can't see Pharaoh Sirius because of the fog. Ah. Pharaoh Sirius on the Isles of Umbra, to be precise. I can't recall her exact reasoning, something to do with one of Dalamur's talents or some such nonsense. What I can say for certain is that she is still in Ailport, attempting to gain access to the Isles. Why not travel there and see if Siana's inquiries bear fruit? If you can look past the crass and violent ways of the local pirates, you might find time there to be quite pleasurable. Oh, and don't forget to take your makeshift watered pot lest you think you're unprepared for the task. How the fuck did I forget about this? God! I am so fucking useless at remembering things. How many times did I play this story now? Like 5? Yes, Pharaoh Sirius is obviously, or rather, the Siren plotline, I believe, is first. The Siren plotline, the Siren song sub-quest, whatever you want to call it. Here it is. The challenge log unlock. How befitting, it's actually at the airport. Dock. Well, the dock where you go to airport, not the one at the airport. Do I want to? Yes, I do. Let me just do a thing real quick. I say that as if anyone else is dictating what I do, which, you know, if they did, maybe I would actually like get some stuff done. Okay, now we should be able to undertake delivery missions. Right? Wait, what? Storm Sergeant 2nd class. Might as well pay my way up, I guess. Storm Pirate first, Storm Corporal. Oh, so it's really that far off? Don't know why I thought it was something you could start doing early, but oh well, now I know better. You forget this nice sunset to look at. Yeah, now I have the challenge log. Well, this is one of those cases where the NPC is actually above you. The one time I don't check above me first. Eh? Corrupted crystals? Madame, I have no interest in being the butt of your jokes, so if you know what reason for addressing me, kindly leave me be. Well, I'll be damned. Professor Lambertine did send you. Beg your pardon, it seems we got off on the wrong foot. I'm Siana, greatest of Professor's pupils, which is doubtless why he bid you seek me out. Indeed, I'm an accomplished scholar with an extensive background in... Oh god, just listen to me prattle on and on. I must have given this introduction doesn't I right now. As I told the Professor of many missives, I believe that the area surrounding Pharaoh Sirius is replete with corrupted crystals of exceptional strength. Unfortunately, I've yet to test my hypothesis, as all access to the Isles of Umbra is prohibited at present, for reasons unknown to me. You see, my attempts to acquire this information are often met with annoyance and disdain. It's rather puzzling, since I always take time to explain my motivations in great detail to the subjects of my questioning. Mayhap you will have better luck wresting information from these yellow jackets. I've all but given up at this point. It's probably not pirates, correct? I do like that they play with that, because you have it's probably pirates, it's probably not pirates, and then I believe isn't the quest for Sastasha hard mode, which is a side quest, isn't that it's definitely pirates? And once again, the NPC was probably above me. Definitely above me. There. That's a name. So that's Q. How would Q be pronounced for... there's a... Yeah, it's a Mikote. It's like... Is it like K? I think it's probably K. So... Ku'aneb. Ku'aneb. He startled me. Don't you know better than to sneak up on a person at a time like this? What's all this fatuous gossip of spirits and specters haunting the Isles of Umbra? Just because I know it's nonsense doesn't make it any less frightening. I turned off the chocobo music, or rather the mount music, because I felt it was often unfitting. when I would have like some music play, and then I would, you know, get on my mount, and suddenly we just switch to. It's fun at first, but it gets tiring pretty quickly. But I have really bad luck with getting music to play. Like, it just keeps like not playing music most of the time. Now we're having the airport music though. Yay! I like the airport music. It reminds me of Monkey Island. The Isles of Umbra? What interest have you in that Guards for second place? Ever since we were forced to abandon Farah Sirius, the Isles have become not more than a graveyard for ships unable to navigate the shores, and a purgatory for the souls dragged down to the depths with them. Oh, Livy didn't like that voice. She was sitting on the shelf next to my computer, and when I started doing that voice, she was like, nope, and just walked off to the other end of the room. Don't blame you. Yukino's traveling to the Isles of Umbra? Bloody hell, last are you drunk or just crazy? Ain't nothing but death, death, and more death. Oh yeah, by the way, I almost forgot. Pop, pop. There. Our kitten and our puppy. Now I can summon them. Cinder, you returned. Tell me of your findings. Really? Infested with the undead, you say? That's a very, very interesting development. Excuse me for a moment while I gather my thoughts. That can't be much better than what I have. 82 plus 8. I mean, it's higher level, but it's not like it's not tanking gear, so I'm going to just go with the gold pieces. Worry not, my friend. I've given your findings some thoughts, and I've concluded this talk of spirits is not from the local folklore. As for while it travels to the Isles of Umbra's restricted way, perhaps it's considered too dangerous, owing to the abandonment of Farah Sirius. Well, anyway, when you were questioning those jail jackets, I paid a visit to a local pub, since even an esteemed scholar like myself enjoys dulling her wits on occasion. It was there that I heard a tale of a man named Skifrin, who was recently detained after returning from, wait for it, the Isles of Umbra. This is the first I've heard of someone actually traveling to and from there, so I'm curious as to how he obtained permission. Mind having a chat with him in my stead? He was arrested after all, so I'm somewhat reticent to approach from him myself. I have to go back. She calls to me, sings to me. Tell me, no, I'm sorry. Give him this. He was right. Oh, you could release me? Yes, release me. I will go and tell her. Let me go to her. So it's pretty obvious, of course, that it's a siren thing. Even if I hadn't told you that, you would figure that out from them talking about how it's obviously a siren thing. I think they later regretted putting a siren storyline here, because the most famous use of a siren in Final Fantasy history is Final Fantasy V, where the siren is a big part of one of the early things in the game. And it's funny because in Stormblood, they recreate that moment almost like verbatim. And it becomes really odd since, well, we already had a run with a siren, so we had to like make it a different siren, you know? So I have to imagine that like when they were like, oh, we're making an expansion with a lot of Final Fantasy V elements. Oh, we need to have the siren. And then they realized, oh shit, we already put a siren called Siren in the main story of REBORN. What does Skiffrin have to say? That's not terribly helpful. I couldn't care less about how he misses his favorite bar wench. What's that about a man named Mimidoa? Wait, I know that name. That's the bastard who grabbed my ass the other day at the pub. Well, if you want to give him that feather, be my guest. I'm not going anywhere near him and his wandering hands. Nothing shit, are you? What are you? Speak up, mister, can't hear you. Huh? Bugging me? Is this what I think it is? No, it can't be. You found it, you say? Where'd you say you found it? Skiffrin, you say? I was hoping that way with the lab, but it sounds like there's no left twixt his ears. He was supposed to help patch up for a series he was. Company sent me to supervise a lot of them. Weren't getting worked out on their own, see? Half of them walked off, half of them ran off, and half of them went up and vanished. What's that? We're looking for Pastor out of Umbra. Why did you say so? I've been thinking of dispatching someone to take a look on behalf of Olmi Midoa. Take him how the land lies. Tell him how the land lies. I didn't know we'd be interested until you came a-calling. Whole port's up and out, but spirits and so forth. Freddy Gill hires some cell sorts and let him sort it out. But you'll do it in a pinch, you will. Show this parchment to the skipper and he'll take it and see you there and back. So you went and had a word with Mimidoa. I hope the valuable time you saw fit to waste on to something. You mean that disgusting creature was Skiffrin's superior? I find it hard to believe. It is written passage just appear to be genuine, so it must be true. I must say, it's a relief to work with such an industrious woman as you. I look forward to hearing of the discoveries you will make on the House of Umbra. Without me. Fine, fine. I fail to see the justifications for dragging me along on your journey, but if you insist, I will go as well. The 12 is my witness. If you leave me behind to be devoured by some horrid abomination, I shall come back to haunt you. So I don't really like the reason she wasn't able to get a slip to go there was because she didn't want to go and like curry favor with the dude who sexually harassed her. Like, that's not a good look when like that's like the lesson of the quest. Anyway, let's go to the House of Umbra. Take me to the House of Umbra, she bids, as if it's simple as... Oh, so you gotta read a passage. Alright then, come aboard. This doesn't seem all that bad. I'm not saying he had like a summer home here, but oh, to hell, Split, take this pot and go on without me. You have harvested the corrupted crystal before us, right? So it is then so you require my assistance. Speak to the man guarding the gate. I'm sure he'll let you in. Now, if you will please excuse me. Beg your pardon, madame, but how did you come here? Access to the island's country restricted. An old pot? I'm not sure if... Oh, I see. You wish to harvest a corrupted crystal. Sorry, friend, you may have to return empty-handed. The rich master Mimido gave you may grant access to the island, but only authorized personnel will proceed past this point. Why, you ask? Look up and see yourself. That giant mass of crystal struck the lighthouse. It caused severe damage to both the structure and the machinery within the once power they awakened. Contrary to what the small folk would have believed, the fires of Pharisees were not the product of a major thaumaturgy or a colossal arcane bomb, but an elaborate contraption fueled by ethereal energy. Repairs are still ongoing, but it's anyone's guess when they'll be complete. What's worse, all work has ceased since rumors of the Walking Dead drove off our entire group. Not that those rumors are incorrect. I observed the fiends from a distance, at the ship graveyard to the south. What's drawn them to our shores is still a mystery, though. I'll make you a deal, Cinder. Help me unravel this mystery, and I'll bring you your corrupted crystal. In fact, I shall begin searching for one that satisfies the requirements. As for where you begin your inquiries into the situation, it so happens that a party of 3 adventurers came ashore not long ago, seeking to scavenge valuable trinkets at the ship graveyard. I was surprised if they knew nothing of your identification, so it might behoove you to question them. So yeah, the ship graveyard is even the dungeon you fight the siren in Final Fantasy V. It's all this for chicken. Fabulating yes, worth a fraction that cargo, but those queer dead things and the voice. Actually, the voice was quite nice. You sound too, right? Dead people. You shamble about without a care in the world, except when they do seem to care, that is, and start shuffling towards the water. God, it's that voice. That single fleeting rush. I can still hear it. Stay clear of the southern shore, friend. It took every ounce of my strength to resist. Oh. Sorry. This talk from an alluring voice is disturbingly familiar, as if... That's impossible, they're all dead, aren't they? Yeah, here we go. If they have returned, that would mean... I beg your pardon, I was just thinking about something. Which reminds me, I received word that Master Midar will be arriving in a moment. Apparently he grew frustrated waiting for the sweet young lass with skin soft as Phoenix down to return, which I'm assuming is you. I wonder what he says if you play a man. Is he into men as well? I will have to track down the dialogue for this portion. Because sadly I can't just ask Altras, that would be awkward. I don't know what sort of arrangement you have, you should probably go and explain yourself. What's been keeping you, initiate? I ain't getting any younger, you know. Huh? From a honey-voiced harlot's been calling up the folk with one near the ship graveyard? He stirred up the dead and all? Bloody hell, it takes him back to the days as a cannon boy, sitting on the little mist bed. They wouldn't dare, would they? Not after the lesson we learned them last time. Ah, they bloody would, wouldn't they? Brazen old biddies. Some folks said that the first purge would be the last, but I knew deep down in the walls this day would come. And come at us. I bet me burn the sirens behind all this. They ain't no one of the sanguine variety in the shit. I speak of the other kind, and what's got feathers and lure sailors to the watery grave with their sweet, sweet song. Oh, but it doesn't end there. No, drowning's just the start. See, even in death, a man still bound to the beast, forced to do a bit in till his corpse can't do it no more. So afraid I wouldn't wish him my worst enemy, except maybe in drink, and I'd regret it after. Anyway, it's up to us to stop this hellspawn hussy before she takes another soul. Of course, we can't send Jim Marsh enough to war without these. The siren don't have no power on man can't hear his song. It's lucky for you I carry a spare pair, and lucky for both of us I'm a superstitious old sod, eh? Well, she ain't coming to us, so we best head over to her. To the ship graveyard, initiate. Brass earplugs. I hope he made them fit Viera ears. I wonder how Ara used those, because Ara don't, or rather Ari, which is the plural of Ara, the Ari don't actually have ears. Somehow. The earrings you put on our on RE characters put on the horns instead. So you just don't have any ears. Maybe they hear through their nose or something and they put the brass plugs up there. Maybe they probably have like some kind of ear behind or like beneath the horn or something. It's probably how they explain it. Your splash is near the shore. She's sure to spy the campfire and come looking for us. It's just a matter of waiting now. I don't even know what I'm doing with that character's voice. I have completely given up. Here we go. Can't believe I forgot about the siren thing. It's arguably one of the more memorable solo duties alongside with the Castrum solo duty. In REBORN, that is. I'm beginning to wonder if the sly bugger ain't spun us down here. Quiet. Do you hear that? Sir. There she is. Look! Out of the water! She come, Nishiet, she come! It's a bit of a shame that it's nighttime. It looked much better during daytime. Quick, lass! Shove them plugs in your ears and get ready for a fight. Soon as she realizes you're deaf to her ditties, she'll call on her thralls and we'll be up to our necks in corpses before you know it. Do I have to actually use them, maybe? No. Here we go. So the actual fight with the siren is not here. You fight the siren in the Pharaoh Sirius dungeon. And here you just drive her off, essentially. I think it's a shame if they didn't like have an actual song here, like vocals and such. I think it would have been a nice touch. Madeline. Yes, I know you went through there. If you wait until I'm done with the duty, I can let you in. Oh no, note bubbles. Gotta avoid the note bubbles. Libby, wait for a second, please. I will let you out, I'll let you in to the bedroom in a moment. I just literally cannot do it right now. Oh, for some reason I don't have Defiance. Well, I guess I don't need Defiance here. So it's a solo duty after all. Ah, didn't want that bubble to hit me. There we go, duty complete. Okay, 1 sec, I'm just gonna let the cat out. In. Do you think the cat walked into the bedroom? No. No. She just looked at me like I was a fool for thinking she wanted to after she had clawed at the door and meowed at me. Am I alright? Huh, I'm better than that in the shit. Happy as a sailor in a war whorehouse I am. Could be happy as a sailor with two. What's it if we got the songstress? But you can't do everything, can you? She'll not be come crewing around here again, though. Not for a while on the road. And if she does, well, we know what to do, don't we? Thanks for the help, bugging me. I clearly forgot your name. Remind me? Cinder. Don't recall having on a ship of that name. But if you're not me old mate, what's the name? Why you been so bloody helpful? I don't mind. Be seeing you, lassie. Oh, the big skeleton. That's not a skeleton fate. That's a crab fate. I think. Oh, I guess they're called... Oh yeah, I guess because they're mantises and not crabs. You mean it was the siren? How were you able to resist the song? I see. I heard that maybe it must be Midora was involved in the first purge, but I never actually... I was an ordeal like that. I can't blame him for carrying earplugs around with him. Anyway, I have something for you. The corrupted crystal you wanted, safely sealed within the pot, just as you requested. Please, take away with my compliments. As a Pharaoh Sirius, the actual dungeon Pharaoh Sirius is a optional level 50 dungeon. So we're not heading up there in any scenario. Which I think is odd, Because I feel like that would have been like a given. I wonder if that was originally planned as the actual like way of obtaining the crystal, and then at some point while planning everything out, they were like, no, we don't have the resources for another main story dungeon here. We'll have to push that until later or something like that. Oh, it's you. Welcome back, Cinder. You look remarkably hale, I must say. And more importantly, alive. You are alive, aren't you? Sure am. Ah, the conquering hero returns bearing a gift. Might I have a closer look? Impressive. Very impressive indeed. Yes, I think you'll be quite pleased with this specimen. Congratulations, Cinder. Seldom, if ever, have I encountered a corrupted crystal composed of such volatile overabundance of fire-aspected ether. What? You wanted a corrupted crystal composed of ice-aspected ether to counteract the effects of a raging wind. This specimen would help you there. Anyone who knows anything about the elements could hear that. You just have to keep looking, I suppose. God. I think they're so fucking funny. Okay, well, let's go to Costa del Sol. Oh, our older cat is being adventurous. Climbing up on the dinner table. You're not supposed to do that, you know that. Okay, well, let's go and pick up the job quest. If we're lucky, that'll be enough to get us up to the next level. Oh, yeah, I guess I can invite Georgina again. Oi, please be careful. And probably faster to teleport there? Yeah. What are you doing, Levy? You're attacking nothing. What are you doing? If you're bored, you have toys you can attack. You don't have to attack the air. Oh well, cats. I'll have to play with her before I go to bed after this. Not that I mind. I like playing with cats. For a second there, I almost said, wait, what are we doing? Because I forgot that I was doing a job quest, and I was like, I don't remember going here for the story. Who is this NPC? And I was like, oh, right, I'm skipping because we're doing leveling. Oh my god. What's going on with you, Levy? Oh, okay, hold on. Do you actually want to go out now? Is that what you want? I bet you she'll be back in 2 minutes? Maybe? It's possible she just wanted to go to her little box and then come back. Hello, Amy. I love Vieira. My only real problem with Vieira in Final Fantasy XIV is I thought it was kind of boring of them to just stick in, like, the Vieira and calling them Vieira when they gave all the other ones unique names. The Vieira are nice. I'm actually pretty happy with my Vieira character. I was worried I wouldn't like her at first. But yeah, I really like the Vieira in the dancer job quest, for example. I forget her name, but the one who's basically your dance partner in that story. Oh, there she is. There's the cat. How much passed? 2 minutes. 2 minutes and like 15 seconds. Yep, there she is, opening the door. Fucking knew it. Cats. Gotta love them. Okay. I don't think this is gonna give us enough XP to get to 40. To get to 43. Which is annoying. So I just want to like get to Garuda, which would be a good endpoint for tonight's stream. But we will see. Yeah, taking the ferry will go faster. Oh, I forgot I can't walk through that water. Invisible walls. That should hopefully be fixed on Tuesday though, when they redo this for being flying mounts. Invisible walls, stuff like this, should probably be gone as well, because why can't you swim here? There's not really much of a reason, is there? Like, you could put an invisible wall here maybe, but you know, now you're gonna be able to fly that way, so yeah. Where did Levy go? She just opened the door, came in, disappeared. Oh well. Thank you. Nope, that wasn't enough. We need... that's not a lot. But that should be easy to gather actually. That's like one quest in our current area. Yeah, if we just go back to the House of Umbra and do one of the quests there, that should be enough. Airport. You only need 8,000 XP, and I'm pretty sure you get that much from a side quest at this level. I could be wrong. Certainly wouldn't be the first time. We'll see. If so, I can just do a leave, or I could try that guild test again that I couldn't get into earlier. Alsombra. Yes, yes, yes. That's one thing I actually would really like them to get rid of. Less confirmation boxes like that. Like, just put the price of the fairy in the first choice instead. Yep, that's enough. Wait. Do we want... Is there anything that's like level 40, level 40, level 41? What was that? So it's not okay, that's not for tanks. Maybe these other ones have accessories, because I need accessories. And I don't want to go to the market board, because that's expensive when you're still in leveling mode. Oh, well, I'll take that food if nothing else, sure. I should have taken part in the fate that was here when I was last here. It would probably given me enough to continue. Oh well. Oh, it's Tomato King and the Eggplant King. They're doing the Hildebrand quest. Wait, did you meet them on the Isles of Umbra? I thought you met them at Costa del Sol. Huh. It's been a while since I did that quest. I might be misremembering it. I believe it's a 2.3 Hildebrand quest line? Yeah, it should be. Yeah. Yeah. Should be 2.3. Thank you. But I said earlier I thought Garuda was level 43. Now I wonder if I was mistaken and it's 44. Guess we'll find out. Don't fret now, I know exactly where to find a corrupted crystal comprised of I suspected ether. An associated miner Gridania has been studying the effects of one such crystal on living beings. Huh? What was that expression? I thought you would be pleased to hear this news. This is not another wild odor chase, I assure you. And what's even better is that this time you didn't use a warded pot to be able to protect yourself from the crystal energies. Hayden's findings suggest that it's quite safe. Why, you ask? Let's just say that it has undergone a unique process that has rendered such precautions unnecessary. Anyway, don't let me keep you. It's been a pleasure, Cinder. Come back and see me sometime, alright? It is pretty annoying that, like... Could've just... said... from the start that we needed ice because we're countering wind. It's not like we didn't know. We just didn't say it just to drag this out longer. Greetings and salutation, Miss Lesporine, I presume? Sienna informed me of your adventures in airport. Terribly sorry about the misunderstanding, though. Professor Lambertaint is fond of saying, no action taken in the name of science is ever truly wasteful. To the matter at hand, corrupted crystals possessing the properties you seek could be found in the abundance in standing courses following the calamity. Alas, that is no longer the case. And while there is at least one suitable crystal that remains to be found within the 12 woods, precisely where it is at any given moment is more difficult to say. Permit me to explain. You're familiar with Spriggans, yes? The furry little rascals that are wont to seek out ores and other stones. Well, one such creature with an infamously insatiable appetite has single-handedly devoured every corrupted crystal in the 12th wood. Fortunately for you, these crystals take an eternity to digest, assuming they can't even be digested, and I'm reasonably confident that this one resides within his gut. It's quite fascinating, really. My theory is that this Giggity first consumed a corrupted crystal when... You couldn't care less about all this, could you? To the point, then, Giggity is grown so ravenous that even his fellow Spriggans now fear for their safety. Some have gone so far as to petition the other inhabitants of the Trollswood for succor. In fact, the other day I heard a Spriggan had been spotted in the vicinity of Little Solace. I propose you find this wayward creature and use him to track down and slay Giggity. I can think of no better method to locate a rampaging beast. Can you? And so we go to Benbranch Meadows? Hawthorne Hut. It's Hawthorne Hut, right? Yeah. See, I know my map somewhat. This one is pleased to see a walking one. Has time come for this one to wreak furious vengeance upon a pair of ones? Oh, so walking one seeks furry ones. This one just saw furry one wandering about. Was very worried for furry one. Worried for furry one's safety. The furry one is right here. Just saying. Furry one came to Little Solace in search of helpful ones, asked these ones for aid and succor. But these ones could not do what Furry One asked, so Furry One went elsewhere, went north into Lark's Call. This one tried to warn Furry One, but Furry One would not listen. Many wild ones lurked to the north and touched ones too. Well, let's go there then. Let's go save a Spriggan. I love the Spriggans. Those are actually Final Fantasy XIV unique. Well, they have appeared in Final Fantasy XI, but only as part of a collaboration with Final Fantasy XIV. They are legitimately like a great design. Oh fuck, I didn't think there were level 40 enemies here. That's my own error though. That Molted Ziz could please just unaggro. That would be wonderful. There, good. Oh, I have another sneeze coming. I'm sorry. I should probably like hotkey a mute button for those things. Oh yeah. The European store in general is pretty awful. There's a lot of things it doesn't have. You tend to have to import most cool Final Fantasy things. Well, that reminds me actually, I found my Final Fantasy XIV, like, what is the thing called you keep drinks in? Like, we can have warm drinks in. I know the Swedish term for them, I don't know the English term. Tumblers? Is that what they're called? I got one of those at FanFest. I found it earlier today. TJ Sylph! Sylph bad Sylph! Friend save, take it! Friend! TJ go back! Back to good Sylph! But yeah, actually, like, most of my, like, cooler Final Fantasy XIV things have either been straight from the FanFest or from the Japanese stores. Walking One is everyone's helpful one. Fairy One Tiggy spoke highly of Walking One's bravery. This one wonders why Walking One first sought out to find Fairy Ones. Walking One sees Fairy One giggity. Even these ones have heard tell of Hungry One. Fairy One Tiggy asked these ones to hunt Hungry One, but these ones have not means to do so. Fairy Ones crave ores, yes, but Hungry One is clever and cautious. If Walking One wishes to catch Hungry One, Walking One must use very rare, very special ore. This one knows little and less of ore, but Walking One Merwin at Sanctum of 12 knows much. Walking One should seek aid of Goldsmithing One. Shouldn't we just use the crystals we didn't need? Like, technically, like, I'm assuming we left those with the students, but pupils, whatever you want to call it. But in theory, wouldn't the Spriggan want to devour those as well? This is the Sanctum of the 12. This is actually where you get married if you buy the whole wedding thing. It's a very nice place. And as I mentioned, if you want to get married, first you have to like buy a wedding thing with real money. There's cheap ones and there's like more expensive ones. Then you have to schedule a time for your marriage to be held, because they actually you actually have to schedule it properly in real time. Then you have to go through with the Living on a Prayer quest line from 1.0, where you go and pay respect to each of the 12. And then you can send out invites to everyone who can come to the wedding. Yes, what is it? I usually lure to rampaging Spriggan with a rare one. I have an idea, although it's a bit unorthodox and convoluted. Isn't everything? A church golem was recently sighted near the gates to the Sylphlands. Who created it and why it was left free to roam is anyone's guess. To any case, the construct's presence is profoundly serendipitous, for the soulstone of a cherry golem is created by enchanting a chunk of true heart ore. Shirt golem, not cherry golem. True heart, in case you were unaware, is an exceedingly rare one. One which Giggity has almost certainly never tasted, and will therefore be unable to resist. So all you need to do is search for the golem, slay it, claim its heart, and use it to bait the Spriggan. Oh, and do remember to rub the soulstone against a sufficiently large concentration of amber, say amber scale rock in the central shroud. Short of petitioning a mage versed in golem magic, that is the only way I know to dispel the enhancements woven into a true heart. Eh? Why are you looking at me like that? I had relations with a thaumaturge once, if you must know. Amber scale rock. Should I talk about that now, or when we get there? Amber scale rock is another 1.0 remnant, and somehow they never really do anything interesting with it. How do I best explain this? So in 1.0 there was a side story about amber scale rock, this mysterious rock that I believe it's supposed to be shaped like a dragon, and it vaguely looks like one. And it has magical properties, mysterious magical properties that no one really knows what it is. And there's a man who suddenly like wakes up with amnesia, but has a connection to amber scale rock. And he keeps appearing, like he keeps waking up in the cave where the amber scale rock is. And you start to like see these wakings up and see his experiences through the echo. And it's clear that there's like some mystery going on here. Something like deeper is happening. Like they were building up big for like what was going to be the reveal of the amber scale rock thing. So, what was the big outcome of it? Nothing. That was part of the Tanaka version of Final Fantasy XIV. Before Yoshida took over and restructured everything. So we genuinely never got a conclusion to that story. We only got the build-up and part of the like middle portions, and that's a shame because it was considered. Oh my god! I need to shake these off somehow. It was considered one of the better quest lines in the original 14, like in the Tanaka era of 14. People really liked that one. So everyone was wondering like, oh well, Amber Scale Rock is still in A Realm Reborn. Surely they will do something with it. Levy, what are you doing? Oh, she's chasing a bug. Okay. Did you get it? No, you missed. Did you get it? You're terrible at this. Anyway, so they're like, well, Amber Scale Rock is in A Realm Reborn, so clearly they will do something with that. But really, to my awareness, this quest we're doing now, where we're just going to rub another ore at it, is the only time we actually make use of it, or like have it be like relevant to a quest. I might be wrong. There might be some other like maybe there's like a Disciple of the Land or Hand quest that I missed, or something like that, or like maybe it's just some other side quest that I've somehow missed. But as far as I know, they never actually did anything with it, and it's just there as a remnant of the original 1.0. And yeah, it's a little sad, isn't it? I mean, at the same time, I understand why. Like, so many planned plot lines had to be cut because those who were writing those plot lines were no longer working on the game. You know? They were no longer part of the team. So they were no longer part of the company. Like, there was complete restructuring. And not even, like, the people who took over were not even made aware of what the original plans were. So, like, the Amber Scale Rock thing is just one of many examples of this. Another thing is like the Tomb of Xande. Now, the Tomb of Xande is the Tower in A Realm Reborn. Well, now it's part of the main story. It used to be a side quest, but now it's part of the main story. And like, well, it wasn't in 1.0. You could visit the Tomb of Xande in 1.0. It was not the Crystal Tower. It was in Mordona, yes. It was definitely like related to this big crystal thing going on beneath Mordona. But we will never know what the actual plan was, because Michael Christopher Cordue Fox has literally said that, like, he doesn't know. He doesn't know what the plans for that was. And he's the, like, lore... Like, he's the one literally, like, designated with, like, keeping all the lore and maintaining all the lore and such. So if anyone would know, it's him. But it's gone. And the same goes for Ambascale Rock. Like, here it is. You will never know what this thing was actually for. You can sort of see how it looks a bit like a dragon, right? Like, very vaguely. Like, the wings here and the horns here. Like a sitting dragon. But yeah. You will never know. Ore! Shiny one! Ore! Take it, ore? Ah, giggity ore. Friend, stop giggity! 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 Giggity is home. Tig is afraid. Friend, come home. Friend, stop giggity. The echo actually worked rather differently in 1.0 as well. I don't remember if they ever actually, like, confirmed it as, like, related to Hydaelyn as they do now. Like, one of the first things you learn is that the echo is a blessing of Hydaelyn. But I don't recall if they actually told you that in 1.0. Like, in 1.0, the way the echo worked, like, you could still, like, see past events and even, like, interact with them at times, but it was more like you didn't know you were doing that. There would be like a sort of like a odd, like, effect that you were, like, entering echo mode, sort of. But the world would just appear the same, and as if you were there, standing. So you would just suddenly be, like, in the middle of a scene, taking place in the past, without any forewarning or context. It was often very confusing, and they never really got into how it worked and why it worked. But for REBORN, they basically made the echo a bit more specific in what it does and a bit more obvious in what it does. And now, like, we have, like, specific, like, it's actually presented as specific visions rather than just suddenly happening in the world around us, and we can't even tell it apart from the real world. Oh, for fuck's sake. God damn it. Okay, fuck it. We're getting out of here. Oh, for fuck's sake. What time is it? 5:30. Okay. Oh, pray do not sneak at me like that. I was engrossed in... Wait, was that god's awful smell? My word, that is a breathtakingly beautiful crystal. See, my supposition was not mistaken. I also see you weren't interested in digging through the spring and entrails for your price. We owe a furry friend debt of gratitude, you know. This thick coating of digestive juices, protecting us from the harmful effect of the crystals. This is the rewarded pot you once used did. Why so glum, friend? You finally obtained the corrupted crystal you sought. One overflowing with earth-aspected ether. Calm down, I jest. It is comprised of unsuspected ether. Were not, I suppose the joke was in poor taste, considering your previous 2 attempts were for naught. I was convinced I had to do another one. I beg your pardon, Cinder. I forgot to return your crystal to you. Oh, and there was a message for you from Professor Lambertaine. Something about a man named Marquis. Apparently the professor misses the intellectual stimulation. Forgive me, I should have written it down. It occurs to me that I get to ask, why do you need the crystal? You aren't planning anything nefarious, are you? It would reflect poorly on me and my research if it was used for evil ends. Ah, well, perhaps it's best that I remain ignorant. I didn't become the professor's greatest pupil by filling my head with unnecessary information. Neck Kisses. Not a really good name. You know, could have probably just said that, like, we're the person who slayed Ifrit and Titan, and we need this to slay Garuda. Like, people know it's us that did that, so... All repairs and modifications have been completed, Cinder. Once you bring me that crystal, nothing will stand between us and Garuda. I'll need to run some tests to be sure, but it looks to be exactly what we need. We're not, Cinder. I see that your hard work does not go to waste. The Enterprise is already more than a common airship, but mark my words, soon it will become something greater, something extraordinary. This is me. This is what I was born to do. Yeah, sure. I guess that means level wall. Yeah. Of course. It's a fucking level 44 quest. Is there any side quests we can, side dungeons we can unlock and do? Alana, do you know? I'm trying to remember. Is Amal Dockhold at this level? Is that higher? Maybe it's faster for your search. Rather than wait for the chat to catch up. Amal Dockhold. Minimum level 44. God damn it. Alright. Well, in that case, Zapian Arm Veil is 47. Huh. Yeah, I guess that sounds about right. I'm thinking... every 3 levels starting from when? Because it's 15. Well, I guess I can just click here and see. 16, 17, 20, 24, 28, 32, 3. Okay, so they actually change, but here start being every 3rd. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, best XP is to roll Stone Vigil again. Stone Vigil isn't that long. Are you up for it? Because I would like to be done with Garuda tonight. That would feel like a good stopping point. Okay, well, let's do that then. Let's do Stone Vigil again. We have a Kaon fan. Yui Hirasawa. Oh fuck. Another rabies. I don't have my stun ready yet. Oh, okay, actually I do now. We're honestly not getting as much XP as I would have liked, but hopefully it'll be enough. Considering it's like literally the only real option we have for power leveling, apart from leaves, I guess. Leaves. Leaves was supposed to be like the big thing, the bread and butter of Final Fantasy XIV back in the 1.0 era. I genuinely do not know why Tanaka thought that it was like the biggest, coolest idea ever. Like, yeah, adjustable, repeatable quests with like adjustable level reward stuff. Like, I guess that's pretty cool, but it's still just quests. It's nothing revolutionary. I do like that the player who's new and named after Yui from K-On! Is a bard. So of course Yui would be a bard, you know? Closest you have to like a guitarist. Actually reminds me, I've said this before, but I really hope when the day finally comes that they decide to make a new Final Fantasy MMO, like the successor to 14, in the same way that 14 was the successor to 11, like a new universe, new lore, all these things. I kind of hope they don't do what 14 did and just try to like recreate 11 again. Like, I would like to see, because like we've established now that MMOs can live on forever. 11 is now getting new story content. That means that nothing is sacred. So like, 14 can continue even after the successor happens. So I would like for the successor to have like a vastly different setting. Like go all out futuristic sci-fi or something. Like Final Fantasy X and Final Fantasy VIII. Just to make it like stand out, because if they're just going to make, you know, we're doing 14 but new, there's the risk that it will end up having a lot of the same issues that 14 1.0 did. Because that was one of the big issues, was that they were just trying to make 11 again. And, well, things that were good ideas in 2001 are not necessarily good ideas in, you know, 2009. So when those games launched, it makes sense that things didn't go well. Not even the aesthetic wasn't enough because it was just the same. So like that didn't carry the game either. Obviously there were more issues than just the fact that it was like a archaic video game design mindset going on. But that is part of the problem, still. Like, let's never forget that when Tanaka, the original director of 14, couldn't grasp why players would want a jump button. Because 14 1.0 didn't have a jump button. You couldn't jump. Because you didn't have a jump button in 11. Why would you need a jump button now? I mean, I guess if you haven't played any MMORPG between 2002 and now, well, at the time now, it might seem, you know, sound to have a game like that without the jump button, but this is post World of Warcraft. This is post Guild Wars 2. Actually, was it? Maybe it wasn't. No, Guild Wars 2 was probably not out yet. That came out like 2 years later. It was post all the World of Warcraft clones, all of which had jumping, including jumping puzzles. People like those. I don't like them, but people do. They want jumping. And he just couldn't get it, because like, he was asked in interviews about that at the time when the game was still in beta and like, you know, the early buzz was coming in. People were still like hopeful about the game. And he was like, he just couldn't see why there should be jumping. And that just speaks to me. It's like so emblematic of this inability to look past the previous game he made. He was on the 11 team, you know? It's also why you had to like designate every attack. There was no auto attack in 14.0. Every attack, including the regular hit, you had to designate manually, which meant picking it, then picking the target. A 2-step for every single attack, even just regular hits that you now just have automatically happen. That's how it was in 11. Couldn't start attacking without designating something like that. That's how it should be here as well. Never mind that 11 was literally a classic command-based system from a like vertical menu. You know, like a traditional Final Fantasy game, and therefore a very different experience from a hotbar MMO, which is what 1.0 was actually still trying to be to a degree. Just absurd. So much of it is just absurd. It really makes you wonder too, like, if they had put someone else on that project, rather than just be like, well, 11 is good, so if we give it to 11's people, it should be good. Like, if Square Enix had noticed earlier that things were going awry, would Final Fantasy XIV have launched in a good state, maybe? Probably not. There were other issues, like, more specifically related to the Square Enix management that was going on as well. Infamously, stuff being outsourced and like done cheaply because they ran out of budget. Because the game has spent 5+ years of development. And the first 2 years were like without a proper like goal of what they were doing. What a mess. I do like that the earliest known tech demo stuff though was finally used for something in Shadowbringers. Like at E3 2005, Square Enix showed their MMORPG running on what would become Crystal Tools, working on DirectX. It was when the game was aiming for Xbox 360 and PC. Which, yeah, that didn't happen, did it? And like they show this beautiful like glass city on the water, which has basically been accepted as an early version of what would become Linsala Mensa. Although that's only like half true. There was no lore or anything written yet. It was just a tech demo. But they used that to create the Crystarium for Shadowbringers. Of course, they couldn't actually use the exact original tech demo stuff. Not because it was outdated, mind you. The opposite. It is still not viable to run in an online environment on modern computers. 15 years later, for what was supposed to be an MMORPG tech demo. It's pretty amazing. Yeah, all the see-through glass and reflections, and even the water was like just ridiculously over-detailed in that classic, we're doing this because we can brag, we can't actually make a game that looks like this kind of way. What's funny is that they also used a bunch of Final Fantasy XI assets, like unaltered, just to like make it look more finished. So they had like NPCs such walking around. They were nowhere near finished. They hadn't even like properly started yet, but still showed it. And that really just highlights a lot of how Square Enix operated back in the 2000s, because the whole idea of like, yeah, we haven't started working on this yet, but we're still going to announce it, was like, they loved doing that in 2000s. Hell, in the year 2000, they announced Final Fantasy IX releasing the same year, Final Fantasy X releasing the next year, Final Fantasy XI releasing 2 years from then. They announced 3 mainline numbered Final Fantasy games at the same event, set to release a year apart from each other, all being in development at the same time, all being massive AAA productions of 3 various different styles for 3 different, technically, systems on the same day at the same presentation. And that went well for them somehow. So I guess that's why they kept on doing that and just announcing things when they had no idea if it was going to work out. It's ridiculous how they actually managed to survive. But the reason they were able to survive was because they merged with Enix, and then they had like a fucking miracle at the start of the 2010s that saved their finances. A REBORN being a major part of that. the most profitable Final Fantasy game. And it became the most profitable Final Fantasy game before its first expansion. I'm not sure if it was within the first year, but at least within the first 2 years. So like, it surpassed Final Fantasy XI's 13, 14 years. No, 11, 12 years. Something like that. In that short time. And I can't imagine Square Enix would be around right now if it hadn't been for just a massive saving that Yoshida did with... Oh yeah, this is a new cutscene. You only get this when you play this not for the main scenario. I was about to say, like, why do I get the cutscene? I set it to skip cutscenes. Oh, Yui skipped cutscene, even though she's new. That's a bit of a shame. Because it's a story cutscene. I would have been fine with waiting. I wonder where they placed the Crystal Tower in the new story order. Because now you will have to play the Crystal Tower to continue through the main story, which is good. I mean, it removes some of the unique dialogue you could get if you didn't play it, but since so many people, unfortunately, went into Shadowbringers without having played it, and then had a bunch of, what is this all about? Who is this character? What is this thing? What is going on here? When all of that was supposed to be, you know, follow-ups to something they had already played. It's probably good that they make it mandatory. I'm also pretty sure I know why they're doing it, because I'm pretty sure I know where the story is going on Tuesday. But we'll see. I might be wrong. It's definitely possible. But yeah, assuming I'm right where the story goes, there was just no way they would be able to have players not have played the Crystal Tower raid and still continue the story. So we'll see. We'll see. And I mean, hell, the Crystal Tower is still my favorite Alliance raid. Not because the other ones aren't good. Like they're all very good. But honestly, I'm not feeling Yorha so far. We'll see what the next part brings. But like, yes. What was the saying before that happened? The other ones I like a lot. Even the padding in Ivalice, and there's a lot of padding in Ivalice, is pretty good. Okay. Now we can pick up our new... What? Didn't I get a new... Didn't I get a better... Oh really, this is not better than what I had? That's... odd. Fair enough. According to my tests, the device is now functioning in perfect harmony with the crystal, meaning we can leave whenever you're ready. You must understand, tests can only tell one so much. Until we approach the holding eye, until we attempt to breach the barrier itself, I cannot be sure that this will work. I think it's only fair to tell you that there is a small but statistically significant chance that the crystal could trigger a massive... Maybe it's better we remain positive. Cinder, I want to thank you for reuniting me with my ship. Oh, cat opened the door again. I'm just gonna go close it real quick. For reuniting me with my ship, for trusting in me to develop this plan, for everything. You've helped me rediscover a part of myself I've forgotten. I'm not the man I once was. I do not know if I ever shall be. But I do know one thing. This feels right. My apologies for the sudden outpouring of sentiment. I would have waited until after the mission, but, well, you understand.
There. She's ready.
Oh, wow. Sid voice acting at last.
Ah, she stirs. To Kurthus, and an audience with the Harpy Queen Garuda. Enterprise, engage.
Fuck you, Afina. They actually had the balls to put that line in there. They're making it mandatory before 3.x, so like specifically between 2.55 and 3.0? Or like... Because like that's what I was wondering, if it's like just that's the cutoff, or if they're putting it like in 2.1 or something. I guess that wouldn't make sense though. Although that's where you started. It's the only place where story-wise it sort of fits in.
Damn it. I once flew in this airship, and I was not alone. There were adventurers on board. Adventurers like you.
Okay, so this is a scene I have never understood. I've always been very confused by this.
Just how long have I worn these damn goggles?
This part I understand.
Yes, I fancied myself a trendsetter in my younger days. The young prodigy, admired by all, exactly like his father. Born and raised in Garlemald. It was only natural that the precocious young student should become an engineer. Had his father not done the same? Father, when did we stop seeing eye to eye? When did Meteor become your everything, and your loved ones cease to matter? You abandoned us all. But he was there for me, Father. There for me when you were not.
Before the banquet. Well, actually, that works. Because I was about to say, like, they can't put like after that, because being in Mordorna and doing a quest in Mordorna there wouldn't make any sense. If they make it between that, then it would be right after the Steps of Faith. And that kind of works? Yeah, that does work, actually. That makes sense. God, can you hear
Though he proved no better
the seagulls?
in the end. Gaius was just another man with an all-consuming obsession.
I'm gonna mute for the rest of the...
And so I ran, left the Empire behind and came to Eorzea, where I built the ironworks.
This is the part I do not understand.
Ah yes, it was then that I first donned these goggles. Eorzea opened my eyes. It was home to so many manner of people, each with their own hopes and dreams. People worth saving, and so I fought beside them.
So, my first thought here is, oh well, this is he's speaking in he's using us as a metaphor, so we helped him realize his past. We hand him his goggles here because he remembers now that this is where his story began and where he started wearing these goggles, right? Like, it's a metaphor, right? Makes perfect sense.
I wanted to prove that my knowledge could serve a nobler purpose. I wanted to prove that there was another way. And it all began that day when I found my new home.
But then this happens. Sid says, well, what he's about to say.
I had forgotten how wonderful it was. The wind in your hair, the endless sky. That light. It was you, wasn't it?
Like, what? Was it? Was that an actual memory? Is that a thing that happened? Because last I checked, other people, when we echo into memories, they don't know we're there. They can't they can't reminisce and then see us. So like, it's not a metaphor. We somehow did give him goggles at some point before 1.0. How? They never get back to this. Like, it being a clumsy metaphor was fine, but this just confuses the hell out of me.
It's surprising how few people know this, but all pureblood Garleans have a third eye. Perhaps mine helped me recognize you, or perhaps it was just a lucky guess.
See, he says this too. But again, that means it happened. So,
The Enterprise was made for this. To carry Eorzea's protectors into battle.
like, is that going to be like the final thing we ever do in the series where, like, I remembered something and we, like, travel back in time to give Sid his goggles to make it all come full circle? Like, it just bugs the hell out of me.
I am proud to be able to call her my own.
Sid? What exactly do you remember?
Yeah, I wonder the same thing after now. Like, maybe what they're implying is that with his third eye, he was able to witness us in the echo. Like, we saw his memories and he realized we saw his memories. But that's not what he said. He said, that light, it was you, wasn't it? My third eye helped me recognize you. And he's speaking of a past event. Like, if that was it, they would have been clearer. They would have said something about that. It's just, I do not understand it.
Alphinaud, my boy. Sorry to have been such a burden. I remember everything. My name, my people, and my purpose. Everything. Come, it would be rude to keep Garuda waiting.
The Howling Eye. I love the environment in this area. It's really cool. If you have like the big eye of the storm there, just everything around here is really neat. I'm sad you can't ever go back here after you're done fighting Garuda. It's a one-time thing. I think that's a shame, because it's a really cool scene. And I feel like a lot of people would like to, like, you know, take screenshots and such here and go here with the like highly leveled characters and like nice glamours and such, but nope. Well, you could when the Final Fantasy 15 event was still going on, because you went here again then to fight Final Fantasy 15's Garuda. All our efforts, all our travails, all of it was for this. Make ready, Cinder, for the end is nigh, be it hers or our own. Okay, my armor is fine. Here we go. The Howling Eye. The final thing we're doing tonight. Who dares intrude upon my... No, I should give her like my actual primal voice as well, shouldn't I? Who dares intrude upon my sanctuary? Your insolence shall not go unpunished, landwalkers. 12 preserve. She's huge. As I live and breathe. Over there, look. Amalja and Kobold prisoners. But why would the XIV bring them here? Wherefore come you out here, foolish mortals? That's my attempt to make it a bit lighter and feminine. Garuda, we have come to put an end to your reign of terror. Hear you this blasphemy, my children? These landwalkers will bring me low. I have no idea what I'm doing with the voice anymore. I've given up making sense. You are bound to crawl upon the earth shall revere me, for I am the wind. Do we not take to the skies and slip your defenses? We are bound by nothing, Garuda. You think your playthings give you strength? I will not help you here, Landwalker. This is my realm, where none can challenge my supremacy. Struggle though you may, I shall slake the roots with your blood and festoon the canopy with your entrails. Hawk, slay the unfeathered one we shall. That's enough for me to Garuda they will serve. Leave the XIV to us, Cinder. We will keep them distracted while you deal with her. Do not fail, Cinder. Remember, you fight for the science, for Eorzea. This one would die by my own hand. Come then, I shall grant you that which you seek. Okay. So Garuda used to be like a really hard primal. Because she has a lot of various parts to her faces where if you fuck up, well, you get hurt. A lot. And basically these stone pillars can get damaged and you need to hide behind them from certain attacks, which means you don't want them to be destroyed. These feathers she has spawned, the razor plumes, they try to destroy the pillars, and the DPSs have to handle that. As in, that's usually my job. It's actually ridiculously easy with Dancer, but yeah. This fight isn't very hard anymore, although you still fail it sometime. Because it's the kind of fight where, like, the whole party has to be on their game. Or else, well, death comes. This fight was also in 1.0 or 1 point something. This and Ifrit and Good King Mugamog were the 3 primals that were actually in that game. None of them at launch. I believe all of them after Yoshida took over. Or maybe Ifrit was before, but I think that wasn't the case. Yeah, so now we enter the final phase of Garuda's boss fight, where we have to like stick within this little pocket, otherwise we take like repeated damage over time, and a lot of it too. Now the pursuers will attack us directly, which is not good. That went pretty well. Yeah, that fight used to be hell. No, 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 no. I don't know what they did with the voice there. What? How in the hells? This is my realm. You have no hope here. None. Like I've lost my ability to do the throat thing. This is my realm. You have no hope here. None. None. And you truly believe you can defy a god, landwalkers? I wish you stopped talking to him. I can't even keep this thing consistent. My power is limitless. My children legion. And they have rendered unto me a wealth of crystals. This gift sustains me. Their faith empowers me. None save my children will escape the reckoning mortals. And those who would use my crystal to weaken the rest shall really realize the folly for their faith. And all shall worship none but me, the one true God. I gave up on the third thing. Of course, worship. As long as the XIV keep praying, she will never fall. Now let's stop them. No harm will come to you, my children. This is only the beginning, landwalkers. All who oppose me shall suffer for their defiance. Soon the worms of the forest shall receive my judgment, and desert vermin next. Their walls of stone will not shield them from the tempest. And then I will take vengeance on the sea lice. Their wooden boats cannot outrun the wind. Tremble, mortals, for I shall visit you all in time, and all shall be mine, all mine! You, landwalker, you dared to raise a hand against me, you shall be the first to pay for your sins, not with your death, but with your... Livy! But with your life! You will serve me, landwalker, to your last breath. No, no, I claimed you. You should be mine. Oh, I guess this cutscene again. It's kind of odd how we only got 3 of these from primals and the others from just random encounters we had here and there. What do we get light from? Alright, wait, we just got light to start, right? What are you? What have you done to me? No mortal should possess such power. This is impossible. It's very odd how they put that before you leave the arena.
Why do you not tremble at my might? Why do you not beg for mercy? Why do you not die?
I feel like one of the 50 voices I gave her was kind of close to that. I'm glad this is voiced.
We've done it!
Ah! Impossible it is! Kill you all!
Is that all? O Lady of the Vortex, O mighty Garuda, of all primals the most terrible, I say again, is that all?
Gaius!
Ah, Sid, my boy, you look well for one who is forsaken.
What?
Sorry, I accidentally clicked out of the game for a second there. And for some reason I have voices turned off when I'm AFK. That's why Gaius cut off in a strange way there.
What exactly did you hope to accomplish here this day? Well, I shall accomplish far more.
Is that all? Is that all? Insolent mortal! I shall make you suffer! That foul stench! I see now. She has touched you! Very well.
Seven hells, does she still mean to fight?
Our Lord of the Inferno Almighty, Ifrit, grant us succor in our hour of need.
Save us, Titan, Lord of Crags! It hurts us so! The pain! The pain!
What is she? 12 preserve. She cannot mean to... No. No, this is all wrong.
Stop gawping, boy. We must run.
Surrender yourselves unto me. I would feast upon your ether. None shall stand against the wind.
Bear witness to the glory of the Empire! It is you who will suffer, Garuda. Ancient Alec had ways of dealing with your kind. Now, look on their ultimate weapon, Icon, and despair.
No! No! No!
Magnificent. It exceeds all expectation.
With each primal it consumes, it grows more powerful. A marvel, is it not?
Such is the fate of those who oppose the Empire. There will be no warriors of light to save you this time. If your leaders are as wise as they are reported, they will surrender. Your skills are impressive, but they will not be enough.
12, have mercy. What chance have we against such an ungodly creation? And who was that armored devil?
That was Gaius van Balsar, legatus of the 14th Imperial Legion and Supreme Commander of the Garlean invasion force in Eorzea.
Of course. The Black Wolf. How could I not realize? Grandfather mentions him in his journal.
I was never so naive as to think the man would abandon his ambitions. But these developments are beyond my worst expectations. What have you been doing these past 5 years? How could something of this magnitude have escaped the Alliance's attention?
We heard no whispers, saw no signs. In the wake of the calamity, the Empire seized land and built outposts, but that was the extent of their aggression.
Damn it, Gaius! Where in the 7 hells did you find that thing?
It has been a day of unexpected developments, but the fact remains, Garuda is no longer a threat. While I take no comfort in the manner of her downfall, it does mean that we may safely put the matter of the primals to one side, for the time being at least.
Which just leaves the matter of Gaius's new toy.
Indeed. That weapon poses the greatest threat to Eorzea. It must be destroyed. But first, we must needs find out all we can. Let us make for Vesper Bay. We shall rebuild the Scions. All is not yet lost, my friend, for we bear the light, and shall surely lead our people from the darkness.
Alright. So that was a lot of stuff to happen. I have to say, Gaius van Balsar's voice actor, I know that I don't know who plays him, but he does a really good job. Like, 2.0 has a lot of off performances, but Gaius is great. Well, that was an experience I would rather not have again. Something has been troubling me, Cinder. Shortly before the Black Wolf took center stage and Garuda attempted to claim you as her own, I could have sworn I saw... I'm sure I was mistaken. In times of great stress, the evidence of the eye is apt to be misread by even the most inquiring mind. Forget I mentioned it. Return to the subject of our earlier discussion. We may consider the matter of the promised clothesman to further notice. No beast tribe will dare summon the guard so long as that weapon exists. Truly, a more effective deterrent, I cannot imagine. It almost seems a shame to plot its destruction. I hope this is better than what I have. Nope. Alright. I'm pretty happy with that. We met oh nice. How did the party? We met our quota of quests. So that's nice. Tomorrow we should be the end of REBORN. I don't think there should be that much of an issue there, as long as we run Zamal Darkhold and RM Vale. Leveling shouldn't be an issue, I think. But thank you all for watching, and of course thank you Alana for playing with me. And I will see you tomorrow for the last part of a REBORN.